explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense, and you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. As I understand that you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify. But do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or not you should testify?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
Okay, guys,
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
it's happening.
Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
It's happening.
Very well.
Murdaugh will testify. Well, guys, get real comfortable. We're going to be here for a while.
If you will bring the jury.
This is good. And right now, Mr. Waters is peeing his pants from excitement. They're going to have to get a mop, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, by the way, guys, just, in case you care, by the way, that advisement is standard. That's that standard. So the advisement in and of itself didn't necessarily indicate that Murdaugh had indicated an intent to testify. That would have been the same advisement, regardless of whether the court believed or not that the defendant was going to testify. It's part of the defendant's right? The defendant doesn't get many decisions in a criminal trial, but they do get some, right? Like the decision whether or not to plead guilty is the defendant's alone. The decision whether or not to appeal is the defendant's alone. The decision whether or not to testify is the defendant's alone. So the court has to advise the defendant.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning.
It is a right of the defendant.
Day number 23.
The advisement is
Defense's
standard.
case, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Nolan Tootin.
We're going to call some guy named Tootin. Citing. Starting with the Tootin, and then we're going to end with the Murdaugh. Exciting. I know I'm thrilled.
Good morning. Watch your step, please. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please.
Nathan Tootin, right? Or is it
Microphone's
Nolan
very
Tootin?
sensitive, and you have to get right up on it. But if you would state your full name again, and please spell your last name, please.
Nolan Tootin, T-U-T-E-N.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you please tell the jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
What do you do?
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay. And how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
I did.
Okay. And how would you describe your relationship with Paul?
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul was one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat, and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do, whatever he could for you, whenever he could for you. And
How often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean, it depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. Whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul outside doing these activities, did he have his phone with him normally?
Most times, yeah.
Okay. And did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
I mean, they all had a
Alex
really good
cannot take the
relationship, I
fifth.
felt like. I mean,
Alex
when I was
cannot
around, there
take
was
the fifth.
always kind of laughing. And
The Fifth Amendment is an all or nothing proposition.
Did you have a nickname
When he puts
for
himself
Alex?
on the stand, he
Big Red.
waives the Fifth Amendment.
And how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys
Leaving for
hunted together.
Vegas
Are you familiar with the
tomorrow
types of guns that Paul
Afternoon, I
had?
think
I
4 o'clock.
was.
Okay.
Something like that.
And did he ever
Before-
use a 300
double check.
blackout?
He did.
Okay. And what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and Paul got 2 for Christmas one year. One, Buster had a black one. Paul had a tan one.
What was his lawyer's advice on
And
testifying?
They were
I don't
at
think they asked.
Moselle, and then
They're not required
Paul's
to.
went missing or got stolen, whatever happened
Judge
to
didn't
it.
ask.
And
Just asked,
then there was
did you get
just the
advice?
black one at
He didn't ask
Moselle
what the
that we
advice was.
used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
This is brand new testimony.
Rode
guys.
around,
This is live.
played around at the house, messed around at the sheds. You know, we would go ride the buggies, ride in the truck, you know, go fish, go hunt, go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, you know, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding.
Okay. Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels, or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would drive or ride something.
Okay. And were there ever times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 blackout with him in the trucks?
A lot of times, yes.
Okay. And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, you know, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
Same.
And you send out this link to some
Now,
people too.
Maggie. Tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, you know, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended, really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. It, you know, however she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
Okay.
Walk me through that day.
That morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I had gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if they were actually dead yet or not, and I noticed that they were dead. So then, you know, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning, and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty
I'm gonna
much.
send out this link to
I was
everyone
supposed to
on
go out that afternoon and start
Tubes.
plowing the sunflowers under. And I got stuck at work late and talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't going to make it that night. And then, so I went home after work, and then I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and you know, everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that
That's
afternoon?
right, yes.
Okay. When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was at home.
Okay, and did you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying and told me they were gone.
That maybe all I have. Beg the court's indulgence.
All right, I just sent out the link to a whole bunch of fellow people on the Law Tubes genre. I'll send it to Runkle. I don't think Runkle will be able to make it, given his flight time, but send it to him anyway. Who else do I need to send it to?
Clarification. Your plans to meet up with Paul on June 7th,
I'll send it to Nick Rikita.
was that
I won't
plan
be able
to
make it
address
with him anyway.
the issue you had seen in the with the sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay. No further questions.
By state.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've we've met a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've
Yes.
met in Colleton, we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations, is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also. They were sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
There's the link to retweet it if you guys have
you
not
were-
already done
you
so.
were
You could
as close a friend as Paul is there to be.
retweet that or
That fair
quote
to say?
tweet that.
I feel like that, yes.
And I just want you to say again,
That'd be great.
he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for
He
you?
was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom. To
I
you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
Andy Signor too. Maybe he could bring the.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And what year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, we saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in this trial.
That's right.
So your years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
more Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time,
Yep.
which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it, yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself,
I have.
and a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018.
You're
Did you
right,
go to a
it's the
Halloween
23rd.
party with Paul?
Fix it.
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
Got it. Change
From
the
my
title.
recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion,
Almost
when
like
you
you
went to
did it
this
just
party,
bigger
did Paul
now.
have that 300, his tan 300 blackout with him?
He did.
But this is back in like 2017, 2018,
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
before COVID.
That's right.
The new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened.
Let me just
What
create a
happened
new
that
tweet. Completely.
I mean, we were at a Halloween party, and we had been around Moselle most of the day, and, you know, we
We'll
left,
just
and
tweet it,
then
just
later
create a new
on,
tweet, and we'll retweet out the new thing. And that way we'll get it
the
clean.
gun was gone. The gun was missing, whether, you know, whatever happened to it, you know, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice rifle, right?
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
So it wasn't like it was misplaced. It was. Do you believe it was stolen?
I believe so, yes.
Join us as we.
All right. And then going to guns, did Paul have a shotgun that he favored?
He did.
Was it the? And have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some, yes.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli Super Flag Eagle 3 that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
That's
Drew
Paul's
Brown.
shotgun?
That was the one he favored the most, yes.
And then did Paul also have a 300 blackout on him at all times?
He did. Most
So
times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
He started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school. You know, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just, used it as his own.
And then Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
Then I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He
So-
either shot the 1 or the 2.
So we have 1, 2, and 3 models.
Right.
For the same
Could create a thumbnail.
Benelli Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as a
right.
kind of general use. I think you also mentioned that about guns being left down at the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be mostly in just the hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January, and turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you spent a lot of time at Moselle, I think you already
Yeah.
talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the
There are
property?
2.
Were you around before, when there was only one entrance and
I was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house.
That's right.
Is that accurate as well?
That is.
You all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready. Point
Yes, sir.
for y'all. And I think out there's also a processing shed for if
There
you
is.
killed anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you all are down there and, say Maggie or Alex were at the house and they, obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not, yeah.
All right. And knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day,
That's right.
unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was everywhere. Any given
Well,
day,
here's a new
during the
link
week,
to retweet.
who knows where he
retweeted
could be.
the link to
Fair to say?
fix the typo. So if you could retweet that
All right, so
instead.
I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2021. And that's the day you lost your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone
I did.
in the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
And You often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm-related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You were pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the.
Do you know if trees grow
fields
or not?
for the hunting purposes?
I'm not
too,
clear
right?
on that point.
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd typically call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on June 7th?
Yes, it was. He knew that I was riding by because typically when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened. CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't get a good idea what was actually done, the harm that was actually done, until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan
Thank
on
you for
what
the
to
gift
do.
memberships as always. Appreciate
And you
it.
had
Thank
pretty
you so
free
much.
use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you? Okay. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers, and they're dying. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to. And why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them, kind of corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important
morning,
for
everyone. I
hunting
hope
purposes.
everyone
It's
out there is
important to
just having the
maintain
most
a dove
fantastic
field. You
day,
call it the
by the
dove
way.
field.
That's
or
right.
Thank you to the
sunflower field.
670
it's a
of you
good
currently
attractant.
joining me. You all rock. I
So the
appreciate
decision
that you're here.
was the decision
I'm
made
in
then
good spirits.
to till
I've
the
had
field
my
and
caffeine.
replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
I'm awake.
It wasn't
had a
too
nice
late in the year
shower.
in the season.
I am
You could-
ready
you could
to
still
go.
get some
I
good
am
growth
here
out.
That's
for
right.
it, baby.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying, and we had to restart.
Thank you, Rain
So
Maniac, for the
he
gift
and I
memberships.
had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that
memberships are
afternoon
awesome.
at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia
Volume's a
area.
little low.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now,
1, 2, check 1, 2.
leading up
Hey, what I'll do,
to
I'll turn down the court a little
these
bit.
events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m. Is
Because
that
I think
right?
that's the better way to go.
Sometime
I'll just
around
turn down
there,
the
yes.
court's volume a
sometime
little
in
bit.
the evening time.
That's
My
right.
volume looks okay.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you.
That's correct. Yes.
And tell us about what
But
that
thanks as
Snapchat
always for
It
helping
was
me
a
with the
video
audio
of
levels because I
John
can't
Deere
hear the
high-boy
relative
sprayer,
audio levels, so
one
I
of the
have to rely on
cylinders
what you
the
guys report.
back
It's
to
a
spread
pain
the
in the
boom
butt.
To spray was leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment. Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry.
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The
is
high
it-
boy.
High boy. Is that a piece
High
of
boy.
farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to drag the?
Well, I'll just say again what I
That's
said
what we
earlier
use
since
to
I was a
spray.
little quiet,
Spray,
just saying
sorry,
good
thank you.
morning, uncivilians.
Okay,
Good
and it was
morning,
leaking
glad
some
for the
sort of
700
fluid,
of you
meaning it was
currently here.
maybe broken.
And for all these
That's
nice
right.
gift memberships, that's always really great. Helps the channel out quite a lot, I think, with the gift memberships. So, and they're only 99 cents a piece.
Now you
try to make it affordable.
And all the times we've met, the number of times.
And I am here for it.
did
I've
you
had my
have a chance to
caffeine. I've
listen
had my
to,
shower. I'm in
what
good
we
spirits.
call
I
kind
am
of a
ready to
kennel
go, baby.
video?
I did.
And did you, when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that video?
I did.
Having known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul
heard
and
it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Elliott.
All right, down to the kennel area too. If you're down there at nighttime, I assume you've been down there around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area. It's actually pretty fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
And thank
Is
you
that
also
true?
for the
Yes.
7 people
And
who
is
have
it
so
true
far
then also
retweeted
that
the
kennels
brand new
have lights, both fan
tweet link
lights
that
and
we've
overhead
created to
lights?
fix
That's
the
right.
typo that we had.
So if you're down there in the middle of the
So
night,
for those
even
of
though
you
there
who
may
have
not
the
be any,
Twitters, for the
street
700 of
lighting or
you who
anything
are
like
currently
that,
watching,
the
for those of you
kennel
who have
area and the
Twitters,
hangar are all brightly lit
if you
with like
could
fluorescent light.
follow the
Yes, sir.
pinned comment and just hit the retweets,
And
that would help
you
a lot.
Would you be able to see
I think. That's my working
the
premise.
lighting if you were at the Mizell house? Would you be able to look down, if it's nighttime, would you be able to look down and see the well-lit area?
You could, yes.
All right, so we're on June 7th. What's the last communication you have with Paul?
Thank you, Alan, for the
That
gift
phone
memberships.
call.
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry. Go
There
ahead.
is a
The phone
there is
call
a
and
plane
Snapchat.
hanger on the property. It hadn't been used in
And
some time,
you then go to bed that night.
but
thinking
there
it's
there
just
was a
any other
plane
night. Is that
hanger
right?
and
That's correct.
an overgrown
And I think you
runway, but
testified
there
to it,
was
but
a
you were woken
there
up
was a
at
hanger
what
for a
time?
plane on
It
the
was around
property.
10:30, between 10:30 and 11. My mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle, so I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response, so I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
And at the time, were you living fairly close by?
I was
Which,
living,
given how big the property is
I was
not
living closer to
surprising, to be
Alameda.
honest.
It was probably a 20 to 25 minute drive to Moselle.
The property's huge.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area, and so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me
It's
in.
2.7
So then I backed
square
up and
miles.
Came in through the brick columns, and
That's how big the
Made my way
property
around.
is. It's 1,700 acres,
And
which is
when
2.7
you
square
arrived,
miles.
What did you?
It's a
what did
big
you
property.
oh, when I got there,
So
there were,
the fact that it had a landing strip at one
a-
point is
a
not
lot of
exactly
first responders
surprising.
out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the.
When you measure
door, and
when
they
you're
had
measuring your property
sheets
in
over
square
them.
miles,
And by the time you
You know
arrived,
that you-
law
yeah.
enforcement had already cordoned off the area,
They had.
but you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of
which
stand around
which for
back
those
there.
of you who
That's
speak
correct.
international,
And even though
that's
it's set further
7
back,
square
you could
kilometers.
still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
So for our international friends,
who was-
it's
who
7
was there
square
with-
kilometers is how big this property is.
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby, Mark Ball, and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you
They're pro-
testified to it, and it's.
I mean, there are nations that are
obviously
smaller
understand,
than
but everyone's
that.
pretty upset, right?
Yes.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with
The property's
Alex?
bigger
I
than some
did.
countries.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
He is.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you
I
twice?
can turn up the volume a
The
little.
boat wreck.
Just trying to get the,
boat
volume,
wreck.
relative volume levels correct.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson,
I do.
friends with him as well.
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And get in touch with Rogan.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
Okay.
Luxembourg is 1,000 square miles, so it's a bit smaller than Luxembourg. But it's 17 times bigger than Vatican City.
Indulgence.
So
Redirect.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area, his
Right.
trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was,
Friday?
yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
yes,
And if you're at the house in Moselle,
Mm-hmm.
can you see in detail at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights and you could tell that the lights were on, and you could see the roof, but that's really about all you
So
could
just
see.
the roof and just the lights?
That's right. You
Okay.
could you noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the dove field?
That's right.
Okay, and did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
Okay. Thank you, no further questions.
Thank you.
Nothing else, Your Honor.
Well, thank you. You may step down.
Are we doing it now? Is it happening? Are we doing this? It seemed to be what the defense implied, right? They said one short witness. Is now the time?
Ladies and
Are we
gentlemen,
doing
we
this?
have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
Why are we doing a short break? I'm not sure. We already did the advisement thing, so I'm not sure what we're doing now. Just taking a break. All right, guys. Welcome to Uncivil Law, as always. Glad you're here. Alex Murdaugh is going to take the stand. The court did the standard advisement this morning. The standard
Everyone be
advisement is
seated.
standard.
Mr. Harpullian, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
I guess we're doing advisement part 2.
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. It hurts my feelings, but we don't need any break. However, Your Honor, he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
All right, guys, we're coming back in 10 minutes. That's the deal. We're coming back in 10 minutes, and he's going to take the stand. So the court did the standard advisement this morning. It's part of the standard advisement because it is one of the few decisions a defendant gets to make. What decisions? The decisions that the defendant gets to make are actually relatively minor, and this is kind of true. It's true in civil cases, and I suppose in civil cases it's even worse in some respect because you don't have constitutional rights really in a civil case. I mean, or as many of them. You have a right to a jury trial. Well, actually, technically, you don't even have that because that right hasn't been incorporated. So there is a provision in the Constitution that says you have a right to a jury trial for any amount over $20, but that particular provision in the Constitution has not been incorporated, which means that it doesn't apply to the states, so you don't even have that. So not all provisions of the Constitution apply to the states, and that would be one of them. It's one of the very few that doesn't apply to the states because it has not been what we say incorporated against the states by the United States Supreme Court. So you don't have a right to, basically, you don't have rights in a jury trial. You don't have rights in a civil case, really, except as they derive from common law. You don't have special constitutional rights on top of that. So your rights, to the extent they exist as a derivative of common law and a derivative of the system that's created. So, but they're not special constitutional rights, right? When you get a criminal case, you have special constitutional rights, and one of which is the Fifth Amendment, one of which is the right to an impartial jury, one of which is the right to counsel, right? So you have a couple rights that specifically exist for your criminal case. And there therefore are decisions that the defendant gets to make and the defendant gets to make alone. So when you hire an attorney, the role between an attorney and client, generally speaking, is the client sets the goal, the attorney sets the means to get there. In this respect, an attorney is not really fundamentally much different than any other professional. If you hire a doctor, if you hire a plumber, if you hire a mechanic, if you hire someone to maintain your yard, right? If you hire someone to wash your car, right? If you hire really anyone of any profession, this is fundamentally the same thing. The client sets the goal, the professional goes to do the methodology of how to accomplish that goal, right? I would like to not have my disease as much. I need my liver removed. I would like my car to not stall out all the time. My toilet doesn't flush properly. Right? The client sets what they want to have happen. The professional is the one that goes about executing those means. The client doesn't go in and say how to go about doing it. Oh, I need my liver removed. What I want you to do is I want you to use exactly this kind of scalpel, and I need you to cut exactly here, and I need you to do this and this and this. Right? That doesn't make any sense. Right? So the client sets the overarching goal. The professional is the one that actually executes against that goal. And most professionals in every field get kind of a little bit irritated when the client then tries to inject themselves in a micromanaging way. Lawyers are no different in this respect. So the client, actually, their role, generally speaking, is to say the client gets to make two decisions, generally speaking. The client gets to make the decision of what do I want to have happen and do I hire this lawyer? And that's basically all the decisions they make. So in a civil case, like, I'd like to sue for defamation. I'd like to hire you. Strictly speaking, these are the end of your decisions, right? Everything else is the lawyer is my decision. And you can fire me and you can change the goal. I don't want to sue for defamation anymore. I want to sue for whatever, right? You can change the goal, but you can't dictate to me as the lawyer what to do. So you can't, as the client, require me as the lawyer to call any particular witness. You can't require me to ask any particular question. So you'll see this sometimes in movies and like the drama, like the client's like, ask him the question, ask him the question. And whether the lawyer does or not, right, is strictly speaking up to the lawyer. They don't have to. They can say, how about no? They can, right, strictly speaking about what's possible. So not all lawyers do this. Some lawyers allow the clients to have more of a role. And there's a lot of reasons to do that in terms of clients management and having a good relationship with the clients and working together as a team and so forth and so on. So it's not like attorneys are required to be like, no, or to be like, you're not going to participate with me in these decisions. They're not required to. And a lot of attorneys don't, as a matter of their own style and practice. I'm just telling you about what's possible, right, from a constitutional sense, because this is all about the advisements and why the advisements are being given. So strictly speaking, an attorney can be like, I want you to call this witness. No. I want you to ask this question. No. Right? An attorney can do that. But of course, in the criminal case, there are some decisions where the client gets to make a few more decisions beyond, I want you to do this, I want to set out this goal, and I want to hire you. There are a few more decisions that you get to make. So one of the decisions is, I want this goal. The goal in this case is the plea. I want to be found not guilty very much. That would be the goal, right? So you get the choice of whether to plead guilty or not guilty because it goes fundamentally to the goal, which the client always gets to make. That decision is the goal. So the client, so if you're going to plead guilty or not guilty, the court will advise you about, if you're going to plead guilty, the court will go through an advisement to make sure that you understand what you're doing and to make sure that you understand what rights you're giving up. And this, of course, is standard. And we saw this perhaps most recently, where we covered it most recently in the case in that young person who was just pled guilty to that murder in Florida, who went through the standard plea colloquy. And we saw that, and it's very standard for that reason. So the decision to plead guilty or not guilty is the client's. The decision to appeal or not is the client's. The decision whether or not to take the stand is the client's. So it's one of those decisions that the client gets to make, and his lawyers can't stop him. Right. So either way, the court will, before the end of the case, advise the defendant on their rights and ask these questions. The questions the court asked this morning are perfectly standard questions. Different courts phrase them slightly differently, right? There's not necessarily magic words here, but the questions that are asked are pretty standard, and the way it was done is pretty standard. And so then the client's like, well, I want to testify. And the attorney can't stop him. So those are one of those decisions. So, yeah. The judge handed him an almost automatic appeal. I don't see how. How did the judge hand him an almost automatic appeal? I don't get it. Estoy says the judge handed him an almost automatic appeal. No, I just went to some length to point out to you this is very, very standard. And the judge asked very, very standard questions. There's nothing from this that's appealable. Not from this. Other things, but not this. The judge is required to do this. The judge may not necessarily do this in a small case, right? So, I mean, strictly speaking, the judge is supposed to. But if it's like, a bog standard misdemeanor or something, a judge might skip it. But they're supposed to. And in a double murder case, they're going to for sure. So there's nothing to appeal. Not on that. Thank you for the orange heart bombs. I do appreciate the orange hearts and cowboy hats. It's good stuff. The judge allowing all, that's standard too. It is a completely consistent reading. Yeah, the judge is allowing all questions on cross in this state. He's required to. Well, at least under the relevant rule, right? The South Carolina has rejected the federal rules. The federal rule says that cross is limited to the scope of direct. South Carolina has rejected that rule. South Carolina explicitly, in its rules, explicitly says cross is unlimited. It's in the rule. Which you can do that. South Carolina can do that. South Carolina is not required to adopt the rule the federal government has, because the rule the federal government has is not a constitutional rule. Right? It's not a feature of the Constitution. It's just the rule. And South Carolina has rejected that rule. So him saying, I'm going to allow unlimited cross is completely correct. The state can inquire as to any relevant matter, including credibility. That's what the rule says. And so the only stopgap beyond that would be 403, which we've discussed, but the judge has already allowed in this evidence. Right? So the mistake happened earlier, and in terms of allowing the evidence. And now we're kind of stuck with that decision. Well, the judge's ruling is consistent with itself. Right? It would be a little bit awkward for the judge to say, I'm going to limit cross on 403. Because the judge would be saying it's substantially more prejudicial than probative. But if it's substantially more prejudicial than probative for the defendant to be crossed about, then why are you letting it in at all in the first place? Right? If it's relevant, right? 403 says, although relevant, you can exclude it for these reasons. But once you've made the decision it isn't to be excluded, it would be a little odd. It would be very odd. It would be a bit inconsistent to say, well, it's relevant and it's admissible, but I'm not going to allow questions as to this particular person. That would be really odd. So again, not reversible for that particular reason. The error is not in the judge allowing unlimited cross. The error is in the judge. If it happened, the error is not in the judge allowing unlimited cross. The error is not in the judge allowing the defendant to be crossed about the financial matters. The error, assuming there is one, is the judge allowing the financial matters in the first place. Right? Once they're let in, right? What I'm trying to say is, assuming the underlying decision to let in the financial matters is correct, this is not error. That's the point I'm trying to make. Right? This is not the point of error. Assuming the underlying decision to allow in all this financial stuff under motive is correct, then this judge's decision now is correct. So the error is not here. Right? The error is backwards in time. Assuming the underlying decision is correct, this decision is correct. assuming the underlying decision is incorrect, this decision is incorrect. Either way, the error precedes this decision. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about. In my opinion, his error is allowing financials compounded by cross. I think this is tactical by defense. A difficult argument to make a little bit on appeal, to be honest, because you're right. You can make that argument, but also the state can come back and also say that the state can also try to undo that decision too. So the defendant can try to say this compounds the error, but the state on appeal now has the ability to try to argue that the defendant is inviting the error, because the defendant is voluntarily choosing to testify and with this knowledge in place, and now the defendant is inviting the error. So there's an argument to be made that this moots the error from earlier. So I think both sides have an argument on that point. Can he plead the Fifth on financial questions? Nope. No, that's the thing. No, the Fifth Amendment, no. The Fifth Amendment is an all or nothing proposition. You have the right to remain silent, but you have to remain silent. If you start talking, you no longer have the right to remain silent. He cannot take the Fifth, which means the state is going to ask him about the financial questions, which means now he has to answer those questions. And now he's either basically forced to confess or potentially now running into perjury charges on top of everything else. So, good times. Yeah. Could he have waited for him to testify to bring up the financial stuff and then do the financial rebuttal? Rebuttal is supposed to be based on the things brought up in the, strictly speaking, no. How this judge would have actually done it in reality, I don't know. But rebuttal is supposed to only be as to the things that are brought up in the defense's case. So you wouldn't be able to bring up the financials in rebuttal unless somehow they came up in the defense's case in the first place. So, no. Thank you for the 1,000.
You may bring the jury.
I appreciate it. Okay, guys, looks like we're about to get this thing started. So I'll go ahead and put it on the screen because this is what we're doing now. It's Alex with a C, right? No, it's with an X. Lena says, feels like a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. A little bit, but yeah. Yeah. Just a kind reminder for those who have not already done so to please check the pinned comment and retweet the pinned comment. For those of you who have the Twitters, if you could please retweet, maybe with a quote tweet of some kind, that'd be helpful. Help bring a little bit of attention to the stream. There's 1,000 of you here. Every one of you who helps really helps to bring attention to the stream, and it is endlessly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you, Wendy, and thank you for everyone else for being here. Thank you all for your kind super chats. Thank you for all the people helping with the memberships. It really helps the channel a lot. Thank you. All you guys are awesome. All you guys are the best. Yeah, it's a little early for beer and liquor. It's only 9:40 in the morning. It's like I thought briefly about going and getting some drinks, but it's a little early for that in the day, isn't it? And I don't have any juice, so I can't have a mimosa. Lame. So I think what will happen, and I guess we'll find out for sure. I think Alex Murdaugh is going to basically confess to all the financial stuff. I don't really see how you get around that problem. You know, I don't really see how you get around the problem. So I think, I mean, the problem is the evidence against him is so much. If he tries to deny it or play cute around it, he loses all credibility with the jury. I think his only hope is to admit to it, right? He admits to it. He gets some credibility. He sinks himself in his financial cases, but he's already pretty sunk. So I think he doesn't really have any choice but to confess to all the financial stuff. He cannot refuse to answer. He cannot refuse to answer. The Fifth Amendment is waived. What's the judge going to do if he refuses to answer? The correct remedy would be to strike all of his testimony. So if he gives his testimony on direct and then he's asked and crossed about financial and he takes the fifth, well, first of all, the judge will find him in contempt. And second of all, the judge will strike all of his testimony. The judge will instruct the jury to disregard everything he testified to. That would be what would happen. Contempt and strike his testimony in its entirety. Fifth Amendment has gone bye-bye. Change the video title? What should I change the video title to? Say Murdaugh takes the stand. And it will piss off the jury completely.
Thank you.
So I don't really think that's a good idea on any level.
Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Wow. one of the members of the gallery is trying to sit in the jury box. Wow. 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 Or maybe
We'll call
like a
you next
sketch artist or something, trying to sit in the jury box.
Thank
Wow.
you, Your Honor. The defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, wishes to take the stand.
All right, guys, here we go. I have a spelling mistake in the title. Where is it? Murdaugh
Watch your step.
takes the stand in murder trial, February 23rd. Where's my spelling
You
mistake in the
swear or
title?
affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand. Adjust that microphone. And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alex Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th, 2021, did you take this gun or any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June 7th or any day or any time?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout, such as this, and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso, or any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
Okay.
Mr. Murdaugh, is that you on the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland?
These are pretty leading,
On
by
the
the
night
way,
of June
but I guess the state doesn't care right
Told
now.
them that you stayed at the house after dinner.
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview?
Okay, he says it's a
on
lie.
June 10th, that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul
All right.
was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that. I had a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED, caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally,
So he's a
these
liar, drug
paranoid
addict
thoughts
who
would
suffers
hit me,
from
I could
paranoia.
take a
What do you
deep
think you
breath
could do with
real
that
quick.
on cross?
Just think about it.
You're a lying
Reason my
drug
way
addict,
through it.
paranoia.
Just get past
Okay.
it really quickly.
Cross
On June the
possibilities
7th,
seem prudent. Yeah.
I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason. And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
Hype.
Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, oh, what a tangled web we weave. But once I told a lie, I told my family, I had to keep lying.
What else have you been lying about all this time?
Alex, tell
Didn't
the
you
jury
tell the cops you had nothing to do
what
with it?
happened on the evening
And you maintained that lie?
June 7th, starting when you met up with Paul.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day. You mean start in the morning, or
Sure, start in the morning.
it was just a regular morning? Maggie was leaving to go out of town. She was going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Who's Paul?
that's Paul, my son Paul Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And Buster, Maggie, I called him Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags called him Paul, Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul. But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just a big social part of having property. People would come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
And we're going to backfill and talk about more of the day, but I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
Hang on. How'd you get to the dove field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's truck and you go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. I mean, you could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. I mean, they might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead. So we knew that. So we knew we had to replant the whole field. So that didn't take but a second. But after that, Paul. We just rode the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to Single Oak Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the Bridge Stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paul plant the dove field and the corn in the dove field. So sunflowers, corn, and I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paul had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing in the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
No, cabin is what?
That's it's just a little small. It's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure. It's got a little living area, a little kitchen, and it's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about, where the kids stayed some summers. And
Is that what the jury's seen? Some overhead pictures. It's right there on Moselle Road.
yeah, it's right up on Moselle Road, and it's very close to the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
Did you spend any time at the shop, you think?
Oh, yes. I mean, the shop was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. That was.
Thank you for the gift membership.
We're always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. That was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. There was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
One of the things the jury's seen, Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for for wildlife, like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
You could not be around Pawpaw You could not be around him and not have a good time.
Were you close to Paul?
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I were and are. He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, the jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
Just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there and starting to ride the property?
Now that I've had the benefit of seeing all of these records, Pawpaw got home, I believe, a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her, having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went to the house, and I know that. But shortly after, however I learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
So, and what did you do when you got to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work that day?
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside, riding around and Did you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer, we fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone makes you sweat more than you normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And after you took a shower, what did you change into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what did you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Paw Paw were, and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Paw Paw. Paw Paw was eating, and Paw Paw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Paw Paw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, you know, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. Our normal, what we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Paw Paw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
And was the TV on?
Yes,
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
So what happened next, Alex?
Paw Paw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house, or somewhere around the house, doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday, or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th, my dad was in the hospital in Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there like this, but a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And Mags and I had plans with them to meet them in Columbia to go to the South Carolina, it was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a son that played for Carolina. He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them and tailgated with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game. So
Hey,
we
what's
went
going
to the
on? I
game.
didn't even
The
think you
game got
saw me
over.
back here. I've been back here for so long. I was like, oh,
You know, it
I'll
was
watch it back
fairly
here.
late into the evening. And
What's up?
after that, Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had
I'm
dinner.
on my lunch
and,
break, so I'm gonna eat while I watch.
And then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and is there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right. And
then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie.
Objection.
yeah, we
leading.
went to the game.
I've been leading
No
like
objection.
crazy
That's right.
on direct. This
Mags and I go back to
They're too excited thinking about all the
to
questions
Moselle.
they're going to ask
The
across
jury's
right
already
now.
out. I think Ms. Rass talked about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts.
Is this
for
the
your dad.
prosecutor?
Maggie
This is
loved
the
No, this is defense.
she
They just
spoiled my
started.
dad, and
30
always
minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
always
He's not
taking
gonna
some.
stand
My
up long.
dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts and took Krispy Kreme donuts
Krispy Kreme, what up?
to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together at Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes,
And then the 7th was a work day?
that's right. It was a Monday, June the 7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He answered the question
Monday.
before you asked.
The 7th, a work day for you.
Prepared.
Yes.
And I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie asking you to go to the kennels, were you tired?
Oh yes, I was tired.
And
Yeah,
you
this is
just
so
had a
many
shower?
leading
had a
questions.
shower.
Were you tired? Yes. You just had a shower. Yes. What the
And,
hell is this? It's cross.
And you said that, well, did you go with Maggie to the kennels
No.
immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now looking at these condensed records and understanding the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm going to ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah. It was, and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Pawpaw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of form an L shape. And in that L was some planted pines. First thing the dogs would do is go out in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. He would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree.
I've had
Now
a dog
dogs
that does
do,
that
and it's
before.
marking his
They mark
territory.
every fucking tree when you take them out.
And so
They're
that
like,
was the
my
first
God,
thing
really?
those dogs
You did
did when they
everything?
came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime, they just make a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever, they're going to make a lot of racket. So Grady's chasing the guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal. And they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out a long time. Bubba catches a chicken. I'm talking to Maggie for just a short time before Bubba catches the chicken. I take the chicken. Put it when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them, and they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs.
So the
And
dogs
they were
didn't
proud
chase the
when they
chickens to
caught
kill
one.
them, but
You could just
sometimes
tell
they
by the
killed
way
them
Bubba would
anyway.
prance to
Are
when he
you
brought
the
chicken to
dog?
you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But a lot of times they would be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where
They've been chewed up by a
the
dog.
chicken
Damn
could
right.
be by itself for a minute, and it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen this video of Paul with Cash, Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on? What do you remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up where she could see back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway, but then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
What was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Which, both dogs, one dog, do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog. If he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like a portable dog crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and that chicken did die.
And what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
Well, look, before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but you've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the 2 dogs were out.
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
Okay. And then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
The same route. The same route I'd come on. I came down the driveway, made a left on, you saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart. And it is the golf cart, if you remember, that Mark Ball testified that he saw where we normally would park it. You pull along the front entrance, and either you'd come in from the left and you'd go just past it and be on the right, or you'd come in from the right and you'd be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was...
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If I misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar. I assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't. Even though I saw Grady, I didn't notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But he probably did.
So
Makes sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
It didn't take.
We told him about. We want to hear about the murders. We told about chicken and dogs.
Hey, I caught this chicken.
Bubba,
so
I
he's
wanna hear
not
about
running
chicken.
from me.
His
He's
chicken's real
proud of
murder.
that fact that he caught this chicken.
Unless they being fried, let's
he
move on from the chicken.
comes right up to me. Bubba was really strong, but, you know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched and his mouth's a little bit open, all you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch.
I dozed off
and
or
I
I
was-
didn't. That's
I made up my
insightful.
mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you spoken to Barbara Mixon earlier in the day?
I did. I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She was agitated, which she got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot, over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent. But she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her better than, my mama. We all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, in order. And but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down, and that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while, but then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
So did you go check on your mom?
I did.
He never answered the question.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these steps, if these are the steps, it would be to the left and back over there.
All right.
Which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the GM OnStar data, and slide 38, which is in evidence.
Nate, did you remember to retweet the pinned link when you joined?
What pinned link?
In the
Can
pinned
you
YouTube chat?
can you see
for
this,
the retweet?
Well, I haven't even
The
gone
slide
to
with those
YouTube chat. I just
dots.
clicked the link to come back
Yes,
here.
sir.
Alex?
Hold on, let me see.
I can.
Let me go tweet it
Red
out.
dots here.
Retweet that.
The,
Retweet that link.
seem to be joined. Where is that in relation to your parents' house?
Where the arrow is,
Yes, sir.
all right, that's back in the area where I'm talking about. All right, so if you look in this picture, all right, you see you see the open area with the green grass. That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you go, if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're going to run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm going to, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Yeah.
And from this photo, can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish,
Okay.
yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like you see the, I don't know what you call it, a border, like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever it is starts.
right.
I think, you can't see it, but I think that satellite's probably close to that border.
All right, well, let's,
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a... So
Yeah.
is the door that you're talking about...
That's it.
The stairs, are those the ones where you would enter?
Right. These are the steps that I used that night that we always used. And one of the reasons being is my dad, this door goes into what we call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening. It goes into the kitchen. Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet. A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If you went to the right, you would go... My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were, they were back to back. There was a door going from one to the other that was blocked, but it was there, and then there was a bathroom. So this is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and whoever was caring for her was always in her bedroom, which would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Right.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
And are you the only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front, or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back deck. And my mom was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And when you got to the house, who was there? Your mother's house on the night of June 7th.
My mom was there, and Shelley Smith was there.
Thank you, Melissa, for the gift
And
memberships.
what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what did you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there. Please come let me in.
Okay. And is that the house phone that's been referred to?
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
Well, just briefly. Yeah, what'd you do?
I went in the house. In my mom's bedroom, my mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you walked in the room, her bed was to the right. Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed, and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake, and I held her hand. And
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and upbeat, and I just talked to her. I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I stayed there for a few minutes. I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds.
Right.
And then, but I didn't stay there. She was, she did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when you
Talked to Shelley, and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No. In fact, Maggie didn't really like to visit my mom. She loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And
Okay.
it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy. And Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
When you left Moselle to head to Alameda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle,
Say that again, Jim?
what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Alameda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead. You've heard of the two gates. There's the shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we used, there was an entrance by the Dove Field, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going to Alameda, which the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
Did you notify Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And did she answer?
No.
And what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And
That's an important
She answered.
detail,
No,
because if
she
you killed her,
didn't
you probably
answer.
wouldn't have called her,
And At
right?
some point, I
Twice?
texted her.
Unless he really,
after
what?
that.
And then texting her?
well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one,
What's up with the objections for leading questions? That's all this is. We're way into this.
I don't know. The state doesn't seem to care right now for whatever reason on this issue
so, no.
about the leading question thing. I mean, he
Number
started
two,
with like the most leading questions
it's-
ever.
it's
He
not
started with,
unusual
Did you
But
use
generally
this gun
not
and you're like it to commit
be
the
able to
murder?
give somebody all the time when they're at the house or they're it's on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was. So, no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Alameda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped? Do
I
you
was
recall?
getting my phone that my phone had gotten, there was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No,
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
no.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way.
Wow,
that I
insightful.
drive.
Drive it out, Roger. Thanks.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but, I mean, I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but, I mean, did it cause me to go into any, it wasn't like I was shocked. But, I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I distinctly remember, you know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels, and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I would think I called them. But as I sit here right now, I'm not positive, but I would think I did. Would think I tried to call them to see.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
Okay. This is
I did.
interesting behavior, interesting
What'd you see?
reaction.
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of.
I would like to see a body language analysis. Like, what the hell? Like, you know.
So bad. Can I have some water? Yeah, I went to
If he's acting, he's a better actor than some people we've seen on the stand.
AIDS,
Did you
baby.
see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Pawpaw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just
looks
went back and
credible to me,
forth
bro.
between them.
Yeah.
Were you going to
I'm not
Paul and
getting
Maggie
exception
while
or
you were
anything
on the
like
phone with the 911 operators?
The cross will be interesting.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll go into how he
Yes.
was liked by everyone, got along with everyone, was able to fool his partners for years and years and years. A man,
little bit.
master,
We're going to play the 911
master
tape.
deceiver.
And I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement, it's been played here in the
Your
court.
hair is red like the devil.
Did you? What did you do when you went up to Paul at some point in time?
And Paul, Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over.
I don't know how I'd
Tried to
react
grab
in
him
that
by the belt
situation.
loop and try to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And
How did you not get blood all over you while you're doing this? Is it going to be a really
Do you have
interesting
any
question?
idea
to
how
ask.
it popped out?
Where's all the blood?
Yeah.
I mean,
If they don't deal
I
with
know
it
it came
now.
out of his pocket when I pulled on his.
You
belt.
gotta talk about the blood.
When I pulled him to turn him over, and it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over. No. No.
What side of the on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Okay.
I mean,
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
Do you know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I couldn't tell you anything about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down. It was around like. I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know. It was so bad. Excuse me.
Where's the blood, though?
That's gonna be the. That's
Touching
gonna be
them,
the.
where's the blood?
That's
I know I
going
went
to be
back
the
and
issue.
forth. I mean, I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
I'd like to play, Doug, the Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9. And Doug, this is the long version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22 hours, 7 minutes, 9 seconds.
I'm still here, okay?
Colleton County Communications.
Carlton, I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147 Mobile Road. He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alan, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there, I know I got out of the car. And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I don't think I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so that's what I think I'm talking about.
Okay. Keep going, please.
Oh, no. Hell no. Do it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a
4
vehicle?
minutes.
No, ma'am.
Cross is where you.
Around out of my kennel.
For the audience, direct examination is just give me a speech and tell me how everything works in your favor.
Okay.
Cross-examination
Did you see anyone?
wins cases. Cross-examination wins or lose cases. We can just skip all this shit and go straight to cross.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain
I'll be right back.
face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No. There's here.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Alec, right in there, you say the word here. What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call, one of the first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing, and I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. When you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were In the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels. They were wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose. I didn't do anything with any dogs.
Was there anybody with you?
No.
All right, keep going, please.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
There. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
Okay. What kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving?
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was, I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him, and I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
So, Al, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that, and I said approximately to her question.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
No, I talked to her in person.
You talked to her in person?
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them moving.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that you got? And how did you load this gun? What did you load it with, if anything?
That was gun, as best I can remember. I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. That would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells. So.
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16-gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16-gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16-gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16-gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you put a
12-gauge.
16-gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16-gauge shell in a 12-gauge gun and not. I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I just didn't know. I didn't know. I mean, you know, saw it. I don't know. I mean, it's just. I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Though. You come home and see two people dead. Yeah, I'm gonna go for the gun too. Like, yo, we gotta.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. In my middle of nowhere, it takes the police forever to get down there. You better believe it.
And does anything look out of place?
ma'am, not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some more. Back up some more, please.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't want you to ever move. Yeah.
A gun just in case.
Well, that's unfortunate because I'm getting one for my own protection. This is going to take you
What
guys
is your
forever to get
telephone
out here,
number?
assuming you come at all, because you're not obligated.
I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am,
Does anything look out of place? Yes, my son's brains are no longer inside
not
his skull.
particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay. Well, I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
It's too many people. Over the phone. One second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
It was more than one person.
My son knows. And my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son now.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
All right. Roll to the next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
This is a whole bloody phone.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are? Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them, trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Alec, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
And, can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al, you informed the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I mean, I don't believe there was any formal police reports or that type of thing. But I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
Okay. So were you saying he had filed some official report when you said yes?
No, I never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that. No.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that there was a time when he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much and I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students. But anyway, he reached out to Pawpaw and wanted to talk to him. And I mean, at first we were concerned, why they want to talk to him? And I mean, even I believe I had Paul come talk to you about that because we were concerned. Well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that it was really just I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay. But, just make sure he was okay. And I know that, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Keep going, Doug.
Now, what's your son's name?
Paul.
Paul?
Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you, can you put your gun in your vehicle for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flash Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right, we're getting them out there to you, okay? All right.
So, Alec, did you call family after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And then you just mentioned Rodo? You mean
Rogan. We call him Roro. I called him Roro.
Why did you try to call Rogan?
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles.
Thank you, Jane, for the nice super chat.
I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
Well, I've stayed as long as I could to listen
Have
to.
you seen Rogan's
this
name on
sport
his
fest.
phone? Anyway, that
Just
night.
a friendly
No.
note to please check out my friend Nate the Lawyer. I have tagged him in the video description in case you don't have a link to his channel. Got some great content out there and a good personal
called,
friend as well. So make sure to check out all those.
Did Rogan
links.
answer?
Nate, thanks for joining us.
No.
Thanks.
you try-
Hopefully, I'll be
try
back after I
multiple
finish
times?
my stuff for the day.
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan. I mean, I'm trying to call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I mean, I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09 you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
There's also an entry, Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history, pulling up the restaurant, and I obviously was trying to call people or dialing, and I hit that. I wasn't doing any Google searches.
And is one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years. And he's a good guy, but we're not personal friends, so I certainly wasn't calling him.
So were you, what does that indicate to you, that those actions on your phone, how do you account for that?
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my phone trying to call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
Whaley's Restaurant's where it's at, though. Although, if you're in Walterboro with the trial, Duke's Barbecue and Grill.
I want to ask you,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have you go to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
hat box, the amazing hat store called Hat Box on 6th Street, right across from Driscoll. I'll have to check it out. I'm not sure that I've ever seen the particular store, but I will check it out. Hat Box on 6th Street, right across from Driscoll. I know exactly where that is. Driscoll is a kick-ass hotel. For those of you who are not familiar with Austin, it's a very opulent hotel. Very nice.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. Step down. We cannot discuss your testimony.
Yeah. So you can't discuss his testimony because he's in the middle of being on the stand. That would be witness tampering at this point. Well, chandelier, clock, and seal are all back at the same time, so I'm not sure what this says about that drama. But yeah, I mean, Nate is right, by the way, that like this is all just tell me your story, and you know it's all reasonable, it's credible. You know, the fact that he's making misdials because he's in a complete, you know, if you assume innocence, as we're supposed to, you know, the fact that he is dialing and making some misdials and, you know, making some mistakes as he's inputting things. I mean, I can't really speak to this particular situation. I can speak to occasionally. I can speak to, you know, a situation in which I had to call 911 from my home and couldn't remember my
No,
own
I did not believe he
address.
was going to be on the stand, and it was pretty.
So I mean, I can't believe, I can't even begin to think what would happen under this level of stress, to be quite honest. So, you know, for just like, you know, for a situation in which I thought 911 was warranted, but a situation which, you know, was nowhere near this level of intensity, I couldn't remember my own address. So, I mean, if you had this level of intensity, you know, I don't know how you would begin to react. So, but they haven't explained the blood thing. They haven't asked any about it with blood, and they haven't asked about the clothes he was wearing, which are obvious areas of cross. And like, you want to ideally, as the defense lawyer, get in front of that, because this is inevitable. Right? These are inevitable things. And if you're going to wind up confessing to the financial stuff, then you probably want to do that now, rather than wait for the state to do it, because you know it's coming up. It's inevitable at this point. So, areas that have not been adequately addressed right now is so he just says it's a lie about the thing at the kennels, right? There were other explanations other than it being a lie. He was mistaken. We've talked a lot about that, how memory can work and things like that. But no, he says it's a lie, so fine. And he wants to get out in front of that, so that makes sense. He talks about the chicken, and he talks about the dog, and he talks about how he reacted when he got back, and everything sort of makes sense as far as it goes so far. So, you know, that's sort of where we're at. Okay, cool. So I was having some problems with the browser. I'm not sure how much of that you missed or hurt or stuff, but there's some problems with the my browser interface. But we're back. We're back. It's all good. Yeah, my browser was being a little bit funky, but we're back. You missed a minute. So I didn't hit the wrong buttons. It was my browser was just lagging. So it wasn't a user error. It was the browser being the browser. You missed like a minute and a half of rant. Okay, so I'll just go back and say what I was saying then again. I think the defense has to talk about some of the obvious problems. The defense has to, at least in my view, if they're going to talk, if Alex is going to confess to the financial crimes, I think that he should do that now. I can't restart the browser. If I restart the browser completely, I'm not sure how that will deal with the stream. Because this is a browser-based stream. It's in browser. So if I restart the browser completely, I think it will crash the stream. So I can't restart the browser completely. Anyways, he has to, if he's going to confess to the financial crimes, which I think he has to, because the state's going to ask, and what's he going to do? Evade it? It's going to kill his credibility. What's he going to do? Deny it? It's going to kill his credibility. So I think he has to admit it. If he's going to admit it, I think he has to do it now, under direct. At some point in direct, I think he has to do it. And I think that he needs to deal with the change of clothes. And I think he needs to deal with why there's no blood on his clothes if he's touching them, right? If he's touching them and there's blood everywhere, why there's no blood anywhere on him, right? There should be a lot of blood. It should be a bloody mess, not little specks of tiny amounts of blood, right? It should be a lot of blood, and the blood is missing. So yeah, there was a detection of blood on the steering wheel, but nothing like the amounts of blood I would think that we'd be talking about, right? That we found some specks of blood on the steering wheel is not the amount of blood that I would expect to be in this situation. The blood, as far as I'm concerned, is missing, right? And at least the amount of blood we should be talking about. And I think the defense has to deal with that, and I don't think they're dealing with it right now, right? So I think that the why is it missing is exactly the problem. And he said the belt and waist. I would still think the amount of blood would be a lot, especially given Paul. There should be a lot of blood, and there's not. Wasn't it raining? Maybe that's the answer to the question, but I don't know. I just feel like the defense needs to do something with it on direct. Whatever the answer is. Maybe it's raining, maybe that's the answer. But I feel like you got to do it on direct, because you want to do it when you have control. Right? You don't want the state to be like, and why is there no blood? Because there's a good rule that if you're explaining, you're losing, which is not a universal rule, but if you're explaining, you're losing. So you rather just want to say it rather than having to say it. There is a material difference, in my view, between you being the one who's saying it and saying literally the exact same thing in response to an accusation. So if the scenario is, I'm going to say the thing versus I will say exactly the same thing, but only in response to your question, those are not perceived the same by the viewer or the listener. At least in my view, they're not. So it is better to be the one who says it rather than to be a response. All things being considered. So unless there's special considerations, which I'm not a member of the defense team or a member of the strategy, so maybe there's special considerations, or maybe they really think that somehow it will, these are all general rules. Obviously, they're general rules. And so it's not like there's not a reason to depart from these rules. So I'm not saying that if the defense team has it as, the state's going to come out with this crushing accusation and I'm going to come out with this answer that's going to be so good, it's just going to make the state just cry. They're going to come out with this, and you did blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, it's this really simple explanation. And ha, 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 don't you look like the fool? So, if there's that kind of idea, then, fine. Right? So these are just generalized rules. Maybe in the specific, maybe there's a reason to do something else. I'm not so sure about that, but I it makes me nervous It makes me nervous because the questions are coming. Where are the clothes that you were wearing earlier that day in the Snapchat video? Where are those clothes? Why is there no blood anywhere on the clothes you were wearing after you say that you checked them and touched them and tried to turn them over and stuff? Like, where is the blood? It's all over your clothes. So I would deal with it now. Whatever the answer is, I would deal with it now. You deal with it when you're in control. And then, like, the state can't be like, you were hiding from us the whole time because they didn't ask you this question. Dun, dun, dun. Be like, no, we've already covered this ground. So you take all the wind out of the sail. That's sort of what I think about it, though. Yeah, well, it's the state's responsibility to ask for those clothes, not the defense. But the questions on cross, one way or another, right? Where are the clothes? Where are they? And there's a lot of ways that question can be asked on cross. There's a lot of different ways that question can be asked. But where are the clothes? You imagine some version of that question will be asked on cross. So why not deal with it now? That's why I'm thinking about it. And yeah, will direct go into financials? I think they kind of have to for the same reason. Right? If you don't deal with it, the questions are coming. The questions are coming. So I think you kind of have to deal with it now. To the 1,200 of you currently watching, by the way, thank you very much. Apparently, I lost a couple hundred of you. I guess when the stream froze or something, I lost 300 of you. That's annoying. I don't have much trial experience. That's true. Most of my work is transactional. But, I've taken trial advocacy and things like that in trial class and trial preps classes. So telling you about a lot of things I've learned. But yeah, most of my work is transactional. But these are things that you would learn from trial advocacy courses, which I've taken, and reading trial advocacy books. So just telling you things that you can, as you read and you learn things about this. Yeah, transactional law is still real, not unreal. I've done a little trial work in pro bono outside my field, incidentally, but not much. So I'm not going to claim like I've had a lot. I'm not going to claim that I have a lot of pragmatic experience. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's like I've done a little bit of trial work, but not much. And it's been pro bono. I'm outside my field, but these are things that you learn about in trial advocacy courses and by reading great trial advocates books. I don't think the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I have reasonable doubts, which is all I'm supposed to be able to. That's the only question I'm supposed to be really asking myself is, do I have reasonable doubts? That's really the only question I'm supposed to ask myself. Is like, has the state proven it beyond a reasonable doubt? In other words, do I have reasonable doubts? I have reasonable doubts. And that's all I need. I think Alex had to take the stand? No, not really. How do you assess witness risk? Well, there's lots of ways of doing that. One of the ways that you would do that if you're prepping this is by one of the ways you could do this if you have a team of people is you have someone either on your team or otherwise to play the prosecutor, and you just have someone who just thinks about all the questions that they would ask and just start trying to generate things. So your red team, blue team is one way to do it. You do mock trials, you simulate them.
You may bring the jury.
Heb is the best grocery store in the world. I think Wegmans. %82 of you would vote not guilty based on the poll right now. Pronounced HEB. Fair. Can I explain how to purchase gift memberships? Sure. Here's the link.
Thank you.
Oh, you
Yes,
want to
sir.
purchase gift memberships? Then you have to do it from the super. Then you have to do from the super. You just do the super chat. You press the little dollar sign below the chat, and instead of super chat, it should say buy gift membership. You have to be a member to buy gift memberships, but you should press the dollar sign where it says super chat.
You talked about going to
buy gift memberships that way.
Paul's body and Maggie's body. Do you recall getting blood on you, on your hands, or any part of you?
Yes. Okay.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
Sunshine for the gift
I
membership.
know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you differentiate, whether it was Maggie or Paul?
It's probably both. Except with so much blood.
Yeah. Was it so much blood though? That's
There. Turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but I assume it got there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think maybe there's possibly blood on this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
There's did you submit to a GSR examination that night?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Murdaugh testified about.
Where your hands were swabbed?
That's right.
And then your
Thank you, Kelly.
clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts. And did you handle this gun? This is
Yes.
this is item 22 that.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
And I think Nolan had testified that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were part of this case, provided results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't provided at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
Well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Just to be clear, were you anywhere in the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
How you feeling, Sean? I can't hear you.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle, you remember changing in? You remember what you changed into?
Sean, I don't have any volume from you.
Do I remember?
Yeah.
Is it on my
I
end?
know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I don't.
You don't remember? Okay.
Don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure.
Uh,
And other people have talked about this. I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you spend the night, or where did you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. No, I'm doing better. Thank you for asking. Hope you're doing better. Did you just did the chat get killed or the stream get killed?
I had to reboot the browser, and I hope it didn't screw up everything when I did it, because
Shit.
my browser was acting weird.
Oh. Well, in the meantime, he's doing 100 times better than I expected him.
Just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, we'll get to more of that.
Great. So yeah, my browser was acting weird, so I just
When you went
created
back
a
to
new
Moselle
window.
on the morning of
Fortunately, didn't break everything when I did that. So
June the
yeah.
8th, did you do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower
I'm
at all?
glad to hear that you're doing
Now I know
well.
we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there.
They were coming. To tell them, see them. We got up, and we got up from Alameda, and we left, and we went to Moselle.
And do you know? Do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that. I knew they were doing it. Yeah. I knew they would. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember. I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that. But I knew SLED, was coming in there. We made the house available for them to come in there. So I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars. Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full, whatever they wanted, they were welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get data off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS data from phones.
And why was it important to you to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where I was saying I went, what I did, GPS. You know, at that point in time, I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone, did you know her password to her phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes.
Did she know your password?
Yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right. And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone, she used them frequently?
All the time. One of Maggie's things that she liked to do was there's that app called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Pawpaw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion, the three girls, Lizzie, and there were a few others, but the people that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and she'd love to text you, get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, she follow you and see where you were. She used it all the time. And so, you know, I just knew that there would be GPS data on Maggie's phone.
Alex, when you're being interviewed on the night of June 7th and again on June the 10th, what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On June the 7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
What's the question again?
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
And the basis for the objection?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
What do you mean?
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What he said is important, Your Honor.
Response.
This was mindset.
Well, I can. It goes to his, you know, his follow. It goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Objection sustained.
Really? Man.
Did
Okay.
why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's phone?
I knew at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paul and Mags that I was a suspect. I mean, they kept talking about this circle, but I mean, I knew that it was very important for me to find that, to get that.
And what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
And when was the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
No, I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten. And, the testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th?
Yes, sir.
Like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
No. I mean, I was attached to Buster at the hip. But, I mean...
And what happened on...
I wasn't.
What happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably a few minutes away.
And who stayed there? Did John Marvin and his wife Liz stay there as well?
Yes, John and Lizzie. All right, John and Lizzie stayed there, and their kids, Bus and Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend and his wife came in there. I believe they came before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed at Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial service?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
And then your father's funeral was on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, that's when we put Paul and Mags. That's when we buried him. We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday, because I don't think they were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral?
All right, Monday. I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville.
At some point Monday?
In the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that morning?
Where did you stay?
We stayed at Greenfield Sunday night. So we woke up at Greenfield on Monday.
And so, and Sunday night you were with the same family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and...
That's right.
Okay. And Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
And Somerville is where Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days? In Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been so excited. So she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went up?
Baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, and
Lake Kiwi, that
when
sounds
she
very
had
familiar. I think that's where all the
baby.
rich people live.
I want to say the baby might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiwi. But they live in Greenville.
On the morning of June 16th, I think that was that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday. Where'd you wake up?
Somerville.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday?
Yes, sir.
I don't believe so.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville. I didn't go to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Okay. Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Okay. Did you, did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house at Alameda?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't any time around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked briefly about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview, starting at 5.
It's definitely on the list of places I could see myself living in Greenville, South Carolina. It's a cool place. It's really come into its own in the last 20 years.
Tell me again what it is.
Really
This
nice
August
little
11th
artistic community
interview,
up
starting
there.
at 5 minutes and 52
That
seconds.
corridor up
All
there,
right.
near the mountains, Appalachian. Greenville's cool.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
East Texas, well, I'm heading over that way. I'm looking at moving to Houston this fall. So, I grew up in Columbia. Yeah, I grew up in Columbia. Graduated for Clemson, which is near Greenville.
And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said
No, I
8:30
didn't
to
go
9:30
South
in the
Carolina
morning?
Law. I went to University of Akron in
And then I
Ohio.
think said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like? What time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug States Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm. And I told them that we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you have a key card, and you have a key card in your wallet, and so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
And was that a common response of yours when you were asked about specific times, that you would give them your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is States Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
And looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda on the night of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that SLED was going to come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be talking to?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper, it went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and structured the investigation, just things that were totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things. So I wasn't taking any chances.
I want to ask you about, you can take that down, Doug. Thank you. Ask you about the August 11th interview with David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
August 11th, absolutely.
Had you requested that meeting?
I've been requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet with me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T, There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said.
You're the only guy in the circle. You're the prime suspect. What's the difference?
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, I mean, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
And and during that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it. But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes in that meeting on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in...
And do you remember what kind of pants?
It was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short-sleeve button-down. I call it a dress shirt, but a short-sleeve button-down dress shirt.
Like shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short-sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting was led with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they made an issue about that in that meeting, and I asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back? When she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? It's specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
Did they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Sir?
Is that objection, Your Honor?
Reasons for the objection.
401, 402, and beyond in speculation, Your Honor.
That's not speculation. There's no blood on them.
It's a matter of public record.
Yeah.
It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt and the blood test
It's a matter of public record.
filed in this case, yes, sir.
The objection is overruled.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue.
Sounds about right.
And that's in the weeks.
This is where
leading up
having
to
an
this trial.
attorney testifying helps.
No. Alec, after the
Well, he's beating him hard.
Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th and 8th, where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
Right. Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Because too many painful memories would be the most logical answer.
Yeah.
Could have. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? Well, we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the lake, Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes.
that would be so the first week up until my dad's funeral. Then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there.
Thank you for the
I would
nice
go to
super
John and
chat,
Lizzie's
Stella,
sometimes
and the
when,
Silver Leaf. Very kind of you.
Buster wasn't there.
I appreciate your
But
smiling fox sticker.
Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there.
Could you do me a favor, Sean?
I had clothes at Randy's.
Because I'm having some sort of audio
I had
problem.
clothes
I wonder if
at
rejoining would help.
John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville, and I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
Is it better now?
No, this.
For some reason, your audio seems to be coming
Were your
through
clothes
my
spread out? A lot of
desktop
different
audio
places.
rather than my earphone audio, and I'm not
Yes.
sure why.
All right. Thank you.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes.
I can just bounce if that's going to
Please
be a
not
problem for you.
discuss the
I
case.
don't want to make it too difficult.
No, it's we'll make it work. I just don't know. It's a problem on my end, I'm sure, and I don't know why. When the technology doesn't work, it frustrates me, and I want to punch things.
Sure.
of Alex Murdaugh, who is testifying.
So we don't need to hear any more from our friends at Law and Crime. Goodbye. All right. So far, so good. I mean, I still think there's some holes the defense is not addressing for whatever reason they don't want to address them. For example, on the clothing issue, it's like, well, my clothing didn't become an issue until now, and they've never requested my clothing. But like the most logical question from the state is like, can we have the clothing? And like, or where is the clothing? Or there's a lot of different ways about what is the deal with the clothing? What is the deal with the clothing? Still is a potent line of attack. So the defense is skirting around the edges of the issue, but they're not really dealing with the issue, and there's a lot of obvious problem there. What resonates with you, I suppose, Sean? We'll just
I'm just impressed with him. I just thought he was going to be awful up there. I just had a bad feeling about it, but he's able to use his knowledge as an attorney to point out where they're lacking. And he brought up the whole issue of, well, you guys never asked about this, and the state tried to object, about the blood spatter. And yes, it's part of the trial. It's already a fact and evidence. There was no blood spatter on anything they found. So I think he's able to articulate and drive some points home. And I actually have the feeling when the state tries to come after him, he's going to say, I'm sure he's going to say it because, he's not bound by the same rules as an attorney really at this point. He's going to say, is that before or after you guys ruined the crime scene? Is that before or after you guys bumbled your way through this or that? And I think the state's got to be very careful because if they try to come at him and say, well, and he's going to say, and you kept on saying, we all make mistakes, don't you? Yeah, I can see him coming back with some of these answers and, you're allowed to make, these guys are allowed to make a mistake, but I can't.
Yeah, really.
I think they're going to, I just think they're going to have a tough time. So as much as I was afraid of him testifying, I said it on Jeff's stream. I'll definitely eat that crow.
Yeah, I think the defense might be making a slight mistake by not dealing with the events. The way they dealt with the events as he's leaving Moselle and as he returned to Moselle felt a little superficial in some ways, and sort of like the time frame. Like they could have stepped through it a little bit more in a little bit more detail, I think, because it just felt a little superficial and sort of both. Like I was at the kennels and then kind of left, and then there's
see
just
that.
some unanswered questions that could have been a little bit more, trying to reconstruct the timeline and stuff like that. And same problem on the way back. I felt like there was a similar problem. Like there was a fair amount of detail about, how he reacted and calling 911 and stuff like that. But the timeline about what happens exactly when he gets back is a little bit vague for my taste. It feels like it's an avenue for cross there as well.
I think so, but I think you also run into the issue of Alex saying, well, we would know, but you guys screwed up getting all the data. Like I was driving back. I mean, I also think there's a bit of an issue of when you're driving back, I drove home. So I don't know how much you're supposed to be able to wring out of that. It's just, I drove home. It was simple, uneventful. It's kind of like if you were coming to your office instead, if you weren't in your apartment, I'd say, Kurt, how'd you get there today? I drove here. You aren't really going to think about it. It's uneventful generally. So I think they're trying to show, I think they're just trying to show it was very normal. There was anything different about that day up to that.
Yeah. I mean, when we were talking about it, the possibility of it being like a memory lapse or confusion rather than being a lie, I talked about this. I've definitely had experiences where I've gone to work and been conscious of the fact that I can't remember how I got there. Like when I used to drive to work every day.
Yeah.
And it's like, I've definitely had experiences where like, I am conscious of the fact that I have no memory of driving to work.
Yeah.
I must have, because
you could have run someone over.
Happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, because it's just something your brain kind of filters out because it's just a normal everyday occurrence and nothing interesting happened. So, yeah. So, I mean, there's possibilities there, but since he's admitted to the fact that it being a lie, we no longer have to do the memory expert thing. And It just feels like there's a lot of avenues on cross where the state can try to like pin him down, and to the extent that they can't be pinned down and he's squirming, that's going to be a problem. Like if the answer is I don't remember, I'd rather that answer come out on direct than on cross. Because again, at least to my mind, and I did trial advocacy courses and I've read trial advocacy books.
Yeah,
Like if
try
you
not
have
to
bad
say that.
information, it's like you always want to get in front of it. There is a substantive perceptual difference between me volunteering in the first instance, I don't remember, versus you coming and asking me a question and me saying I don't remember. It's the same information, but we don't perceive it that way.
Oh, exactly,
And
exactly.
and so there, if that's the answer, it feels like there's answers, and it's like, well, I don't remember, I don't know, I don't remember. It's like, okay, now you're seeming evasive as opposed to it just being more understandable and relatable when you have the ability to control it.
You're
Same
right about
problem with like the clothing. It's
Mhm.
like it's an obvious avenue of attack. Well, where is the clothing? Where is it? I don't know. Oh, okay.
Well, it's been
It's like,
it's been a year or so now.
yeah, but but it's just it's a thing where it's attackable. And you
I think they have to
reached
be
out and touched them. Why isn't there more blood on your clothing? Why is there, it's like you say we didn't find any blood. Why didn't we find any blood?
I think they have to be careful about that because that's
Well,
I'm
obviously
not a-
you ask the question. You don't ask the question quite that way.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
well, I'm just saying
obviously.
in general, they have to be very careful about all those because, see, I don't know. You guys are the ones with the experts. I'm just this.
I wish I knew the answer to that
Yeah.
question, but you guys completely destroyed my surety
Yeah.
for testing, so we weren't able to do testing of our own.
Well, there's that too. I wish I knew the answer, but apparently your guys screwed up the crime scene. I think that's something he can keep hammering them back on every time. I'd love to know the answer, but I offered all this evidence up and your guys never took it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't find this. I couldn't find that. It's like you guys didn't check you guys didn't go for stuff. I mean, I think they have to be very careful about how they ask these questions because he is that quick. He's going to be that good on his feet. And, this is where, and I don't know if they realize that. I mean, I doubt those guys have ever cross-examined an attorney before, really. A very hostile
Probably not.
attorney.
Probably not.
And I did a little research about him. I guess I should have realized this. He had to have, he's not just a settle guy. He's definitely a litigator. And I guarantee he's gone into court and, slay the dragon multiple times. So, this is a caliber of attorney that he's I guess I'll say it. I would argue his skills and capabilities probably exceed the prosecution's by far.
May well do.
But that also
May well do.
that leads you to pride comes before the fall. But
Yeah, there's always a real possibility of that. DUI guy, how are you doing, sir?
Hey, Larry, how you doing?
Larry.
Oh, Slug got him.
Larry, I can't hear him at all. Can you hear me?
Oh, Bob, you're saying, do you think there's a shouting competition? I don't think so. Alex is just going to be, right on point on things. I mean, they're going to try to yell at him, but I think he'll keep his composure. And if they end up yelling at him and he stays calm, that's going to hurt them really bad.
Hey, guys.
Oh,
how you doing, sir?
Sorry, I've never used that before, so I had to adjust the microphone and speaker issues.
No problem. I blame me. It's definitely my fault because I'm using the
No, it's
different
all
app.
good,
I'm not
man.
using StreamYard. I'm not using StreamYards like all the cool kids. So it's my fault.
No. Why is that? Do you not like StreamYard?
Well, the nice thing about Melon as an app is because it's integrated into Streamlabs. It means I can get notifications popped up on screen, which StreamYards does not support. So if someone gives a super chat, I'm able to actually get that as a pop-up on the screen itself, which is kind of nice.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah.
Yeah. So when they super chat or they gift, it automatically displays right on the screen and gives a nice little reward. So that way they get some acknowledgement and stuff. So I did it for that reason, basically.
Be able to, raise the volume. It's so quiet. I literally have to hold it up to my ear. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or.
No. Okay. Well, I don't know what the issue there is. So why don't you tell us a little bit about how things are being perceived in the courtroom?
I have no idea. I was not there today. I was in the media room.
Okay. How are things going in the media room?
Definitely, even in the media room, we had fireworks because everybody. It was kind of like really split. People thinking, is he going to testify? Is he not going to testify? Is he going to testify? Is he not going to testify? The people who were like attorneys in the room that I spoke to in the morning when I got a chance, standing in line, is that they were saying that he's going to take the stand, and I'm like, all right, why? And pretty much the universal thing that I thought, that Nick thought, we all independently came up with this. It's the one that makes the most sense. He has nothing left to lose, and so there's no reason for him not to. Even if he watches it, he's not doing it. He doesn't care about this case. He's not testifying to get a not guilty verdict. He is testifying for the community. It's almost like a reverse Johnny Depp in a way. He already has lost this case. He's just trying to win the hearts of his family and his neighbors. And so he doesn't care. And I think that's why, over the advice of his attorneys, who tried to limit the testimony. Like, you can't limit cross-examination. Everything's fair game that's been coming in. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But okay, fine. They're trying.
I appreciated the ballsiness of the try.
You gotta
it
try,
appealed to
yes.
me. I appreciate the ballsiness of the try.
But we all know that was going to fail. And I'm waiting on James from court. He should be somewhere behind me. He just joined Joe's stream, and he's going to be coming in, and we're going to stream on my channel, talking about his reactions, his observation of the jury reactions. So, but I'll be honest, I don't think I missed anything by not seeing the jury today. I imagine the jury is very entranced, but confused, because I was not buying what he was putting down, and I don't think the jurors are either. The overwhelming majority of the public, when I was tweeting out of the media room, are kind of unanimous, and it's, for the most part, like 9 out of 10 people are like, I don't believe him. 1 out of 10 are like, I believe him.
Okay. That's an interesting perception, because I thought he came off as fairly credible. I mean, he has a reputation as being a people person, someone who gets along with people, and I felt like his perceptions were good. And if he's acting, he's a better actor than Amber Heard. So that was nice.
I made a poll about, it was so disgusting. I still can't believe I did it, but to me, it's funny. I said, who did it better? You know, the fake tears and the testimony, Amber Heard or Alex Murdaugh?
That's not even close.
And I made a poll for that.
It's Murdaugh 10 times out of 10. Give that man a fucking Oscar.
Well, now we know that, but in the beginning, I wasn't sure, and I made the poll at the beginning of his testimony. Yeah. But you're right. But I don't know. Did you see any tears? Again, it did not feel. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in this, but according to the responses I got, I guess I'm not alone.
I think, Larry, I kind of agree with you. I think when he got to the point where he's like, well, I need some water and all that, that seemed a little bit much. It's like, I understand why that stuff wasn't also ready. He's going to need all of that. Because I think when people are like, I need this, right? I need my water, I need my teddy bear, I need my whoopee, before I can keep going. It's like, come on. You knew this was going to happen. You knew you were going to get to this point. I don't think it's a surprise. So, yeah, I thought that was a little staged myself.
Yeah.
So have you gotten any sense from being down there, by talking to the community at large, how people seem to be perceiving the trial, or have you been able to get any sense of how people's perceptions might have changed from the beginning of this trial, or?
A little bit, not as much as I would have liked. that James? Yeah. Well, listen, I hate to cut you off. I will
No,
be
you're fine.
streaming on my channel in a couple minutes. I just don't want to keep him because he's got to get back in court. And I'll try and get in after lunch, but I'm not putting money on it.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you were able to stop by for as long as you were.
Yeah, I saw your link and I was like, I have to. I love your channel, man.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Well,
I'll
thank
be
you,
back.
Larry. Thanks, Larry. I'll talk to you again soon.
See you, Larry.
Bye-bye.
Talk to you. Bye. Bye, potentially criminal.
Yep. See you.
Yeah, I think his perceptions are valid, and the people in the media room's perceptions are valid. And I don't consider myself exceptionally good at being able to like read people in terms of believability. So I would discount my own perceptions in this regard as to someone else's perceptions in this regard. I think this is an area where I'm relatively weaker than other people. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. I accept this, so my ability to determine his truthfulness or believability, and other people are like, I perceive it this way. I'm like, okay, well, fair enough. So, and also I figured out the audio issue I was having. It was totally on my end, and
okay.
I'm an idiot.
Well, I don't. Yeah, it's all right. You got it fixed.
Yeah.
So
all those good things.
Yeah, I just I know people are saying like, oh, if you get dry mouth, you need to be like, he needs a glass of water. I'm not saying that he didn't need one, but that should all be sitting there ready to go.
Yeah.
Because if you're asking for it, it looks like you're kind of stalling. He's going to be crying, so he's already got tissues and stuff. So just have that all ready to go. It takes that 1 second, and that I think it looks a little more measured. It looks a little more, So I don't know. There was.
Oh no, there might be value in asking for it.
Yeah, maybe
on the stand.
So, but yeah, I think ultimately he's gonna. I think he's going to do a good job against the state, and I think the state needs to be very careful.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the state, if the state can totally screw this up. Waters in particular could wind himself. It depends. Yeah, who winds up doing the cross? Who would imagine it's Waters?
God. If it's not, imagine if it's that guy from the younger guy from yesterday dealing with the
guy who did the cross of the expert who came off as so snotty.
Yeah, well, he's done a bunch of the experts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That guy's gonna be. Oh God. Yeah, Alex will fucking eat him alive. Alex actually will be guilty of a murder. We'll be able to verify that murder at least when he kills that guy, because that's what's going to happen. And I don't know if Creighton Waters is going to do it. I don't know if
How can you not though? How can you not have the how can you not have the ego to be like, I'm going to be the one that's going to cross?
Oh yeah, everybody said
I'm just the greatest.
Yeah, he's been objecting, so he's doing cross. Yeah,
that's fair. That is usually how that works. So yeah, that's usually how that works. Yeah,
Waters is not as good as he thinks he is.
No, he's not. So he could definitely crater this thing. Yeah. So I think I just feel like the defense, at least in my mind, is not doing as much as I think they could do in terms of getting in front of the bad stuff as much as they could. And I'm not sure the degree to which that's deliberate or not, because they know the questions are coming, and maybe they feel like they can win that battle rather than front ending it, but it feels risky.
I don't know. I think they'd rather go with less is more right now, but and it is something I guess I didn't give as much weight to. He's going away no matter what happens. So yeah, screw it. I don't care if you think I want the world to know my story, so he's going to say it no matter what. I think they're trying to leave some out and see if they can get the prosecution to bite, because It's, I mean, they know where all the holes were. The way that the defense has done things, I think they have intentionally set traps. So, going through things, especially when they had some of their experts on direct, I think they set the state up a couple of times. So, I think they've got a plan.
Cool.
Yeah, I hope so, at least.
So, what else is going on in your channel? Anything good coming up on your channel?
Yeah, well, tonight, my weekly show, 9:30, covering a lot of things. One other thing that's going to be interesting is, I don't know if you saw this with the grand jury out of Georgia, out of Fulton County, where the
I heard about it vaguely.
She's been all over the news.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the rules in Georgia specifically, but pretty much every other state, when you're on a grand jury, you're supposed to have lips like a statue, and you're not supposed to be running around talking about what you've done. Now, I think she's been playing cute with things, like she's not saying exactly what's going on, but I highly doubt this woman consulted with an attorney before she did it, because certainly, like, you come knock on my door and you're like, "Hey, I was on a grand jury. Should I go talk to the news about it?" I'll be like, "No, nope,
Yeah,
not
no.
not like this, not like that. Don't do it at all." That's one of them. There's a couple other things we're going to be talking about, but that was one of the bigger ones. Obviously, this too, but it'll be on it's 9:30 on YouTube, Rumble, wherever else you find it. Yeah, there'll be a lot of fun tonight. Stop by.
Excellent.
And if
Well, make sure to check out Sean and Potentially Criminal. Check out his channel and all that stuff. Should be a fun ride.
Oh, it should be. Always a fun time. Usually it's about an hour and a half or so not too long. You can also find me on Locals, the Potentially Criminal. Find me pretty much everywhere. Rumble, BitChute. On Twitter, I'm at LawTubeSean. So then you can find me at Kiwi Farms well, I'm not going to give that one out. So
Kiwi Farms. Are you coming to Vegas, Sean?
No. Well, before I got sick, I was scheduled for a divorce hearing on Monday morning. That was supposed to go all day, and I'm the guardian on it. I got hired as the guardian, so I'm set to do it. But now that's getting bumped, but it also seems like they might reach a settlement, which is good for them. But no, I would have, even if I had him like this point, I'd have been sick. I'd have been screwed. So nope, not going to Vegas. Are you going?
I am going.
So are you hopping on a plane right after this, or
Friday? I think my flight's at 4 or something on Friday.
Okay. Well, I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think it'll be a lot of fun for you guys.
Depending on how this goes, I might try to do the cross in the morning. Or assuming that we're still in the morning, so I might do a stream in the morning. Depending on how it goes.
I wonder if he's going to. The judge will just, like, if they start on cross today, they're just going to let him go, because I have a feeling even the state's going to be like, no, we want to keep going. I wonder if the judge will let him go long tonight, because this is it, really. At least to me, if I was the judge, I'd be like, no, we're going to do that. Like, this is the high water mark. We're going to do this one up. Sorry,
Keep him there. I don't know. I think this is a multi-day thing.
Yeah.
We're well into tomorrow.
Yep. Well, I mean, maybe. Somebody here was wondering about, with the juries thing. Like, if you're on a trial jury, you can go ahead and blab and talk about whatever you want once you're done. A grand jury is sworn to secrecy. Because think about it, a grand jury may hear evidence of things. You might not indict someone.
Right.
So if you go run around and say, hey, the police think Bob's a pedophile, and I heard stuff about it, well, Bob doesn't get the chance to argue about that. He was never there. You never indicted him, but you heard evidence. So it's a far different standard. I mean, it's obviously very rare to get a no bill.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have been involved in the grand jury process before when I was an assistant prosecutor. It's a very serious matter. We explain to people, you're going to hear things about people in your community. You can't go run around and talk about it. Number one, you could screw up the cases. But number two, if it turns out you don't think it's legitimate, that's not fair to that guy. So there is a difference between a trial jury and the grand jury.
Yeah, absolutely,
I-
for sure. And we've covered that on my channel because we covered a case where they were sworn to secrecy, and it was out of Ohio, I think, but we definitely covered a case where this happened, and sworn to secrecy and like the participation and everything. And the grand juror sued and lost. Sued is like basically on a First Amendment restriction grounds, like I want to be able to talk about it. And the court's like, nope.
Although I have a feeling with especially the foreperson talking, and the way she's been talking about things, I think anybody who gets indicted as a result of this grand jury is going to have a very good case for getting the grand jury transcripts and getting those, because at this point, when she, like one of her comments, she's like, I just wanted to be able to go in there so I could like depose him. So I could say like, do you swear, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Like she was acting like, oh my God, that'd be so fun. It's like fucking Reddit. Like was distilled down into one person. It's like, this is not a game.
Well, the truth is that the grand jury is Reddit because they
Well-
are the everyman, and yeah, I mean that's
Well, no,
the
I'm saying
reality
Reddit
of
because it
right?
was just pure cringe.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm like, oh no, sorry if you're on Reddit out there. Reddit is just,
Fair enough. Let me read some super chats that came in today. Wendy Blank said, thank you for the stream this morning. Kurt, you are welcome. Stephanie H said, this will be a shit show. Thank you, Kurt, for covering this today. Tom Roslin said, hello, Kurt. Hello. Ned Nathanderall said, in my opinion, his error allowing financials compounded by cross defendant. I think this is tactical by defense. Brandlin Zimmerman said, just joined. What happened so far this morning? The testimony we've all been wanting to hear is finally happening. It's happening, people. And we're still well in direct. And I don't think there's an immediate end in sight, but we'll see how it goes. Elena Stansby said, feels like damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. A little bit. Wendy Reitler said, thank you for doing the heavy lifting today. You are welcome. Matt McNamara said, thank you for the great analysis, Kurt. Robert Edwards said, are they going to have a separate trial for embezzlement? Yes. Right now, I think he's at 15 or 16 separate indictments last time I checked for the various financial crimes. So yes, there will be I don't remember if he was charged with embezzlement or not proper, but wire fraud, banking fraud, computer fraud,
every other fraud,
honest services fraud, and I think like everything else. So there might be embezzlement in there somewhere too.
And I'm surprised for the amount of money involved. The feds didn't scoop that up.
I think he is facing like 6 or 7 fairly light tax things, but they don't seem to be. This is all principally state-based for whatever reason it is.
Yeah, well, that's
Michelle.
Yeah, that's the weird part.
Michelle Curl says, thank you for hanging out this morning, Kurt. You are welcome. Ace said, what if Alec confesses to the financial crimes? Then he said he had to and proceeds to name everyone involved, including his law firm. Maybe even, there was some other stuff, maybe even of state officials. That'd be hilarious. Urbran22 says, Alex admitted to stealing during a rehab interview. What does he have to lose in this case by testifying in this one? Well, testifying in a rehab interview and testifying in sworn testimony are not quite the same thing. So, like, it is worse. It is more damning to be like, yes, I'm sworn under oath in court. Right? These are it's a little bit. It's to the extent you want to try to wriggle out of the confession, wriggling out of the confession you tell to the police, wriggling out of your rehab interview, wriggling out of your sworn testimony. These are different propositions. Dark Logic says, is it really paranoia when it's true? Sled does seem to have a hard on for him. Cycle Boy said, ginger grift. Don't let the nose know. He just lose at gambling. Ganzin said, thank you. Glad to see you covering this trial. Secret McSquirrel said, hi, Nate. Thank you for the rest. Tap that like button, please. Della Sandor said, love your perspective. Love you and your perspective, Kurt. Della said, endearing, whether you believe him, sad either way. And Della said, extra few bucks because Nate is here. Love you guys. Jan gave $50 with no particular comment. Thank you, Jan. Della said, AI should decide the objectivity judge. Yeah, that seems like a horrible idea. Let's make Bing Chat our new judge overlord. I'm sure that'll go over super well. Matt McNamara says the plot thickens. Chandelier, seal, and clock have a new competition. Thermostat over Alex's shoulder on the stand. DS said, thank you for being here. Thank you very much for being here. Linda said, Kurt, unrelated. Did you buy any chocolate Froza banana bites from HEB? 100-calorie snacks, yum. Sounds awesome, but no, I haven't. $2 from my cat's name is Karen, just because I love Kurt, from Pensacola. Kelly said, I don't think the state should have taken this case. Should have gone him on the financial crimes. He's never leaving jail anyway. I have reasonable doubts. Della said, niece scholarship as to Dr. Furman, golf boys team. Kick ass. And Della said, sorry, so dumb in this regards. Set up, sad as F. Thank you for your various super chats, and also thank you for the people who have been buying gift memberships today. The gift memberships help. I'm working under the theory that gift memberships are helpful as a YouTube indication to YouTube and stuff like that. So thank you very much for the gift memberships. They were awesome for all the people who did those donations today. And yes, we covered the thing about in South Carolina, you need to be a licensed fortune teller. Apparently, you need to give $100 to the county to be able to tell for someone's fortune.
Oh,
so
is it fortune telling, or can you do like chicken bone voodoo? Does that require a license?
I don't know.
No.
I don't know what the license covers in terms of being a fortune teller. I don't know what the scope of it is, but yes.
Can't Miss Cleo style.
I don't know. Yeah. Miss Cleo, man. Huh, that was an interesting time.
Yeah, it was. I remember. Yeah. Oh God, I can't do my Haitian voice right now. It's too bad.
Whatever happened to her? Did she go to jail or something?
Tax evasion. Yeah, she went away.
Nice.
Feds came after her. Yeah.
You didn't see that one coming?
Oh, and she's dead too.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
She died in 2016. I'm just reading her Wikipedia page now. Yori Del Harris.
Yeah.
She went with Miss Cleo.
Hey, when I saw those infomercials on TV, I was like, she seems legit.
As legit as any of them.
Yeah, somebody saying we're showing her age. I'm like, hey, she was on once it got to 10 o'clock in the 90s, she was like every other commercial. What's on the what's my take on the seal chandelier clock drama? What are we?
You've missed out on this drama?
Yeah.
Okay, so every time Court TV, they have to point their cameras somewhere, and they point it at the state seal, the chandelier, and the clock.
Oh,
so
okay.
I have decided in my infinite wisdom to write a backstory of chandelier, clock, and seal. And in my backstory, clock and seal are in a love relationship with chandelier trying to play the part of the foil, interfering and trying to swoop in, dangling
with all
from
their
the ceiling.
opulence.
Yes, with its opulence, trying to interfere in the relationship between it. And we've told a whole sordid tale with occasional appearances by sconce and molding and now thermostat. So yes, we have a whole rich cast of characters in telenovela style is how we've decided to enrich our lives.
Well, who is chandelier going after though? That's the question I'm trying to. I'd like to know. Does chandelier want the seal?
I thought it was chandelier was going after seal.
Oh.
Yeah.
Very scandalous.
Yes. And so we've told a increasing drama, and every time I tell the drama on stream, I lose 300 watchers. So
has the drama gotten to the point where you can hear the heart beating, like in the telenovelas?
Yeah. And then of course we threw in chicken. We now are under the collective opinion that Chicken is the real murderer. In revenge for death of Rooster by dog, the Murdaughs come to the scene of death of Rooster and are mocking, laughing, and it's just one thing too many. And Chicken does revenge, possibly from the golf cart.
What was it?
Hence the height.
It probably wasn't just one chicken. It was. I think I mentioned this when I was on your stream before. It's just like in Zelda. You start attacking the chickens and they all attack.
That's right. Yeah, they come in swooping from all angles, and attack you to death. Yeah.
Raging Cane saying Ocarina of Time style. I'm thinking of like
Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Yeah, I'm thinking of like on Game Boy too with the windfish. Yeah.
Yeah.
They all.
So if you would like to add to our rich cast of characters by giving them further backstories and stuff, we could work on the scripting together.
Hold on, which Zelda has the windfish? Oh, Link's Awakening. Okay, sorry. I don't remember which one that was.
I still haven't really beat Breath of the Wild. I'm thinking when the new game drops, this summer, I'm thinking about live streaming that and just playing that on stream. I thought that might be fun.
You gonna try to speed run that one?
Well, for a brand new game, no. I'll just play it through and it'll take forever, but it'll be fun. So I thought, I have a Nintendo Switch. We can hook that up and get that up and running. So
is that going to be on the Switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can do that. Yeah, there's a new Zelda. It's coming out. Let's see. Zelda. It's coming out soon. Tears of the Kingdom, is it called? Coming out May. So May 12th, I think is what it says it's scheduled to come out with. So I thought maybe when it comes out, maybe we just do a multi-day live stream of me playing that. That'd be kick-ass.
Be pretty good.
So what else can we talk about while we're wasting time for people to come back?
Sounds like on the way to the train wreck in Ohio, a bunch of scientists got in a plane crash and died. Like literally like a couple hours ago.
Really?
Yeah. That doesn't seem suspicious at all.
There was a plane crash?
Yeah, well, it's like the team of scientists were being flown in to come take a look at some things and they died. So, whoops.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh,
okay.
Have you seen a copy of the this is supposedly going around? It's the train company having a hold harmless agreement so they can test your property. Have you seen a picture of that? That was floating around the internet?
Yeah, hold them harmless so they can test my property. Oh, we found the toxic stuff.
Well, or they're going to say, I think it's more of if they can't test it or they don't find it, it's like, sorry, we didn't find the cancer in time. But it's so. It looks like somebody just printed it out on their printer, like on site, and we're making people sign them.
Nice.
So, Francesca says, what were they investigating? They were helping deal with the train wreck over in Ohio where all the chemical spills were. So, yeah. Yeah, that's great news. Somebody saying, get out of Ohio while I still can. No, it's too much fun here.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, if I stick around at the end, I can become the king of Ohio. So,
well, Ohio has been a major desirous place to own for a long time.
Besides,
the basis of some European wars, wasn't it? Ownership of Ohio.
Yes, but also the neat part is when you look at those maps of like when people from California leave California, they don't come to Ohio. Nobody wants to come to Ohio. That's the best part about it. That is the best part about the scene. No one wants to be here.
In the continuing saga that is Marilyn Manson, apparently one of the ex-accusers has now claimed Evelyn Rachel Wood manipulated her into lying. So one of Marilyn Manson's former accusers claims in a lawsuit that Evelyn Rachel Wood manipulated her into making false rape allegations. Apparently, quote, I succumbed to pressure from Evan Rachel Wood and her associates to make accusations of rape and assault against Manson that were not true.
That's not a surprise. I'm not surprised. I mean, he's an easy guy to go after. I mean, he's Marilyn Manson. I mean, I remember him as a kid, like, heard all the crazy stories about him. Like, you know, I remember as a kid, you remember when the first time you were listening, because like, yeah, he ate his own eye and he did all this crazy crap. You ever hear those stories?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Taking out the ribs so he can self-please himself.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God, I remember that too. Yeah. All those things about him. He,
Yeah.
so, yeah, I don't know. I have a feeling that one's going to fall apart.
The plane took off from Bill and Hillary Clinton National Airport.
Yes. Yes, and it was going to land
nice.
at information.
Vince Foster.
It was
Vince Foster Parkway.
No, it's going to lead to information for arrest airport. Maybe that's what they named the airplane. Information leading to arrest.
Okay. Well, I suppose if we don't really have anything to talk about, then I guess we could just take a break.
Yeah.
So I need to eat lunch anyway, so I guess we'll just take a break. So you're welcome to come back after lunch if you like.
Yeah, it sounds great. What time are we starting up at?
I think they said 2:40, so it's going to be that's Eastern time, so that's 35 minutes from now.
Yep. Yeah, it's 2:05 here right now. So
yeah, so we'll be back then. I'll leave the stream on and running. I'll just run some stream beats in the background so we have some cool music while we're waiting. But yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, man. So I'll talk to you a little bit later.
Yep. We'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, bye-bye. Okay. So that will be that. And let me do this. All right. So and is anything going to work? Because if it doesn't, that'll be very sad for me. Okay, let's see. Design. Okay. So if I all right, so now I just need to get the music working so that will work. Let's see. Let's see. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a nice little break while I was away, getting a little lunch on. Welcome back. Hope everyone's doing great. Thank you for the 600 of you or so who are still here. Stuck with me with the break. That was nice. I am looking forward to hearing some more. I am looking forward to hearing some more direct testimony, as I'm sure you are too, which should resume very shortly. Exciting and fun. Yeah. This whole thing is breaking your brain. I appreciate that. I feel that. We'll see if we can unbreak your brain a little bit as the thing goes on. Anyone have anything good for lunch? I had some stuff I had made previously, finished off the last of this shrimp, sausage, risotto thing that I had made. It was pretty good. Filling, relatively healthy. So that was nice. And free since I had already made it before. All right. Okay. Fine. So all that good stuff. You added some carne tacos. That sounds nice. You had some bacon. That sounds nice. Pecans in the carpool line. Brisket burrito, cheeseburger, minestrone soup, Amish popcorn, barbecue ribs. That sounds nice. Coffee flavored egg and shake and banana. Respect. For sure. Yeah. Are they back? They should be returning any moment. I'm watching them in the background. They haven't returned yet. But they should be returning pretty soon. You had some KFC. Very nice. Wedding soup. Cool. Burrito from Taco Bell. Depending on what kind of burrito, that can be pretty fire. Jambalaya. Sounds nice. McDonald's. And then we could do a little bit better than that. But hope you enjoyed it. You had some wine. Belgian beer. Looks like the court is now resuming, so that was good timing by everyone's part. So let's go ahead and get that back on screen. There we go. And get the audio on.
You may bring the jury. Cool. All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Murdaugh, I want to go to June the 7th, 2021 in your meeting with Jean Seckinger.
Okay.
Do you remember meeting Ms. Seckinger?
I do.
And what was the meeting about?
Jeannie came up to me and asked me, previously Annette Griswold had come to me and asked me about the fee check in the Ferris case. And Jeannie was coming to me and saying that she was following up on that. If she didn't, she wouldn't be doing her job, and asked me some questions.
Well, let me ask you,
which I understood
briefly, the Ferris fee, what originally happened to it? The PMPED portion of the Ferris fee.
I mean, originally?
Yes, sir. Did it come to you directly?
Yes.
Should have come to you directly.
No.
Did when Ms. Seckinger asked you about where the fee was, what did you tell her?
I can't remember exactly what I told her. The conversation got interrupted very quickly, but I told Jeannie that the funds were in Chris Wilson's account and nothing to worry about. I didn't know where the mix-up came from.
What was your level of concern about Ms. Seckinger's inquiry to you on June the 7th?
There was some level of concern because she's asking me about money that I took that I wasn't supposed to have. So certainly I had some level of concern, but it wasn't a very big concern. As you heard testimony earlier, at some point Annette Griswold had sent Chris Wilson an email, something to the effect of, Alec thinks he has more expenses or something like that, seeking financial documents from Chris Wilson. When Chris Wilson got, I wasn't copied on that, but when Chris Wilson got that, Chris Wilson called me up and he's like, you know, what is this all about?
Pardon?
I said objection to rules 801 and 802.
Response?
Your Honor, I'm not asking for what Chris Wilson said, and I'll move on. I accept the objection. Were you concerned about Chris Wilson opening his trust account records to your law firm?
No, I was not concerned about that at all.
And why were you not concerned?
I knew that one of the people that Chris Wilson, as you heard, Chris Wilson and I were very close. We talked every day. I did work with him all the time. And, I mean, he was one of the people closest to me in the whole world. I knew everything about him. And I knew he was going through, one of his partners, and he and his partner had split up. A partner and an associate had moved to a firm in Charleston. The partner was going through a divorce. And the wife of the partner was trying to get Chris Wilson's trust documents in that case to find out the money her husband got. It didn't have anything to do with Chris and I or anything. It totally had to do with that. But I knew that Chris Wilson was not going to send any financial documents to my law firm, at least at that time, and at least not anytime soon. So while I'm sure it registered with me that I got to deal with this, at that particular time, it wasn't anything that was a big deal.
Was there an immediate urgency to the situation on June the 7th?
No.
And I believe there's Ms. Seckinger testified about your conversation with her. You learned that your dad was going back in the hospital.
That's correct. There was a text. I can't remember if that text came from my brother Randy or my brother John, but they were the ones that were taking my dad back to the hospital that day. And whichever one was with him, I believe it's John was with him at the hospital, but I know Randy was with him at some treatments. It's in those documents. But bottom line is, we got a text saying, we knew my dad was really sick. He had cancer and he couldn't breathe. And there was a big issue about whether his inability to breathe was coming from an obstruction caused by the cancer, which was the worst case scenario, and that's what it ended up being ultimately, and that's what he died from. But this particular text was saying, okay, we're putting him back in the hospital. The doctor thinks it's pneumonia, and which was, you know, I mean, pneumonia is never a good thing, but when compared to cancer, at that time, pneumonia, that was a good thing to learn that.
So on the 7th, were the information you had, were you believe at that time that the prognosis was pretty positive for your father?
Well, it was better than the alternative. I'm not going to say it was good, but it was better than the alternative and what we had previously thought it was. It didn't stay good very long, but it definitely was better.
Do you know whether or not you told Ms. Seconder that that your dad's condition was terminal on the 7th? Do you remember whether you said that or not?
No, I wouldn't have said that at that time. And what Jeannie, as soon as the thing comes through that my dad's going in the hospital, Jeannie and I, as you heard, she stopped the meeting. We stopped it. It lasted a couple minutes. Now, my dad's going in the hospital, and the very next day, we learned that he's terminal. And I'm just sure that a year or the amount of time that's gone by, Jeannie assumed she was terminal. He was terminal.
Speculation, Your Honor.
Objections over.
Let it go. Yeah, let it go.
Mr. Murdaugh,
That's a dick objection.
on June the 7th, did you believe that your financial house of cards was about to crumble?
On June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely not.
Had you had, and I think there's documented evidence, state introduced, had you had reached out to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank about extending a line of credit on the Moselle property?
Yeah, I had reached out to him. I can't remember the date of that text, but it was fairly recently. I had reached out to Russell.
And on June 7th, did you have equity in the Moselle property that, or you and Maggie had equity in that Moselle property?
Sure. And, Moselle was fully in Maggie's name.
Okay.
But yes, there was equity in Moselle. In looking at the documents that had been used, there was $1,800,000 owed. There was an appraisal for $3.3 million without timber value. And so on 1,700 acres, I don't know what the timber value was, but if you just set $1,000 an acre, that'd be another $1,000,000-something in value over and above the appraisal. I doubt the timber value was that high. I'm just using that as an example. But if it was $500, it'd be another $800,000. So, there was several $1,000,000 in equity in that Moselle property.
All right. And did you have equity in the Edisto Beach House?
Yes.
And around June 7th, how much equity did you have in the Edisto Beach House?
If I remember the records correctly, there was about $250,000 owed on that house, and whatever the value was at the time, I think there's a contract for just under $1 million, so $700 and something thousand.
Did Maggie's death make it more difficult to obtain financing immediately after the murder around June 7th, 8th?
Maggie's, yes.
How so?
Because the entire Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name. The Edisto property was 50% in Maggie's name. So I was only a half owner. So with Maggie, all I had to do was get her to sign the documents, which she always did. I mean, she didn't question finances. So, I mean, she signed the papers. When Maggie wasn't here, there was estate issues. I couldn't go and sign the papers like I would normally go and get a loan. So I couldn't.
Remove the incentive to commit the murder because it made it harder for him to get the finances, which seems plausible.
Was there a hearing scheduled in the boating lawsuit where you were a defendant set for that week?
Yes.
Do you remember what day it was scheduled for?
Well, I mean, I've heard the testimony, and I'm sure I knew at the time it's June the 10th, Thursday, June
I'm
the 10th.
going to Las Vegas. I'll be flying out tomorrow.
What was your level of concern about that hearing coming up on June the 10th?
About that hearing?
Yes, sir.
My level of concern about that hearing was about the venue motion that was coming up, which
Now, what do you mean by venue?
the venue motion is, venue is where a civil lawsuit is pending. And so there's laws and rules that govern where you can bring a case. There's laws and rules that govern how certain parties, a defendant or a plaintiff, can go about trying to move it from one place to another. So in this case, the plaintiffs, the Beach family, had filed suit in Hampton County. Parker's was trying to move venue to Beaufort County. And I wanted the case to stay in Hampton County. And really, that was my only thought about, I wasn't doing the legal work on those. I was a party in that case. I wasn't. I mean, Danny Henderson was primarily representing me personally. John Tiller and Amy Bauer were representing me personally. And Dawes Cook was representing me personally. And those are the guys that were doing the legal work. So, you know, I wasn't actually doing that work. But what I was concerned about was the venue motion. I had already done what I had to do for the financial motion. And Danny Henderson was on me about getting him a financial statement because...
Let's stop. So there was a motion to compel and seek a lot of financial records from you. Was that correct?
Absolutely.
And were you concerned that your house, financial house, was going to be opened up for the world as a result of that hearing?
No. I've been a plaintiff's lawyer like Mr. Tinsley that sat here. We do the same exact thing. In my law firm, the guys in my law firm are some of the best lawyers that I've ever known. And they're definitely some of the best lawyers in the state, handling some of the biggest cases that have ever gone on in this state. In my 27 years of practicing, plaintiffs always are trying to look and get financial documents of corporate defendants, of, you know, those type things. In my 27 years, I've never been able to get a judge to order anything more than a net worth statement prior to getting into a phase at trial. So early on in the case, I am not aware of, I personally have never, despite trying repeatedly, have never been able to get a judge to order the kind of information that Mark Tinsley was saying he was seeking.
Were you working on a document for that upcoming hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
A financial statement. A financial statement lists your assets and your liabilities.
And had you reached out to Jeannie Seconder later the day on the 7th to get your current balance of your retirement account?
You know, I don't remember doing that, but that'd certainly be something that I did, and because I know I'd have to have that for that financial statement. And the document that I prepared was what Mark Ball talked about that he found later in my office. And it was it was handwritten, ready to be typed up by, you know, because of the charges against Paul, I kept everything very close in the civil case. It was Danny in his office that was doing it, and I had that document prepared, handwritten in the neatest handwriting that I could make, because a secretary other than mine, or paralegal other than mine, was going to be the person who was going to put that financial information into the final document. And that's the document that Mark Ball talked about that he found on my desk whenever it was that he found it. Okay. So that was what was going to be, if necessary, what was going to be used Thursday.
Alex, the jury's heard about testimony of you stealing client funds. Did you do that?
I did.
Did you steal or divert that Ferris fee away from the law firm?
I did.
Yeah. Gotta get on
How
with
did you
it.
get in such a financial
So
predicament?
this is kind of what I thought was
Led
had
you
to happen.
steal money that wasn't yours.
You know, I'm not quite sure how I let myself get where I got, but it came from, you know, I battled that addiction for so many years. I was spending so much money on pills.
It's a lot of
I
money.
got in a spot I couldn't.
Even what type of addiction are you referring to?
It's an easy way to explain where all the money went though too.
My addiction is to opiate painkillers,
And when
specifically oxycodone, OxyContin.
And when did you first become dependent or addicted to opioids?
Oxycodone or opiates in general?
Opiates in general?
I'm not quite sure of the exact date, but I can give you a time frame. I hurt my knee really bad playing football in college, and I had a knee surgery. And the medical science at the time was such that the surgery didn't work, bottom line. So it just didn't last. So within a couple of years of that, I started having a lot of knee troubles. And ultimately, I had to have a couple of surgeries, but the last surgery I had was, I think, around 2002 or 4. And I think it was around 4, so I would have started taking hydrocodone a couple of years before that. And I took hydrocodone, got addicted to that very quickly. I continued taking that for a long time. I'd force myself off of it, wean myself off of it. I'd go back to it. I battled that for a long time. And after a while, I was taking so much of that, I moved on to oxycodone. And, you know, I'm guessing that was around 2000, that transition was around 2008, 9, something like that. And of course, you know, it just escalates, escalates, escalates. And
Did you receive treatment or go to detox on occasion?
I did.
How many times?
That I went to detox or that I detoxed?
Well, let's start with going to a detox facility.
I've been to a detox facility 3 times.
When was the first time?
December of 2017.
Okay. And before December 2017, had you tried to detox at home?
I tried to detox everywhere I could. Maggie would help me. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you went in to a, was it inpatient facility?
The detoxes, the formal detoxes that I went to?
In December 2017.
Yes, it was inpatient. And all 3 formal detoxes that I've done have been at the same facility called Sunrise Detox in Atlanta, Georgia.
And
Very good facility.
Jury's heard a audio tape of a telephone conference with SLED agents. Was that where you were during that meeting with Mr. Harpootlian and I?
That's correct.
The first time you went to the detox in Atlanta, how long of a stay is that? Did you stay?
7 days is the opiate detox program.
And is there a difference between detox and rehab?
Yes.
What's the difference?
Detox is it's the act of getting the drugs out of your system, getting to the point where, okay, there is no longer a physical dependency, all right? And that's a big difference than the rest of the dependency, but the physical dependency is supposed to be gone after 7 days. So, in other words, there's so many things. Opiate withdrawal is, it's hard. But supposedly at the end of 7 days, you don't have those physical symptoms like, I don't want to be too graphic, but you're sick, you throw up, you have terrible
Probably the jury
diarrhea,
probably has some firsthand
you
experience
sweat
with that,
like
I'd imagine.
You're running a marathon.
Yep.
You can't hold your legs still. You can't lay down. Now, like what I'm talking about, the legs moving, that goes away after about 24 hours. So, after about 24 hours, you can lay down again and maybe sleep some. But you sweat, you throw up. You have you just have, there's so many issues. But after 7 days, those are supposed to be over. That's what detox is, the detoxification of your body.
And what's rehab?
Rehab is the period that you go to learn how to stay off. You're supposedly off after detox. Rehab is where you get help staying off.
And before September of 2021, had you ever gone to that second stage of rehab?
No.
So in December 2017, how long did it take you to relapse once you got home from detox?
Not long at all.
So depending on how
still
aggressive
going
you
through,
want to be on cross,
this physical dependency is
you
gone.
can basically start with. So you're a
still so
lying,
sick.
manipulating, thief,
Something
drug
you've
addict.
been battling for quite
Correct.
some time.
As long as I can remember.
Yeah.
How long have you been drug-free, opioid-free?
535 days. And I'm very proud of that.
How long have you been in jail?
Yeah, not a lot of that's voluntary sobriety here, brother. Although, given the pool he's got, he could probably get the
about
hookup in
Labor Day
jail.
weekend 2021.
Okay.
You
What
remember
do you
being
mean? There's no
confronted by
drugs
your
in
law
jail.
firm?
I know. How
Sure
dare
I
I
did.
say that?
And what were you confronted about?
There aren't cell phones
Stealing
either.
money.
And did you admit your misconduct to your law partners?
Well, to one of my law partners and my brother and my law partners, Danny and Randy. Yeah,
Did
admit it.
and they learned about a fake forge account? Did you admit to the fake forge account?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them about your opioid struggles, opioid addiction?
I told him about my addiction. Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, were any of your law partners aware of your addiction?
Not just to my knowledge. I'm certain that they were not aware of my addiction.
How would you characterize your opioid use or addiction? Severe, moderate,
Then or now?
No, in 2020, 2021?
I mean, I don't know how I would have characterized it then. After going to rehab and learning more of the things I've learned, really talking to addicts about experiences. I mean, I will tell you that my addiction was extremely bad.
How were you able to function? Or were you able to function?
Yes, I was able to function.
You were able to practice law?
Yes.
And were you successful practicing law while you were addicted to opioids?
On some level, yes, sir, I was successful.
Yeah, 'cause you're a professional addict, yeah. It's not impossible.
After you were confronted on Labor Day weekend 2021, did
The one
you
heard of,
resign
a
or
drug-addicted
were
lawyer.
you forced to resign from the law firm?
Absolutely.
It's crazy talk.
And then on Saturday, September the 4th, do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
Start when I woke up.
Well, let's start after you met with Chris Wilson. Did you meet with Chris Wilson?
I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's and dad's house in Alameda.
And did you
What's my poison? Bourbon, baby.
lay it out for Chris Wilson, your opioid addiction?
Or gin,
and your
depending on
misconduct?
if I want something a little bit more sprightly.
I definitely laid out my addiction. I definitely gave him some details about monies that I had taken. I didn't give him, we didn't go into all the details about all of it, but I certainly was very candid with him about the things that involved him.
Had you already just contacted the detox facility before you met with Chris Wilson on the 4th?
I believe that we had already, at that point, I believe that we had already spoken to the guy that I knew from Sunrise and made arrangements for me to go there on Monday.
Okay. And
I know we had arrangements for me to go there on Monday, and I'm sure we had to have had it by then because I went to the hospital shortly after that. So yes,
and did you reach out to Blanca to get your insurance information?
I did.
And for what purpose?
Because I was going to use my insurance at Detox and Rehab to help pay for it.
And what was your immediate plans after? I mean, for the day after you met with Chris Wilson, did you have plans to do anything? Have any other meetings on that Saturday?
I wanted to go and meet with Corey Fleming, who was another lawyer who was affected by the things I did.
Okay. And did you?
And a good friend.
Did you go meet with Corey Fleming?
No.
What'd you do instead?
I'd given my, when I gave my pills to my brother Randy and Danny, I think I gave them to Randy, but I took a lot of pills because I knew I wasn't going to be taking any more. So Randy had my pills. I had to get some from him the night before, but I only got a small amount. I could tell, I wasn't taking anything near like what I had been taking, so I knew it was coming. And I called someone to bring me more pills. And before I met with Chris Wilson.
And did you meet this? Did the person you called bring you more pills?
I don't know if he brought me more pills or not, because by the time I met with him, after meeting with Chris, And after, the starting of the withdrawals, I changed my plans.
And what was the change in plans?
Not to get pills from him anymore, and instead, I asked him to shoot me.
Did you ask him to shoot you as a sympathy ploy, or did you want
As a sympathy
die?
ploy?
Yes, sir. Why
No.
did you ask him to shoot you? What was the end goal that you wanted to accomplish?
I meant for him to shoot me so I'd be gone.
And who was this? Who did you ask to do this?
Eddie Smith.
And did he in fact shoot you?
He did.
Did a very bad job at it.
And where
very.
where was that located? Not your gunshot, but where were you?
No
shot?
refunds.
In Hampton or Colleton County. Where were you?
It's Hampton County. It's right on the border of Salkehatchie Road. It runs right along the Salkehatchie River.
And
You need to be shot in the head. Are you tired of
and why did you want to be gone?
Call on civil law.
I mean, I knew all this was coming to a head. I knew how humiliating it was going to be for my son.
Rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau.
That's right. And we offer 100% money back
I've been
guarantee,
through so
unlike
much.
our competitors. We're so confident
At
in
the
our
time,
abilities.
in the bad place that I was, it seemed like the better thing to do. I don't think that way now, thankfully, but
Right.
I did at the time.
Did you have life insurance on you?
Oh yeah, I had a lot of life insurance.
And who was the beneficiary?
Maggie was the beneficiary.
How much life insurance did you have?
I had $12 million. I had a $4 million policy and an $8 million policy, for a total of 12.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Maggie?
No, never.
Did you ever have any life insurance on Paul?
No.
One wonders why not, to be a little bit honest. I mean, I think it's pretty common for spouses to have life insurance on both spouses.
Alex, will you tell this jury about Maggie and your relationship with her?
Y'all saw a picture. She was just as beautiful inside as she was outside. And I mean, she was so adventurous. I mean, you couldn't tell her something was good or bad. I mean, she wanted to find out for herself. She wanted to do it, see it, experience it on her own and form her own opinion. She was devoted. Those two boys, Buster, Paul, me. I mean, she made sure we didn't want for anything, ever. Fun, playful. I mean, she had a laugh that, you didn't even have to know what was funny. If you heard her laugh, you would laugh. She had this little playful look where she'd smile at you and bite her lip. I can't do it, but I mean, when she just do it, it just melts you. You know, she was such a lady, such a feminine person, a girl, but then she had 2 boys, and I mean, she didn't grow up in the swamp and in the country, riding 4-wheelers and hunting and fishing, and I mean, she changed everything. She became a boy's mom. I mean, her life became ball and riding 4-wheelers and, I mean, doing those things. Now, don't get me wrong, she was still 100% girl. And you heard Marion say, I mean, she loved to do those things with her nieces, but, I mean, she threw herself into her boy's life. I mean, you know, she never took not working for granted. I mean, she might not have worked, but I promise you, she worked. And she worked to make sure me and Paul and Buster had everything. You know, she wanted a big family, and pregnancy just didn't suit her. Her pregnancies were so hard. I would leave her in the mornings and she'd be sick. I'd come home and check on her and she'd be sick. I'd come back at the end of the day and she'd be sick. I mean, she was so sick all the time with both those boys. And when we had Paw, Maggie got in trouble and Paw got in trouble. And just pregnancy didn't suit her, so we decided that, you know, we would just have the 2 boys. And, you know, I just think how hard it was on her, just made her love those boys so much more. And she did. But she was the kind of person, Maggie, you know, she could put on the most elegant ball gown and go to the governor's mansion and hang out with, you know, the most affluent people, whatever. Or she could come down to, you know, she could go to a food bank in Hampton or Walterboro and fit in. Everybody at both places would say when she left, and that Maggie, she's a good one. She's just a special person.
Alan,
Very special person.
Would you ever do anything to harm Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie. Ever.
Will you tell the jury about Paul, please, and your relationship with him?
And Paul, I mean, Paul was just the brightest. He was the brightest. He's the most inquisitive young man. He wanted to be a part of everything. If you were working, I can remember as a little boy, you'd be working on something. It didn't matter what it was. His little head was going to come in there, his nose in there to see what you were doing. He was a man's man. He was a 100% country boy. He was tough. I mean, he could hunt anything. He could catch any fish. He could run any piece of equipment. He could use any tool. I mean, he could do anything. At 22 years old, he could do so many things. I mean, he took care of so many, and he was so tough. But On the other hand, he had a side to him that was just so sweet. I mean, he wouldn't come home where he wouldn't go check on his grandparents. He wouldn't go near Somerville where he wouldn't go out of his way, check on his grandparents. You know, to be such a tough person, he would get all of his buddies and get on a boat and go watch a sunset. How many 22-year-old people you know do stuff like that?
I like watching
I mean,
sunsets.
he was such a special boy. He cared about people. He was fiercely loyal. He was so misrepresented in the media. I mean, never an accurate story told about what he was. And I would challenge you right now. I would challenge everybody in this room to go find somebody that knew Pawpaw, who really knew him, that did not have an ulterior motive, that would say something negative about him. And I challenge everybody who can hear me now to do that. I mean, Paul was that kind of person. If you knew him, he would help you. And he would be glad to help you. You know, I thought Mark Ball made a good point when he said, you know, Paul might not have quite found his place yet. Paul was ADHD, and so he would jump around from thing to thing.
It was all law too.
But there's absolutely no question in my mind whatsoever that Paul would have found whatever that thing was that he was going to do. And whatever that ended up being, he was going to be one of the best at it that you've ever known. And I'll tell you one more thing. And I didn't even know this when Paul was alive. But, excuse me. When they were doing his eulogy, I gave the names of some of his friends, and he had a real cute friend that they were just friends, but a cute little girl that Maggie adored. I didn't know her very well, but Maggie did. Maggie adored her, but they talked to her, and Paul, we learned this from her, Julianne. And at 22 years old, I learned, Paul would tell his friends, be present, appreciate where you are, the things you have, and the people around you. I think a lot of that came from it hurt Paul so bad when Mallory died. But I mean, 22-year-olds, do you know that think that way? Be present. Appreciate things around you. At 22 years old.
Alex,
He's the most special boy.
do you love Paul?
Did I love him? Like no other. He and Buster.
Do you love Maggie?
More than anything. I love Maggie from the first time we went out.
A big ass drip of spit from his mouth there.
Kill
Or from his
Maggie.
nose, one of the two.
No, I did not kill Maggie. I did not kill Paul. I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul. Ever. Under any circumstances.
Thank you. Please answer any questions for the statement.
Sir.
Okay, guys, here we go. This is going to be interesting. This could go a lot of different
We'll
ways.
take a we'll take a 10-minute recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, that
Could
was
go a lot of
interesting.
ways, guys, is what I have to say about that.
Oh, here we go.
But it's very, very interesting for sure. Yeah.
Kind stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The addiction rate for attorneys, I think it's the highest of any profession. I'd have to double
It's
check,
up
but
there.
it's up there. I'm last I checked, I think it's 3 times the norm. Doctors are like 2 times the norm.
Yeah. And
But yeah, the profession has has issues with drugs and alcohol and
oh,
other
it's
coping
so
mechanisms.
well, Kurt, since you're in Ohio, did you remember ever seeing the presentations for the Ohio Lawyer Assistance Program?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean they have all these states pretty much have programs where if you're an attorney and you've got problems,
Yeah.
if
Texas
you
does.
yeah, and the way it works is like if you're hitting the skids, if you contact them and say, "Look, I've got problems," before you get smacked with like ethics investigations or you get smacked with getting in trouble, you're still going to get in trouble, but they will help you and work with you. Um, so they're encouraged. They encourage attorneys. They get clean, get help. We will help you. Those
Yep.
things are So yeah, him doing this is not rare, but I understand in his situation, him being like the throwing around and making it known would probably be bad. So I could see why he didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Although I still think Kurt, and I don't know if you saw this comment I made to you, saying like he gave all the money to his drug dealers. That really kind of diffuses a lot of these like forensic accountants. Well, where'd the money go? My drug dealers got it. Well, it's gone. It's poof. Which I think he must have money stashed away places that they can't get a hold of, and that's I think that's a way of also getting rid of people are saying money laundering. I think that's a way of getting rid of some money as well and hiding it
Yeah.
because you can't
It's
just
a
prove
lot
it.
of it's a lot of money to burn. I mean, the man had a habit, but that's a lot of money to burn.
Yeah. Well,
But I don't
part
have
of
an opioid habit, so I don't know what those things
well,
cost.
I
So
mean, for him, part of his money also might be paying for discretion because he is so important.
mm,
He's not just some Yahoo in a trailer.
mm. Well, I mean, for whatever value it has, I found his testimony to be credible, believable. I found his stories of his family is endearing and heartfelt. There are questions that are unanswered here. The prosecutor has a lot of very valid places to cross. And like, well, it's like you're a liar, right? You're a thief, right? You're a cheat. You lied to your partners. You lie to everyone. You lie all the time, right? So, like, yeah, your credibility has real problems with it. And you lied to the police that night. You lied about your whereabouts. What else are you lying about from that night? Nothing. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, right. So you have problems for sure on cross. This could go a lot of different ways, depending on how they handle it and depending on how he manages his own emotions on top of everything else. But the state could really pick up some ground if they handle it properly. So
Yeah, sorry, I tried to unmute. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. But yes,
yeah,
he did. I was very impressed with him today. Even more so
yeah.
later as this has gone on.
I mean, there's real genuine emotions. Those emotions could be due to a lot of reasons, but the emotions themselves are genuine. Why they're there, I suppose one could wonder. It could be because he's upset about the thing, or he's upset about other things he's not telling, or upset about himself. It could be due to a lot of reasons, but the emotions seem genuine. They seem authentic. And, he has a reputation for being a believable and trustworthy person who gets along with people, and I can see why. But it's like, you can't really use the fact that the man is a people person against him in a lot of ways. That doesn't seem quite fair. It certainly is like, well, because he's a people person, it proves all the more he's guilty. It's one of those great things like that Nick was talking about and other things. Like, there's nothing you can do that's right, in the prosecutor's eyes. If you don't like people, it's because you're a heartless bastard. If you do like people, it's because you're such a manipulator. There's no right answer. And no matter what you do, they're going to come after you. So, yeah. The jury is going to react emotionally. The jury is normal people. They're going to react emotionally. And I think it's very highly probable that members of the jury have experience with opioids, because opioid addiction and
Yeah.
this is a real problem in a lot of communities. So the idea that someone in the jury is or knows someone who
Mhm.
has problems with opioids, and that could speak to them in a lot of ways.
I mean,
But
especially,
potentially both ways.
yeah, especially nowadays. I mean, after the past 15 years, who doesn't know someone? And that's pretty much how people start, really. They got hurt or they had a surgery, and
Yep.
yeah, it goes from there. Oh, somebody's saying Larry Kudlow didn't use that much coke in NYC. That's funny. Oh, yeah. I think it's clear too. He loved his family.
Yep.
So I think it's going to be very tough to. They're still going to have to figure out this. The state still has to prove, and at least put something out there explaining why he did this.
Yep.
And it's not making any sense so far.
I tend to agree. So we'll see how they can do it, but where are the clothes? Where are the clothes from earlier that day? I changed. Okay, when did you change? Where is the blood from touching Maggie and Paul? Why isn't it all over your clothes? We couldn't find any blood.
That's a tough one, because why don't you have more evidence on you? That's where they should have had their experts say, well, it's my interpretation that this has been laundered or cleaned. That's where you get that in, because he says, I don't know, I'm not the expert. That's what don't you have experts for that? It's like, I don't know, I touched it. It's like, well, where's the clothes? I don't know, aren't you guys supposed to have the warrant and go dig for everything? You guys are the cops.
Oh no, that answer doesn't seem like a great reply to that.
Well, I know, but at some point they're going to be like, well, why don't we have all this? Like, it's not the best, but if they start asking those questions, jurors are going to be like, wait, you guys are you guys are the yahoos who completely didn't do this right. So I think they have to be careful.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how this cross goes. This cross is now 3:30 there.
Yeah.
This cross is going to start today. It's going to go through all of tomorrow.
Improv man,
and
you're
into
saying
next week.
Yeah. Improv man, you're saying
done with this. If they're done with this by the end of tomorrow, I'd be amazed.
Yeah, and they might want to start with might want to start on Monday fresh. Improv man, you're asking, they don't have to prove a motive, but at this point, why did he kill them? I mean, people need a story. There has to be a narrative. He killed this guy. Okay, jury's going to say, but why? Because if you're just saying, legal mindset and Robert Barnes killed, Robert Barnes killed legal mindset. People are gonna be like, why? It's not enough unless, like, obviously you caught him on camera doing it, but where there's issues of what actually happened and how it happened. People need the narrative. They need a story. Otherwise, it's hard for them to say, but why did he do it? Otherwise, you don't have to prove motive, but jurors need to know why. And you can hang that as a question out there, like, there's no reason. None of this makes sense. And the defense can harp on all the problems. And that's why having a motive, they can maybe explain away some of these issues. But that's kind of how I look at it.
That's the same
And
as
that's
I look at
something,
it too.
and that's something, as when I was a prosecutor, as I learned somewhere, a jury needs somebody to either like or hate.
Helps a lot.
And you need to know why you're hating that person, or you need to know why you're liking that person. And if you can't show them, then they're going to just sit there and be like, you might get away with it.
Yeah.
So, Greg, no, the defense does not get a rebuttal. They get one shot at everything.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we'll see how this goes in the second half here. It should be really exciting.
Yeah. So how long are they on break for?
He said 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah. I think if I were the prosecutor, I think I'd try to start softer.
Yeah.
I think I'd start easier instead of trying to come out the way I have in some of this, or come up with this immediate fire stuff. I think I'd try to get, some initial compliance, and then ramp it up.
Well, I just, they don't have to, I mean, they're still, yeah, they don't need to come out swinging right away. They just build it up, and nobody needs, he hasn't been belligerent so far.
Yeah.
He's been fairly, crying and remorseful. His family's dead. So, yeah, you're going to come out and look like assholes for doing that. So,
and since he's admitted to the financial stuff, he could even start there, and get some easy compliance on the financial stuff, because he's admitting to it. So it seems like that might be a good place to start, and then you can build up then you can sort of build up the pattern of the deception and build up how long he was able to deceive people and what scale, not only his partners but his clients, the bar,
all these lies,
able to deceive, and for extended periods of time, and remain likable and remain doing his job and able to leave these dual lives. So I think that's probably the right way to start this thing, rather than come out with fire of whatever, and just point out that he's already lied about the dog kennel thing. He lied to investigators, and
And here's the thing, guys, too, just so you know for the future, if you're ever involved in things, and this is where it comes down to when the police are looking at things, if you lie, it might be because one of two reasons: you're a bad guy, or you're an idiot. Either way is bad, because if you're the bad guy, well, then they know they've got you. If you're an idiot, well, they're not sure what they have. So, this is why if you're not sure about things, you just shut up, because now he said all this stuff, and whether or not it was a lie, and if you don't talk, then they don't have all these things. So, the thing with the dogs, if he hadn't talked, that's one less thing they can hang on him. So just remember, shut up.
it's actually really hard to
It is
have an interview, not say anything that's wrong and mistaken.
Yeah.
There's that great video from that law professor about not talking to the police for this reason. It's it's basically borderline impossible not to say something that's wrong, mistaken, won't be contradicted by someone else. And even if you say only truthful things, you can wind up condemning yourself. So basically, it's a fool's game.
And also keep in mind, in this case, this has been so sloppy. They think he's been the bad guy the whole time. You're not walking out. You're not talking them out of it. They know they are convinced beyond doubt.
Bring the jury.
You're the bad guy. So it doesn't matter what you can't convince them otherwise.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying, is a prosecutor going to say, "Do you want to shoot me right now?" That would be a mistrial if that happened. Actually, this judge would be like, "I'll allow it."
Yes. Can I get some ammo, please?
Yeah.
As long as I'm going down for murder, it might be one I actually committed.
Yes. Yes. The first one costs you, the rest are free. Also, I guess I'm here right now instead of Kurt. Also, guys, I do want to apologize. I know my voice sounds like crap, but not right now.
I have all kinds of problems with the browser today, apparently.
Yeah. I was taking over. I thought you abandoned your property. I was taking over.
I appreciate the impulse.
I was going to try to adversely possess it, but oh, guys, if T Spears here asking who I am, my name's Sean. I run channel Potentially Criminal. I'm here on YouTube. Been doing it for about a year now. Certainly not to the scale or quality that Kurt does, but I cover topics generally related to the criminal field, hence the name. I do produce videos, but I also do live shows. Do a live show every Thursday night. So like tonight, 9:30, cover criminal topics. And also I have locals, potentially criminal.locals.com,
Cross-examination.
and I,
which is a nice reminder to myself. Add you to
Mr. Murdaugh, let's start with a few things I think we can agree on.
So let's do that.
I'm
You
glad I
agree
slept that all
that the
in.
most important part of your testimony here today is explaining your lie for a year and a half that you were never down at those kennels at 8:44. Would you agree with that?
I think all of my testimony is important, Mr. Waters.
Would you agree that that's an important part of your testimony?
Sure.
Objection. Argumentative.
And would you also agree that the first time that law enforcement officers that you've talked to and the prosecution and here in open court ever heard you say that you lied about being in the kennels was today in this court?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All this time later, this is the first time you've ever said that.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree with me that for years you were stealing money from clients
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
and that you were stealing from your law firm,
Yes, sir, I agree with that.
and that had been going on since at least 2010.
I'm not sure of the exact date, but it's been going on a long time. I'll agree with
All right,
that.
what's your best guess of the date?
I'm not sure. I have.
You don't know?
I don't take a dispute with 2010. I just don't know that for sure.
All right. Sure about a lot of things, but you don't know that. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that date, Mr. Waters. I don't have any reason to dispute it. I'm just not certain of it.
All right. Let's just keep on things that we may be able to agree about. And let's talk first about your family's legacy here in the legal profession, okay?
Tell about
Objection.
anything you want to.
Objection.
Tell me about your great-grandfather. Was he the solicitor for the very circuit that we're in?
Yes, sir.
And what was his name?
Relevance.
Randolph Murdaugh Sr.
All right. What did he go by? Do you know?
Randolph.
Randolph? And did you ever get to know him, or did he pass before?
Oh, no, sir. He got killed in 1940.
And how long was he solicitor?
20 years.
20 years?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandfather, who was that?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr.
All right. And did he go by, what did he go by?
Buster. That's who Buster is named after.
And was he
my
solicitor?
granddaddy. Yes, sir. He was the solicitor for 46 years. From 1940, he took over when my great-granddaddy got killed, and he served until 1986. He was
Okay.
the longest-serving prosecutor in the country.
And you knew him obviously well. He was your grandfather, correct?
Oh, I knew him extremely well and loved him dearly.
Idolized him, did you not?
Yes, you know. I
So he
loved
was the
him
chief
dearly.
prosecutor for all that time as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then your father, Mr. Randolph, he became solicitor not long after that, is that correct?
When my grandfather retired, because you weren't allowed to be solicitor after age 72, my dad took over, filled his unexpired term, and then he ran.
And he became the chief prosecutor for this area right here as well?
Yes, sir.
And how long was he solicitor?
From 1986 until 2006.
Till 2006?
Yes, sir.
I actually worked a case with them about a guy who killed a trooper.
He's a fine, fine, fine man.
Yes, he
And
was.
an excellent lawyer.
Yes, he was. And he was an excellent lawyer, right?
Yes, sir.
That's a big part of your family legacy and your heritage that's so ingrained around here is that history of being the chief prosecutor and being part of the central part of the legal community. Is that correct? Would you agree with that?
That my family's been a central part of the legal community. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And not only just the central part of the legal community, but the chief prosecutor for this area since 1910, I think, up until 2006?
1920
1920?
to 2006. 1910 is when my great-grandfather started the law firm.
The law firm.
Yes, sir.
All right, so 1920 to 2006, correct?
That's correct.
An unbroken chain of being the chief prosecutor here, correct?
86 years, baby.
That's correct.
A lot of legacy.
And then you went to law school as well, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you graduate from law school?
1994.
1994. And
Not years old.
did you ever become a full-time solicitor?
No, sir.
And so you went into private practice, I think, with Moss & Kuhn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you
1994.
went to the former law firm that no longer exists because of your activities, correct?
I started in 1994.
Answer my question, if you would, please, first.
What was your question?
My question was that you started first with Moss & Kuhn. Go ahead and answer that one.
Yes, that's correct.
And then you went to the law firm that doesn't exist anymore, that started in 19, but it doesn't exist anymore because of your activities, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of that, of your practice, you were a trial lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
Successful trial lawyer.
I don't know about your adjective, but I was, I guess so, yes, sir.
Did you make millions of dollars in legal fees?
Yes, sir.
But you won't tell this jury that's successful.
Well, if that's the criteria, yes, sir, I was successful.
Well, you won cases, correct?
I did win cases.
Settled cases?
Sure, I settled cases.
Okay. Heard your former law partners say that you were a successful lawyer?
I did hear some of them say that.
I think you even became president of the Trial Lawyers Association, is that right?
That's correct.
And when was that?
I'm not sure of the exact year, but it would have been in the 2015 range, 2014, 15, 16, somewhere in there.
And in that role, you were kind of the president of the Association of People Who Do Trial Plaintiffs Work, right?
Yes, sir.
Who do jury trials, correct?
Well,
That's part of it, right?
Yes, sir. That's part of it.
That's part of it. Sitting down, looking jurors in the eyes, and giving a closing argument. Is that right?
Yes.
And what kind of cases did you normally do? Just generally, what subject matter?
I did all kinds of cases. I did cases that, I handled some very big cases. I had a lot of cases where, somebody, their cable company was billing them $20 more than they should have been. And I handled everything from that to the big cases and everything in between.
All right, so the big cases, tell me about those. Those were typically plaintiff's work, all plaintiff's work, correct, for your big cases?
Yes.
Okay. And plaintiff's work is where, or there would be, say, for example, automobile or truck accidents, correct? Or that some of it?
Every big case I ever had was an automobile. No, sir. Not all of them were automobile wrecks.
Were many of them?
Sure.
All right. And if they, let's say, your plaintiff collided with like a UPS truck or a tractor trailer or something like that, you've had cases like that, correct?
I have.
And they led to very big recoveries, is that correct?
The UPS case that I handled?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right. And as a part of that, developing those types of cases, you were involved in investigating the facts of the case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you were involved in gathering, let's say, telemetry data from automobiles, correct?
Yeah. This is all going to show.
Telemetry
the reason
data,
he's asking
like
these questions
you
is all
presented
going
in
to
this
his ability
courtroom
to
this
lie
week?
to this
Yeah.
jury, manipulate this jury.
You never did
Yeah.
that?
I've never had a
Plan
case
his
specifically
plan his
where
defense,
Yes.
the
plan
type data that
things,
y'all have presented in this case that I've used,
telemetry,
but
so
I've
he
had
knows-
data
and
from
most
automobiles.
of his
I've
knowledge
had
base.
From their
Like he's
essentially
trying
their
to-
computer
OnStar
domain.
data. I've had data
I was
from
going
the
to say, I've
black
hired
box.
competent experts.
But specifically telemetry data, I don't believe that I've ever had one of those.
But
You
OnStar
gotta
and black
look
box
for a
data, correct?
professional. Stand up, Creighton.
More so the black box event recorder. Many times in a wreck, the event recorder will go back and tell you things leading up to the wreck.
Sure.
So, and I've been in numerous cases where those were involved.
And you've had cases where cell phone evidence was relevant to your case?
Sure.
People's call logs were relevant to your case?
I have had those.
Cell tower location was relevant to your case?
Yes.
Computer evidence was relevant to your case?
I'm sure I have, yes.
Yep.
And when did you start with the law firm?
September of 1998.
And you've been doing essentially that kind of work, more or less, up until September of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
To the point where you rose to be the president of the Trial Lawyers Association.
23 years?
I was the president of Trial Lawyers Association in around 2015, as we discussed.
So can we agree now on successful?
I mean, by those criteria, I was successful, certainly. I mean, we talked about a lot of my flaws here today, too. Do I feel like I was successful? No, sir. Not sitting here today, I don't. But if you want to use that term and on those criteria, I don't have any problem with you saying at that time it looked like I was successful.
Do you think people viewed you as a successful lawyer?
I'm sure there were a lot of people that did.
Do you think people viewed your family as very prominent?
I believe that there were a lot of people that did, yes, sir.
And did you think that a lot of people viewed you and your family as very prominent in the legal community here?
I never thought of myself as
I
prominent.
asked you if you thought if people viewed you that way. Let me ask you
At the
this.
time, did I think people viewed me
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah, prior to everything happening.
No, I don't think that I thought people viewed me as prominent. No, sir. I mean, like a big shot? No, sir, I don't think that.
What about your family?
That my family thought we were big shots? No, sir, I definitely don't think
your
that.
family is prominent in this community.
Prominent?
Yeah.
As in,
It's not a hard question.
well, I'm just not sure, you know, I think my family was very well thought of. I think my family was respected. I think my family helped a lot of people.
I'm not challenging you on any of that. I'm just getting you to agree what seems to be a basic fact. Would you agree with that?
With what? That my family helped a lot of people and was well thought
Very
of?
prominent.
If that's what you mean by that, yes, sir.
And that your family had a very long association with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
And you had a
With
long
sled corruption,
association with
maybe?
law enforcement.
Yes.
Yes.
By association, I assume you're talking about friendships? Yeah.
But not only just friendships, but also professional as well, correct?
As a
Professional
prosecutor?
associations with law enforcement.
As a prosecutor or as a civil
Let's talk-
attorney?
Okay, let's talk about civil. Did you have associations with them in civil cases?
Sure. I mean, as we discussed, a lot of cases that I handled were wreck cases, or might be a train wreck or a tractor trailer, but there were a lot of highway patrolmen involved. There were a lot of local law enforcement involved. So, yeah, we dealt with a lot of law enforcement in the civil practice.
All right. And then you also mentioned that you were a prosecutor as well, correct?
I was a volunteer assistant solicitor.
Did you or your family or your law firm ever have events or parties or social affairs in which the law enforcement community in this area was invited?
I mean, sure, the law firm itself didn't really sponsor things like that.
Right.
But there would be occasions where one of us in the law firm, and certainly we all had a lot of friends in law enforcement, and they were always invited.
Okay. And it's a simple point. You had a lot of friends in law enforcement, your family and you had a long association with the law enforcement community in this circuit. Is that correct?
Association being friendships and working relationships, absolutely.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about being a prosecutor. When did you become an assistant solicitor?
I believe that I became an assistant solicitor when I moved from Beaufort to Hampton. So that would have been September, sometime around September 1998. Might have been a little bit after that, but sometime.
Did you get a badge when you became an assistant solicitor?
At some point I did, yes, sir.
And who gave you that badge?
My father.
Mr. Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And over the years, did you prosecute criminal cases, much as what's going on here today?
Yes, sir, at times I did.
And
I believe that I prosecuted from 1998 to 2001. I believe that
2001? Keep going, I'm sorry.
2021, I'm sorry, until 2021. From 1998 to 2021, I believe I was involved in 5 jury, I believe there were 5 trials.
5 trials?
Is the best that I can remember. And
You
that-
had-
all with my dad. That was really the purpose of me being assistant solicitor, was get to spend time with him, do things with him.
Sure. And you, 5 jury trials over all that time, but you had a badge that entire time, is that correct?
I had a badge for a big part of that time, yes, sir.
You actually had 2 badges, right?
I had 1 badge, but when my granddad became an assistant solicitor for my dad, when my dad became the solicitor, he had an assistant solicitor's badge.
Right.
When he passed away, I had his badge, and that was one of, at some point in time, you were asking somebody about 2 badges, and that was the other badge.
I got you. You said you did 5 criminal jury trials as a prosecutor, correct?
Assisted in those, or was doing them, yes, sir. I believe I was actually the lead lawyer in one of them. I helped my dad in the other 4.
Still part of preparing the case?
Yes, sir.
Still part of gathering the evidence and putting it together for trial?
In a criminal case, we didn't do much of the gathering of the evidence. We took what law enforcement had gathered, but
putting it together for the criminal trial, correct?
yes, sir.
Presenting evidence in court?
Yes, sir.
Giving jury argument?
I did the closing argument in one of them, yes, sir.
Did you ever have any cases that you prosecuted that went short of a jury trial, either pled out or were dismissed for some reason?
I'm sure that at some point between 1998 and 2021 that I took some plea, but as we sit here today, I can't specifically remember that, and I don't ever remember working a case up for trial that didn't go to trial. But I'm sure at some point in time, I was involved in some level on a guilty plea, or guilty pleas.
And you'd agree with me that the civil system and the criminal system have a lot of differences, correct?
A lot of differences and a lot of similarities.
And a lot of similarities, and that's where I was going next. That fundamentally, it's about analyzing the evidence, preparing for trial, presenting that case, and making your argument to the jury, correct?
That's a big part of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that as cases go on, or as you are preparing for trial, that you analyze the evidence that's been gathered by law enforcement and present the evidence that supports your case, correct? That's just part of it.
Presenting evidence that you deem favorable for your position?
Yeah, that you analyze the evidence and then you put in the evidence that supports your case. It's an ongoing process. Would you agree with that?
That's part of what you do.
And same thing in the civil case, right? As you go along, you may have evidence, but you ultimately analyze that evidence, and some evidence makes the cut and some of it does not. Is that fair to say?
As far as what you're trying to, I think
It's a
we
simple
agree
question.
on that.
We would agree on that.
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what your question is, but I think I understand it.
I'm just asking you that as a lawyer, as
sir.
you've been since 1994, is that right?
That's correct.
It's a simple question. You analyze the evidence that's been gathered, whether civil or criminal, and then present that in court. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
That's part of
And
what you do.
that is an ongoing process as you prepare for a case. Is that correct?
An ongoing process as you prepare in criminal courts or civil courts?
Either one.
Well, I mean, but there's a distinction, because in civil court you have the deadlines, and so you aren't allowed to gather evidence during a trial or a week before a trial, or for instance, if this was a civil trial and we found that OnStar data during the 3rd or 4th week of trial, you wouldn't be able to use it because you're past deadlines. But in a criminal case, you are able to use it.
But you would agree that none of that was the fault of anyone on this side of the table, that GM initially responded they had nothing and then responded all of a sudden that they did.
I don't have an opinion, and that's certainly not anything I'm intending to convey.
You talked to this jury a lot about that, but you know nothing about that particular part of it. Is that what you're telling us? You talked to the jury a lot about the GM data, but you're telling me that you're unaware that GM initially responded to law enforcement's timely request and said they didn't have that, but then in the course of the trial, all of a sudden came up and said, you know what, we found something, and that's the reason why it arrived late. You're saying you don't know anything about that after talking to this jury about that?
I don't know a single thing about that. I know that y'all represented that to the court, and I don't have any reason to doubt it.
Good.
But I don't.
And you would agree that that's generally consistent with the telemetry data that the FBI did, correct? The OnStar data.
The OnStar, I think the OnStar data and the telemetry data are totally different.
All right. You don't think they're generally consistent with one another. Is that what you're telling this jury?
No, I'm not telling the jury anything about that. I'm just saying, do I think they're consistent? I think the OnStar data gives you one set of information, and the telemetry data gives you another set of information.
Okay. But you don't think they're consistent? I mean, you talked about it with this jury. I think we're struggling on what seems to be a fairly simple point, don't you?
What do you mean by consistent? Consistent in what respect?
Mr. Ward, I'm just trying to answer your question,
right.
and so I'm not trying to be difficult. My understanding of what you're referring to as the telemetry data is when a car goes into park and drive and that sort of thing. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
And the GPS information is telling you where a vehicle is on a certain path.
Correct.
And what direction it's going. So I think that they're two different types of information.
The question was, were they consistent with one another?
What do you mean by consistent?
I guess so. I don't think they contradict each other.
All right,
the question is a little bit vague. His answer is more precise than your question. The answer is better than the
breadwinner
question
for your
you're
family,
asking.
correct? For your immediate family.
Yes.
And that included, obviously, for Maggie, correct?
I'm sorry?
That included for Maggie, correct?
Absolutely.
And in large measure for Buster and Paul as well. Would you agree with that?
That I was the breadwinner?
The primary breadwinner, yes.
No, I was their source of. I was the source of income for Maggie, Buster, and Paul.
Okay.
I mean, I guess as they got older, there's some point where Buster had a job, but I mean, I would still consider myself the provider for them at that time.
Okay. Again, there's no trick here. I'm just trying to ask a simple question.
Mr. Waters, I don't think that was a trick.
Okay.
So.
All right. So you were the primary breadwinner. We can agree on that. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, I liked Alex's answer better than the question. Consistent with, like, what do you mean exactly by consistent with? Because they're measuring different things.
I'm not a trained forensic expert. I'm not trained at all.
Yeah, what do you mean? What do you mean by consistent with? It says when car was in park and not, and what the throttle position.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked
as stuff. They're totally different data. And you're like, what do you mean by that?
This particular item. You can go ahead and take it out of the badge.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways to parse that. So his answer is more precise to the question.
All right, sir.
You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's 571.
Y'all right over there, Sean?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what was in the bag in 570. Can you tell me what that is?
I can.
What is that?
Which one?
570. What is that?
All right. 571 is what I would consider to be my badge.
All right. And then what is this one right here, which is 570?
Okay, 570 would be the one I told you about, was my grandfather's badge after he retired, when he became an assistant for my dad.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 571 and 570 in the evidence.
Yeah, I admit it.
John is no longer with us.
Where did you keep 570, the one that was your grandfather's?
It didn't have a single place that it was kept.
You know where it was recovered by law enforcement?
No, sir.
Would you dispute if it was recovered out of the Mercedes you were driving on September 4th, the day of the side of the road incident?
No, I believe that.
Sean, I'm kicking you out of the stream. If you wake
I'm
up,
back,
please
Kurt.
feel free to come
Kurt,
back.
I'm
We love
back.
you.
Kurt,
Okay,
I'm back.
great. All right, good.
All right, this is just, he's just dragging us along. Like, get to the part where you're coming after him. This is just, why?
That's pretty funny, Sean.
Oh,
And
No,
571,
I
where'd
know.
you keep this one?
Usually in my car.
Where in your car?
It could be all of it. Could be on the dash, like you were talking to Mark Ball about. It could be in the center console. It could be in the cup holder. It could be on the seat. Be on usually in the front seat, but in my car.
It's a great
is
get
where I
out.
tried to keep it.
Strategy.
And when you had it in your dash, would you have it face up or face down?
I didn't have any particular manner in which I stored it anywhere.
You kept it badged up.
There's no
so
rhyme
you
or
were-
reason to it, is what you're telling the jury? How you had it in the dash?
There may be occasions where I had it in the dash for some particular reason, but there were a lot of times where it probably was in the dash for no particular reason, other than that's where I put it. Just like I might put it on the seat or in the cup holder.
Show us your badge, Mr. Waters.
I was going to say,
You
showing
said there were
Fancy
particular
one, too.
reasons why you might put it
showing he's
in
kind of corrupt isn't going to sway this jury.
the
They're
dash.
not.
What would those reasons be?
I mean, it could be any number of things. If I'm going somewhere where I want somebody to see it, then I would put it in the dash. If there's another reason for somebody to see it, like for instance, if I get pulled over, I might have it in the cup holder so an officer could see it when he walked up.
And why would you do that?
Why do you
Why
think?
would you have it in the cup holder? You're not saying you were on official business, are you?
No, I'm not saying I'm on official business.
Why would you want it in a cup holder if you got pulled over?
Because I found that law enforcement oftentimes is friendlier when you're in law enforcement.
When you're law enforcement. So you considered yourself law enforcement?
No, sir, I can't say that I considered myself law enforcement.
Well, you carried a badge on you as an assistant solicitor for 2 decades, roughly?
From around
Sometimes-
98, so
is that
yes, sir, for
correct?
2 decades.
Mr. Waters, how much have you
with
ever
it
kept your badge in the
sometimes
cup holder?
Sitting in the front dash facing out.
You're
correct?
telling me you've
That's
never
correct.
flashed a badge to
And
get
you
out of
would
a
put it
ticket?
in the cup
Is that
holder
what you're
so
trying
that
to
law
tell me?
enforcement would see you if
Well,
you got
often-
pulled over, right?
Well, I
Everyone at prosecution's counsel who's ever
You
done
consider
this,
yourself
stand
law
up.
enforcement.
I personally
I've
didn't
never
consider
done it.
myself to be law enforcement, no, sir.
All right.
Often I
So
work
you were
that
just
way.
using having this badge to your
Honestly,
advantage,
I get for that.
taking license with it, is that correct?
You've got to be fucking
I guess
kidding
in
me.
some circumstances that is accurate.
No, I'm talking to Waters, not you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Waters has done it. He's corrupt. It's South
You can
Carolina. I'm
use it
sure
to get
he's
away with
not
something,
exactly on the
correct?
up and up either.
Get better treatment if you got pulled over.
Get better treatment if I got pulled over. I mean, that's probably a fair statement. That, yeah, if somebody in law enforcement saw that, yeah, I'd say that's true.
Did you
Who amongst-
have to
who
take an
among you
oath
have
when you got that badge?
No, sir.
You didn't?
Not that I remember. I don't. I certainly don't recall taking one. Like, so going somewhere and raising my hand.
Raising your
and-
hand and saying, I promise to do my duty fairly and with integrity? You never had to do that?
Mr. Waters, if I did, I sure don't recall it. I mean, it was a very informal process when I became volunteer assistant solicitor for my dad. And then when I
Believe that.
continued with Duffy, I mean, at some point, you know, if I took any oath at all that I can remember, it would be on some paper that I may have had to sign, but I don't specifically remember doing that.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's go back to 571.
This is the paper you signed, promising to uphold your oath.
And on the
You
inside
betrayed
of
your
it,
oath, didn't you,
what are
sir?
those right there? Those the an ID card with your picture on it?
Yes, sir, that is.
All right. And at the top, on that top, leave it in there if you would, please. Can you not see it?
I can, but I was just going to see what's on the back.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right. And it's got your picture on it, got your name on it?
Yes, sir, that does have my picture and my name.
All right. Good. Put that one back for me, please.
All right. So you want to
All
look
right.
at this top one?
Look at the top one.
Okay.
What office does it say that you are on that top one right there? Up there at the top.
State of South Carolina Solicitor, the Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit. It says that I, as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do hereby certify that, and it has,
Your name.
right? And it has all that data.
What position does it say that you're appointed to?
As the, okay, it says that as Solicitor of the 14th Judicial Circuit, I do certify that Richard A. Murdaugh was on July 1st, 2013, appointed as the Deputy Solicitor of Allendale, Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper counties in and is authorized to enforce the laws in the 14th Judicial Circuit of South Carolina.
Awesome. Can I hold it back?
And it's, yes, sir, signed by Duffy Stone.
Signed by Duffy Stone. So Deputy Solicitor, is that correct?
I was never a deputy solicitor, Mr. Waters. That's what that says, but I've never been a deputy solicitor. Unless deputy solicitor is, I was a volunteer assistant solicitor. And as far as I know, Sean Thornton has been the only deputy solicitor that Duffy Stone had.
And it's a simple point. It says Deputy Solicitor, but Deputy Solicitor is a higher rank than Assistant Solicitor, correct? To your understanding?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
And that was Sean Thornton. I've never been deputy solicitor, even though that does say that.
All right.
I agree with,
Wow.
and that was signed by Duffy Stone, not by me.
I understand. This is what was given to you.
That's what was given to me.
I went through this whole long thing at the beginning about whether or not you had an association with the law enforcement community, but this was given to you not by your father, but by a successor, correct?
Well, no, sir. I believe we got to this because you were asking me if I took an oath, and I don't remember taking an oath, and then you started asking me about these things.
Okay. And you agree that this card says Deputy Solicitor, right?
I agree that card says deputy solicitor.
All right. Would you agree with me that it says on the back that it is reposing special trust and confidence in your ability, care, prudence, and integrity?
Is this what we're doing now, seriously?
Is that what it says on the back of this?
I mean, if you're, no, sir, I mean, I trust, if you're reading that off the back of that, I assume that it does.
Really? Seriously, this is what we're doing? Didn't you take an oath, especially about the God of South Carolina deputy? Really? This is what we want to nail him on, of all the things? Seriously? This sounds like more of an issue with the South Carolina Supreme Court than for this court.
Yeah, but I think this is meant to be. So you meant to
You
be
were reading off of the one that
all the laws while
Duffy
you're
Stone
stealing
gave
from
me,
everybody.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the one at the top, where did that one come from?
That's where I see this going.
You want me to bring it back to you?
No, sir, I think I can see.
Not going to go well.
That
It's
would
not
be,
focused very well.
that's okay. I mean,
Maybe you should tell the
I know
South
what it
Carolina
is. I
Supreme
looked at
Court
when
about
you
it. Maybe
handed
they
it
want
to
to
me.
revoke
So,
our credentials.
The card on the
Oh,
bottom
wait.
is what I got from Duffy Stone. The one on the top, and the
Lord.
one on the top should give you a better.
See, this
There we
is
go.
after me
All right.
again.
So the one on the top was
Well, the one office I
what
was in.
came from my dad when he was solicitor.
I'm
The
available.
one on the bottom is what came
My
from
name
Duffy
on there.
Stone when he was solicitor.
I'll do
The
it.
one office I was a part of.
And Duffy
My
Stone
dad-
took over
ours was
after my dad retired in 2006. Duffy Stone filled my dad's the rest of his unexpired 4-year term, much like my dad filled my granddad. So, and then Duffy became the solicitor.
Did you ever have lights in your vehicle?
In the particular vehicle?
No, in any vehicle.
Yes, sir, I did.
Was that a government vehicle?
No, sir, it was not.
When did you have lights, like blue lights and stuff?
Yes, sir, I had some blue lights.
When did you have blue lights? And let me remember, you did 5 cases over 20 years, and you had blue lights in your vehicle, but it was your private vehicle, correct?
Well, it was the vehicle that I drove. It was a law firm owned vehicle.
The law firm's own vehicle. So how'd you get blue lights in there?
I had them installed.
And who installed them?
I believe that Eddie Gibson installed them.
And who was that?
You sped to the
He's
golf
guy
course. Not like that.
who apparently does blue light work for most of the sheriff's departments in the 14th Circuit and a lot of the police departments.
And when did you have that installed? Do you recall? Was it one vehicle or more than one vehicle? Let's start with that.
I believe I had blue lights in one vehicle.
And when did you have that installed, do you think?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
5 years, 10 years?
No, here I can give you a time frame.
Okay.
The vehicle that I was in on that got taken in on June the 7th, I got that vehicle sometime around late December or January, so I'd had it for 6 months. I would have had the previous vehicle for 5 years. That's how long we kept vehicles in the law firm. So I would have had it for 5 years, and sometime during that 5-year period, I had lights installed.
Did you ask the sheriff at the time if you could do that?
I did.
Who was that?
I believe it was T.C. Smalls, and I believe in Colleton it was Andy Strickland,
In Colleton, it was Andy Strickland?
and I believe in Allendale it was Tom Carter.
Were you friends with Andy Strickland?
Yeah, I was friends with Andy Strickland.
And you said, hey, I'm going to get some blue lights installed in my vehicle, and he said, that's cool. Or words to that effect.
I mean, that doesn't sound like the words that he would have used or I would have used, but I certainly asked him, and he certainly said it was okay.
It was okay. All right.
Okay. You had blue lights installed on your car. The sheriff
Along
said
with
fine.
Sheriff Smalls and I believe Sheriff Carter. I'm not positive about Sheriff Carter, but I believe so.
I'm sure it's relevant because
We'll
of
show
the
you just
question
real quick.
is Blue lights. The
What's the
facility
mark?
has
States
various
507.
uses.
See if you recognize that.
I believe this is my Suburban. Yeah, this is my Suburban that y'all have.
Okay. Does that look like where your badge was on the day of the incident?
I have no idea.
You don't recall putting it there?
No, but I don't take issue with the fact that it's. I don't take issue with the fact that it's there. If that's if that's how they say it was, found it, and that's the picture.
Your Honor, Dr. That states 507 in evidence.
Submitted.
You testified some about the boat case, and we'll talk more about that later.
Boat case being, I'm sorry.
The boat wreck case. Can we agree that that's what we're talking about when we say the boat case? February in 2019?
Well, there's two things. You referring to the civil case when you say the boat case,
Okay.
but when I think about the boat case, I think about the charges that y'all brought against Paw Paw.
Okay.
So, but there also the civil case.
All right. Paul? That was your new name for Paul?
I mean, I called him Paw Paw. Maggie called him Paw Paw. Bus calls him Paw Paw.
Sure.
Roro calls him Paw Paw. I mean, that's
Roro?
not.
Who is Roro?
That's Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And this jury, of course, has heard multiple recorded statements of you during the course of this. Did you ever refer to Paul as Paw Paw during that?
I don't know
You don't? Do you recall?
how I referred to I can say Paul if you prefer that.
No, you can call him whatever you want. I'm just asking you if you ever called him that during the course of that entire investigation. Or is that also the first time today, at least publicly?
Is today the first time I've called my son Paul Paw Paw? No, sir, that is not correct.
Have you ever called him that on all the recorded statements that this jury has heard?
I don't know.
You ever called Rogan Roro?
I
In
called
all
him
the
Rogan
recorded statements?
all the time.
In the recorded statements, did you ever call him that?
I don't know. I mean, I called him Rogan also, so I don't know. But I'm happy to call him Rogan, and I'm happy to call Paul Paul.
All right. Well, let's talk about, and I'll be specific with the boat wreck criminal case and the boat wreck civil case. Okay. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
I didn't call him. Po
we've
Po
talked a little bit
on
about your badge.
recording.
Did you have your badge with you on the night of the boat wreck?
On the night of the boat wreck, did I have it with me?
Yeah.
When?
Did you go to the hospital that night?
I did go to the hospital that night.
Did you have it with you then?
I don't know, but I don't believe so. But I really
You
don't
don't
know.
believe so?
But
When you went to the hospital on the night of the boat wreck, were you acting in any official capacity?
the night of when I went to the hospital, was I in an official capacity?
Yes.
No, sir.
Okay.
Are you going to say that he had his badge somehow? Really? Is this what we're doing, really? We're attacking his credibility because maybe when he went to the hospital the night of the boat wreck, he had his badge somehow? Unless he was trying to interfere in the investigation or something. This is how we're doing this?
I'll show you what's been marked as States 569. And do you recognize the person on the right in that image?
No, sir.
You don't recognize that?
I don't recognize him.
No, I'm asking about that.
Oh, me?
Is that you?
Yeah, it looks like me.
All right. What's hanging out of your pocket in plain view?
Looks like a badge.
You didn't recall that until I just showed you that picture?
No, sir, I did not.
Your Honor, it offers States 569 in the evidence. Okay.
Really? Seriously? Why?
That's you in the white shirt, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is the badge hanging out at your pocket. You remember which, is that correct?
Looks to be, yes, sir.
Which badge is that? Which one of the two, do you remember?
Nah, you can't tell from here.
Okay. And why'd you have it hanging out of your pocket like that?
I don't remember having that. No, I don't know.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember that, no, sir.
Did you generally walk around with your badge hanging out of your pocket?
Generally speaking, no, sir, I did not.
Or only when you wanted some advantage from it?
What are
Did
you
I-
talking about?
did
Did
I-
you want some advantage from wearing it like that?
Did I hang it out in my pocket when I wanted an advantage?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay.
I certainly may have.
All right. What advantage did you want?
When?
What?
Then?
I don't even recall this, Mr. Waters, but if I was wanting some advantage, as you say it, I guess, and I don't remember this, but I guess I would want, as I said, a badge has a warming effect with other law enforcement. And so if I was seeking any advantage, as you say, then I guess that would be what it was.
Wow. Deep.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah, there was a time period where I did.
Did you ever want to be the solicitor?
Yeah,
The elected solicitor?
there was a time period when I absolutely did.
When was that?
Prior to around the time prior to my dad retiring.
Prior to 2006?
Yes, sir.
How long did you explore that?
I mean, I wanted to be a solicitor for a long time, but, you know, at the time when my dad retired, I was already struggling with pills, and I knew I couldn't do it.
In 2006?
Yes, sir.
And we'll talk more about the pills in a bit, but you say you were already struggling with pills in 2006, correct?
That's correct.
But over that next 15 years, you still were able to maintain a lucrative law practice. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that all your law partners had no idea of this pill problem that you had all that time, correct?
I'm testifying that I believe, in
Uh-oh.
fact, I'm certain that none of my partners
Okay.
knew.
You remember going to do that?
Yes.
And was your badge hanging out when you did that as well?
You know, I wouldn't think so, Mr. Waters, but like I say, I don't think so.
Right. So it just comes naturally to put your badge out when something like this that you don't even remember why you did that.
No, I don't even remember having my badge, and I specifically know that I didn't use the badge. You know, did I mean to do
You're
this?
not
I'm
helping
not saying
right
that I
now,
didn't,
Creighton.
but I don't know if I was putting it in my pocket and the flap, you know, you notice that that flap is not Velcro down. I don't know. I don't have a specific memory of that. And I never went around, you know, acting like I was on official business.
So you're saying it might be an accident that your badge was hanging out there?
I'm saying that I have no memory of that whatsoever.
All right, well, you never used these badges as like a wallet, right?
No, I did.
You did?
I did.
So you're saying you had your credit cards and all your stuff in there?
No, sir. No,
Not
sir. I'm
helping
not saying that. I'm not saying that on that night. You just asked me if I ever used it as a wallet, and there were times when I used it as a wallet.
Were you using it as a wallet that night?
I don't remember, but I don't think so. I didn't use it as a wallet very often, and I didn't use it as a wallet for very long when I did use it as a wallet.
So let's see if we can get back to what we agree on. So you would agree that you had to make a conscious decision to grab that badge and when you went into the hospital, correct? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, at some point I had to make a conscious decision to pick it up.
But you're saying you don't know if you hung it out like that on purpose while you're talking to that law enforcement officer, or if it's just an accident that is hanging out of your pocket in full view of everyone.
Well, I am saying that because that is not how I would normally carry a badge. And even if I wanted to give somebody an impression, to me, that's got kind of an obnoxious look to it. That's just not something that, I mean, that's not something I would typically do. But I may have done it that night. I have no memory of that.
Okay. All right. So you're saying that just could be an accident that it's hanging out like that?
I'm saying it could be, or I could have put it there like that.
All right.
I don't remember.
Did you generally just walk around with it in your pocket? Or would you only carry it when you wanted to use it for something?
No, I wouldn't generally carry it around in my pocket just any time.
Okay. All right. All right. So we got the badge that may be accidentally hanging out of your pocket. You won't concede that you did that purposefully.
I mean, Mr. Waters, if you want me to say I did that on purpose, I don't have a problem with that. I'm saying I don't remember that. All right? So can I tell you that I did that on purpose? No, sir, I can't. Can I say that this happened by accident? No, sir, I can't. What I can say is I don't remember it, and that's not how I would normally, that's just not how I would normally, you know, that's just not, that's not something I did. That's not a normal thing. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine. You won't concede to this jury that there was any intention or purpose to you doing that at the hospital
It's time
on the
to
night
move
of the
on.
boat wreck.
I'm saying I don't remember using that badge.
Fair enough.
And I specifically remember, you know, I'm sorry, go ahead. You can ask
Well, you
your
know, the
Specifically
lectern-
remember what?
You look like an asshole, Creighton.
Like
Stop.
when I went into the room with the kids, did I pull my
What you try to
badge
make
out?
is
And I
tired
know
now.
that
Let's
I did
move
not
on.
do that.
No, because it was on your pocket like that, correct?
It's on my pocket like that right then.
Did you
Yeah,
use that to
you're both
get into
insufferable.
areas that shouldn't be accessed by non-official personnel?
No, absolutely not. I mean, there was nowhere that I went that, that was not truly public domain. I mean, basically, the places that I went to were, when I got there, I went to Paw Paw. When I left Paw Paw, I went to Morgan Dowdy, who was like a daughter to Maggie and I, had dated Paul for a long time. And I went to Morgan. Morgan had an injury to her hand that was bad, and she was very upset about Mallory. And they were working on her, so I left her room. I went back to Paw Paw. At some point in time, I noted I went to Connor's room, and I believe those are the only rooms I went to. But again, I can't tell you that with certainty.
While you were wearing that badge like that, did you tell any of the kids who were in the boat wreck not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I never told anybody not to cooperate with law enforcement, whether I had a badge hanging out my pants, didn't have a badge, or any point in time did I tell anybody don't cooperate with law enforcement.
Did you become aware in March or April or May of 2021, shortly before June, that an investigation into the investigation of that night had begun, as well as your conduct?
Investigation.
Yes, I did learn of that.
The investigation into the investigation. Good Lord.
I don't know the status of that investigation, being that I've been charged with so many things and haven't been charged with that. I'm assuming that there may not be charges.
Whether or not you were aware that that had begun in the spring of 2021.
Yes, sir. I was aware. Well, at some point in time, I became aware of it. Was that the spring? Was it, February, March, April? I know it was after. I know it was after that night, and it was before June 7th.
Before June 7th.
I'm pretty sure that I already knew that. On June the 7th.
You mentioned Andy Strickland. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know what happened to him when?
How he lost his job? As sheriff?
I believe that when he was charged, I don't know if he resigned or he was suspended.
Okay. Do you remember if that was a few months prior to you becoming aware of an investigation into the investigation of this boat case, including you?
Do I know what now?
Andy Strickland was charged and lost his job. Was that a few months prior to you becoming aware of the investigation into this incident that's on the screen?
A few months prior? I don't really know this for a fact, but I believe, as I'm sitting here today, I believe that Andy was charged back in the fall. And like I said, we learned about when, I've testified about when I understood there was an investigation into whether or not I was acting in a public manner or whatever it was y'all were investigating, public corruption or that. So if it was a couple of months, if it was a month or two when Andy Strickland got charged,
embezzlement to impersonating a police officer. That's about where we're at. Yeah.
If you showed me that, I'd be surprised, because I think he was charged before that.
When you came back from Moselle that night, did you cross a couple yellow lines at any
guy
point?
who you asked if you could put lights in your car in a private vehicle, correct?
Well, I mean, Andy, I considered Andy a friend. I considered TC a friend, and I considered Tom Carter a friend,
Sure.
all of whom I asked if I could put lights in the vehicle.
All right. And
So, yes, sir. I mean, and I considered Andy a friend.
Would you at least agree with me that in at least the fall of 2020, your friend Andy Strickland was indicted and lost his job for a financial and corruption investigation?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Response.
Your Honor, I think there's a link between his knowledge of that and what he's admitted that there was an investigation going on in the months prior to the murders.
Anything further?
I mean, the question is something about Andy Strickland being indicted? I just don't see the relevance, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
All right. We can at least agree that you were aware prior to the murders that there was this investigation, correct? The one on the screen. The one related to the boat, the investigation into the boat case.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June the 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir. Not
You haven't gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told this jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial problems?
it was certainly a cause, yes, sir.
A cause. Not the only cause, though, correct?
No, I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that, yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
No,
reason.
you disagree if that was true.
That they thought, that my partners thought that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not
Was
trying to
that
frustrate
true?
you.
Was what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
what date?
All right. Well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember, generally speaking, when it was. Yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011. Would you dispute that?
2011. When it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case.
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that. But I can't remember off the top of my head. That's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine, Mr. Murdaugh. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
I don't have a reason to dispute that.
Creighton, you are not looking good doing this, man. You look like the biggest fucking tool in the room right now. He looks like a worse guy than Murdaugh does right now. You guys, you can't lean on the lectern like that. And oh, I guess we'll show you. It's like, he's saying, I guess you're true. Sure, if you're saying that, I don't know.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been admitted
like-
into evidence in States 331.
It's ridiculous.
Let's go with, actually, 332, 333, and 334. Do you recognize those documents? Just generally, do you recognize them?
I do.
All right, and just generally, what are those? Those are disbursement sheets. Can I have them back, please?
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, take your time.
Just trying to see which ones. All right, I mean, there's some things about it that I'm curious about, but
Yeah, we'll
you
talk
ask
about
the
that.
questions.
We'll talk about that.
I bet we will.
All right. Let's talk about, let's start with Natasha Thomas. Do you remember her?
I do.
How old was she when she became your client?
I'm not sure. She was young.
She was a teenager?
I'm not sure, but I know she was young.
She was underage, correct?
Yes, she was underage. I do believe that.
All right.
In fact, I know that.
And can you tell me what the, she was injured in this wreck with, in an automobile wreck, correct?
Yes.
And the company Michelin, that was one of the defendants for an alleged tire issue, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And do you remember how much Natasha Thomas got in that particular case? And I can show it to you on 334. Do you remember how much she got?
As a gross settlement, I believe it shows
Yeah.
$2 million.
$2 million. All right. And how much were your or PMPD's fees that would be attributed to you in that out of that $2 million?
$800,000.
$800,000.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir. All right. And so that would be $800,000 in fees that would get attributed to you. That has nothing to do with the money that you subsequently stole from that teenager. Correct?
The $800,000 is different from money that I stole?
Yes.
That's correct.
All right. So you got $800,000 attributed to you with the firm, but that was not enough. You also stole money from that teenager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When you did that, did you sit down with her, much as you sat down with this jury, and explain to her what was going on while you were stealing her money?
That would be the normal process, but I certainly don't remember specifically doing that.
That would be the normal process, correct?
That would be. It may be a little different with a teenager, but certainly, I mean...
You would sit down with them across the table and go through these documents, correct?
That would not be abnormal, yes, sir.
All right. And then you would explain to them what was going on and how they were getting everything they were entitled to, correct?
If I was the one doing it, yes, sir.
And you would look them in the eye while you did that, correct?
It wouldn't be unusual for me to look them in the eye.
While you were doing some fast talking to a teenager, correct?
I certainly was not telling her the truth. I don't know if I was talking fast or slow, but I wasn't telling the truth.
All right. Well, you ultimately convinced her that there was nothing amiss here, right? While you were stealing her money, correct?
I don't know if I convinced her that nothing was amiss or I misled her, but I admit candidly in all of these cases, Mr. Waters, that I took money that was not mine and I shouldn't have done it. I hate the fact that I did it. I'm embarrassed by it. I'm embarrassed for my son. I'm embarrassed for my family. And I don't dispute that I did it. I
understand that. But
And
you
so-
understand that we have to ask about these things because we've heard about it in a very academic paperwork manner. But every single one of these, you had to sit down and look somebody in the eye and convince them that you were
now
on
we're
their
getting
side.
a little bit closer to
when you were
something
not,
that's
correct?
better.
That's what you did in every single one of these.
Now we're getting to the pattern.
every time.
Answer my question, yes or no, and then you
Getting a
can
little bit
explain.
better.
I'll let you explain all day long.
Well, I mean, no, sir, that may or may not be true. And Mr. Waters, just to try to get through this quicker, I admit.
I know you want to get through it quicker, but we're not. So answer the question, please.
What I admit is that I misled them, I did wrong, and that I stole their money. Now, this is something, what's the date on that one?
I'll bring it back to you.
Well, you can tell me. I trust you to tell me accurately.
All right. Well, it's kind of funny. It doesn't have the date on it, but I'll let you take a look at it.
All right, I'm just looking at the date of a check. So that's December 20th. So that goes 2011. So that gives us a ballpark. So that's 12 years ago. For me to sit here and tell you specifically that I remember sitting down and talking with Natasha Thomas, I can't tell you that. But what I can tell you, and I can tell you that I didn't do right by Natasha Thomas. I took money from Natasha Thomas that didn't belong to me, and I was wrong for doing that.
Okay.
And I admit that.
And I know, Mr. Murdaugh, that you would like for it just to be as simple as that, just to say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, I stole money, and have that be the end of it. But in every single one of these cases...
Objection to the comment, Your Honor.
You just testified that you would like to just admit that... And make this quick, correct? Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you implied?
No, sir, Mr. Waters. You have charged me with murdering my wife and my son, and I have sat here for all these weeks listening to all this financial stuff that I did wrong, that I'm embarrassed by. I'm happy to talk to you about as much of that as you want to talk about. I'm required to talk about it as much as you want to talk about it. But the fact is I cannot specifically remember sitting down, the details that you're asking me for, I can't tell you.
Wow.
But what I can tell you is that in all these financial situations, I stole money that was not my money. I misled people that I shouldn't have misled, and I did wrong. I can tell you that. And I may be able to tell you specifically, in some instances, what I did or didn't do.
All right. Well, good. Well, we'll do that.
Well,
But
great, and you should
the
not
point
have let him answer
that I'm
that.
asking you is, it's not just as simple as some paperwork. You had to sit down and deal with these people and convince them that you were telling them the truth in order to steal this money, correct?
That may not be true, because in some situations, I may not have had to do that. They may have just trusted me to do it.
Okay.
So that's my point, is I misled them. There's no question about that. But did I sit down in each particular instance and, like you're breaking it down step by step? I can't say that. I can say I did wrong, I stole money that wasn't mine, and I shouldn't have done it.
All right.
And it was terrible.
All right, well, let's look at stage 330. This is Arthur Badger and the
I don't know
EPS
what the
case,
hell
correct?
is happening right now.
That's correct.
All right. You remember what the total recovery was in that particular case? There were multiple plaintiffs. Let me ask you that first. There were multiple plaintiffs in that case, correct?
That's correct.
And do you remember what the total recovery was in that case?
Not exactly, but I mean, I know generally.
All right. Was it $12 million? Would you disagree with that?
Is it $12 million? I mean, if you tell me it was $12 million, then I believe you, but I thought it was a little bit more than that.
All right. And if ultimately, if you have multiple plaintiffs, how do you decide as the plaintiff's lawyer, or how does it work out that amounts of that total recovery get allocated to individual plaintiffs?
I mean, different cases are different ways.
Is it true that often the defense attorneys, the civil defense attorneys, will ask the plaintiff's attorneys how you want that allocated?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes.
Sure.
Is that what happened in this case? In the Badger case?
I can't remember exactly how we came to that.
Who was the deep pocket in the Badger case? Do you remember? The defendant that had the money that you ultimately recovered from, the vast majority. Do you remember?
Well, it was UPS, and I believe it was, I can't remember if it was corporate or if there was insurance, but it was certainly UPS was the major defendant.
Okay.
But I believe Arthur Badger was a defendant. I can't remember. I know UPS was.
Did you sit down with him and explain this paperwork that you were using to steal his money?
I believe I did sit down with Arthur Badger.
And managed to convince him that nothing was amiss while at the same time stealing money?
I believe I did.
And did you allocate millions of dollars to Arthur Badger personally while only telling him that his recovery was going to be around $300,000.
I believe that I did, yes, sir.
And on this exhibit, 330 sat down and looked him in the eye with all this stuff on here and fast talked him past these figures so that he believed you and left thinking that you had done him right.
I would have, I believe that I sat down with Arthur Badger, and I know that I misled Arthur Badger, and I'm sure at some point during that conversation that I looked him in the eye.
Going back to
Are we really going to do each one of these?
333.
Is that what we're doing now?
You remember Hakeem Pinckney? Do you remember him?
I do.
What happened to him?
I'm not sure if this is going to help in the end. This could wind up
He
just
was
being really
injured in the
tedious.
same wreck that Natasha Thomas was
Be
injured
careful.
in.
Was he badly injured?
He was.
How badly injured was he?
Yes, I mean, he was terribly injured. He became a, I can't remember what level, but he was a quadriplegic.
You remember what the total recovery amount was for him?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
All right. Well, let me show you Stage 333 and see what the total, if you recall, what the total recovery was in that case.
It looks
This
like
could be
it was
playing a lot differently for the jury than for me.
$10,245,000.
This is definitely a read the
That
room
was for
moment, though.
Hakeem,
Is it tedious?
That's
Is the jury,
correct.
And how much of that was the
this is one of
attorney's
those things where
fees
you really
that
have to
would
read
have
the
gone
room.
to
Is it
PMPED that would have been
tedious?
attributable to
Is the
you?
jury responding to each one of these? Are they enthralled? Are they bored?
$4,098,000.
$4 million in legal fees that you would have gotten from this settlement. Is that correct?
And the appeal issues right themselves.
$8,000. Yes, sir.
And in the end, that wasn't enough for you, correct? Was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me in that case?
Yeah.
I mean,
Was over $4 million in legal fees that you received that would have been attributable to you through the law firm at the end of the year, whatever it worked out to be, but you would have been credited with over $4 million in fees for that. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And was that enough for you?
Was that enough for me?
Or did you take more
Oh, no,
from...
I took monies from Hakeem Pinckney that did not belong to me, that I should not have taken.
been rendered a paraplegic?
No, sir, he was a quadriplegic,
Quadriplegic.
unfortunately.
Thank you for correcting.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Corrected and made it worse. It's nice.
You ultimately take money from his mother, Pamela, as well.
I believe that I did.
You remember how much money you took from Hakeem?
No, sir, not off the top of my head, I do not.
If I told you it was over $370,000, would you agree with that?
If that's what the records show, I don't dispute that.
Do you remember how much you took from the teenager Natasha Thomas in addition to your legal fees?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If I told you it was over $350,000, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
Do you remember how much you took from Arthur Badger?
Not off the top of my head, no, sir.
If it was over $1.3 million, would you agree with that?
I don't dispute it.
He's a son of a bitch. I mean, okay, we know he's a son of a bitch.
Around the time that this was going
He's a son
on,
of a bitch, liar, thief,
did
manipulator.
you have some land deals that were going bad? That had gone bad?
But the problem,
Which
2008, 2009, 2010, 2011?
the problem
I
is
think that
we're doing
I think
kind of
those had happened
exactly
a
what
little
we're
bit
not
before that.
supposed to do.
But I had some land deals that
Right.
that,
What we're doing in reality is
certainly
kind
had
of what we're
problems.
not supposed to do, which is propensity.
And
You can't bring it in for propensity. You can bring it in for motive. But you're not supposed to be able to bring it in for propensity. good luck.
That had something to do with the money you were taking as well.
With maintaining that difference to a jury, by the way.
I think the
But
whole
at least in principle,
picture had things to do with
at least in principle, the fact that he
doing stuff
is
I shouldn't
a
have done. I mean,
thieving, lying son
I
of a
would
bitch
agree that. I mean, that certainly would have played some role in
is
Were you living
mostly
a
irrelevant.
wealthy lifestyle?
a wealthy lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Probably. I mean, we were living whatever lifestyle. Probably.
Would you characterize your lifestyle as wealthy?
You know, that's not how I would characterize it. But
You wouldn't
I'm not
characterize it
gonna-
as wealthy.
I'm not going to take issue with it.
Okay. Around this time, were you making more than $1 million a year?
And it really heightens the appeal issues.
Around what time?
2011.
Because the probability,
Yes.
the
2012.
probability
Yes.
of this being used as a basis to reverse
And you were still stealing money as well, correct?
is increasing.
Can we at least agree that that's a lot of money?
Because because now we're not just
Over $1
Never
million
mind, it's
dollars.
fine.
I think there's no question that's a lot of money.
Flavor.
Okay, good. We can agree on
We're
that.
using
That's
it
lot of
as
money,
a foundational
correct?
basis.
I feel like we're struggling here. Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
Statement, Your Honor.
Were you living a wealthy lifestyle?
I just don't know what you mean by wealthy. You
Is
know,
this a hard question, Mr. Murdaugh?
well, it's hard for me to know exactly what you want. You know, and it depends. I was spending money that wasn't mine, that I shouldn't have. I think that, you know, we lived a lifestyle. I don't have an issue if you want to call it wealthy.
All right. Would you concede with me that not all of this money was going to pills at this point in time?
No,
All this stolen money?
no, I doubt that it was.
Okay. And it was being used to support your wealthy lifestyle?
Well, I haven't looked at all these documents to know exactly what was being spent where, but here's what I do know. I know that I was making a bunch of money, and I should have had more money than I did. And I know that I was spending a bunch of money on pills, and I know that, you know, I don't remember in 2011 if those I just can't remember those land deals. But, you know, if I spent money on other things, I don't dispute that either. I just haven't looked at the records.
Okay. But you would at least concede that the money you were stealing was going to support your ever-expanding wealthy lifestyle. Would you concede that?
Did all of the money I stole?
Any of it, Mr. Murdaugh?
Any of it? Yeah, I would certainly agree that there was money that didn't go to buy just pills.
All right. And you would concede that even though you were generating millions of dollars in fees, that was not enough for you. Would you concede that?
If by concede that, you mean was I also stealing money that I shouldn't have? Yes, sir, I agree with that. I've said that repeatedly.
Kurt, did Kurt go down? I'm not sure, guys. Hey, I'm here still. So, sorry, guys. No, I'm reading actually some of Nick's. I was reading something from Nick. He sent me. Oh, you back, Kurt?
Hate my life a little bit.
It's all right. I kept going for you. I panicked. I filled the world with panic for you.
Was received.
Appreciate that.
No, that's not what I remember. But for purposes of your thing, Mr. Waters, I agree there was a conservator appointed.
Well, what is your memory of why the conservator was appointed?
My memory is that the father in this case, who was the beneficiary or a big beneficiary in this, and who was the PR of the mother's case,
I'm not sure why,
was
but this
undesirable
this app keeps
witness.
having problems in the browser.
And there was testimony that
I'm not sure
he
why.
it was testimony that he had hit his wife, and it was clear we felt like we didn't want him to be the face of the lawsuit. So we appointed a conservator.
Who was that?
For that purpose is why I believe we appointed a conservator.
Okay. And who was that?
That was Russell Lafitte.
At Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And after that, did you get Russell Lafitte to start loaning you money from the Plower Girls account?
Try a different browser. I think it only
That
works
he was
properly.
conservator for him?
He loaned me money from the Plower account. I don't know if I got him to do that.
Oh, you didn't talk to him about it? Y'all didn't talk about that at all?
No, we did talk about it. I mean,
there's emails to that effect. Are you disputing that to this jury?
Mr. Waters, I'm not disputing. I'm just telling you that Russell Lafitte gave me a loan from the Plowers. Your question was, did I get him to do that? And I don't necessarily believe that to be accurate.
Well, who came up with the idea?
I don't know that it was come up with an idea. There was, I think that Russell felt like that it was a sound investment for those girls to charge me a higher interest rate when they weren't getting but so much interest somewhere else. So,
What was that interest rate that y'all thought was such a good idea for these girls? Do you recall what it was?
I can't remember.
The reality is that you needed the money, and this was a convenient source to keep your massive cash flow going as early as 2011, 2012. Isn't that correct?
Well, this was a loan, yes, sir. But exactly why it came from them versus the bank, I can't tell you the details without looking at all that. I can't tell you that off the top of my head.
And despite all you were earning, you would even send Russell emails saying, hey, transfer over $75,000 from the Plower account into my account, correct? You remember emails to that effect that you would have to him?
Do I remember an email to that effect? No, I don't remember that.
But dispute that there were emails to that effect?
Not if you say there were, Mr. Waters. I don't dispute that. I don't dispute any of this, that I took money that didn't belong to me, that I misled people.
I know that you want the answer to be that simple. That's not what I'm at. We agree on that. We've agreed on that.
Well, no, sir. I don't necessarily want the answer to be simple. I just want everybody to understand I do not dispute that I stole money that was not my money, that I misled people to do that I misled people that trusted me to do that, and that what I did was terrible. I don't dispute that. It's just the way you're asking these questions, and, you know, I mean, there's some things in there that I do take issue with.
Okay. Which part of what I just asked you about the Pliers do you take issue with? You take issue that y'all didn't conspire to do that, you and Russell? You
Yes.
take issue with that? You take issue with that? Okay.
I can tell you that Russell Lafitte never conspired with me to do anything. Whatever was done by me.
Okay. So you told the Plower girls that you were borrowing money from their account?
No, I don't know. I don't know that I told
Tell
them
Russell
that.
to tell them?
I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I can't sit here and tell you what I told him however many years ago.
Did you tell Russell he could borrow money from that account too?
I don't remember having any discussion with him about him borrowing money.
Was the supposed interest rate you were paying far lower than anything you could have gotten anywhere else?
I don't even know what
You don't
interest
even
rate
know?
I was paying.
Okay. One thing's clear, you never told this to the Plower girls, did you?
Gone.
I would have thought the interest rate that I was
Hi,
paying
Sean.
was a little bit more
Sorry if I
than what a
lost
bank
you.
loan would have been.
Sorry, that's
but
my fault.
I don't know that. I don't know that to be. I don't know what the interest rate was, so I don't know that for sure.
When you stole the Badger money, how much did you steal from Arthur Badger that we talked about before in the UPS case?
I don't remember the exact amount.
Over $1.3 million. Would you dispute that?
I don't dispute. I don't dispute that.
And that was in addition to the $1.2 million in attorney's fees for his case alone that would have been attributed to you through the firm?
What I stole from Arthur Badger
Let me ask you this.
inappropriately was in addition to any fees that I legitimately earned. I shouldn't have stolen the money from Arthur Badger. I misled him, and I was wrong.
Did you speak with Russell Lafitte once you stole this money from Arthur Badger about structuring that $1.3 million that you stole in a manner so it appeared to be payments to the Plyler account?
At least we also get to try to have fun with themes.
You understand the question?
No, sir. Say that again.
Did you have any conversations with Russell Lafitte about structuring this $1.3 million into multiple payments and then applying it to the Plyler account?
I've heard the testimony, and I've seen some of
I'm
those
asking
records.
if you
Let me know if
did.
you like
Did you
anything.
have any conversations with Russell about that?
I had to.
Okay.
I had to have.
All right. You even asked him to recut the check, correct? To have Jeannie recut the check.
I've seen, I believe, an email or a text to that effect.
So you don't dispute that?
No, I don't dispute that. What I dispute is if you're insinuating in any way,
Fireflies.
this was stuff that I did.
Okay.
I mean, this stuff that I did these things wrong. Russell Lafitte didn't do anything.
I'm not here to
And-
talk
and
about
what-
that. I'm just talking about
but-
what went on.
And I know, but you keep talking about what I did with Russell Lafitte, and what I want to let you know is that I did this.
I know.
And I'm the one that took people's money that I shouldn't have taken, and that Russell Lafitte was not involved in helping me do that.
I'm just asking you a simple
Knowingly.
question.
If he did it without knowing it.
All right, so you send him an email and then asked him to recut the check and have the check made out to various amounts short of that, and then applied those over time to give the illusion of payments to the Plyler account. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters.
Is that correct?
I don't know, but I'll tell you this.
Okay,
I
you don't know.
I don't dispute what's in those emails as far as, or texts, as far as what I told Russell, and as far as what I did to again, take money that didn't belong to me, that wasn't mine, and that I was wrong for taking. It's just the specifics of that you want me to give you details on, and I can't do that. I do not dispute what's in those texts or emails.
And did you steal that Badger money because you had to pay back the Plyler girls' money before they turned 18 and reached the age of majority? And Russell would then have to be held to account for that money that he had loaned to himself and to you.
First off, I don't know anything about any money that Russell loaned to himself. I only know about what he loaned to me. And I don't believe that me stealing Arthur Badger's money and taking that money that did not belong to me, that I wrongly took, had anything to do. I don't remember it having a relationship with having to pay back a loan, or there being some time pressure to pay back a loan that he gave me on the Plyler conservatorship.
You don't remember that?
No, and I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm saying that I don't remember. That's not the way I remember it, and I don't remember it.
Did you ultimately borrow $1 million roughly from the Plyler girls without their knowledge? Does that sound right? About $1 million in total?
If you tell me that's the number, I mean, that surprises me, but I don't dispute what's in the records. But I didn't believe I had a loan for, are you saying $1 million? I didn't believe that I had a loan.
Total.
Mr. Waters, if that's what the records say, I don't dispute it, but that's not what I thought. I didn't think I had a $1 million loan from them. But if that's what the records say, I don't dispute that. But I can tell you this, if I had $1 million loan from them, I don't remember that, and I may be confusing it with what a loan from the bank. But again, if that's what's in the records, I don't dispute it.
All right. So you have no memory whatsoever, and so for all you know, it's just a coincidence that the Plowlers were about to turn 18 when you stole this Badger money, and you applied a significant amount of it to pay that off before they turned 18. You don't have any memory of that.
No, I can tell you that was never an issue or motivation for me. Again, taking Arthur Badger's money that I shouldn't have taken, that didn't belong to me, and that I was wrong for. I don't remember a loan from the Plowler conservatorship as being motivation for that.
So for all you can remember, it's just a coincidence.
Why I stole Arthur Badger's money, just being a coincidence?
No, why you applied it to the Plowler loans right before they turned 18.
No, I'm not saying is a coincidence or not a coincidence. What I'm saying is I don't remember that.
Okay.
And so I don't remember that being the motivation. If it was, I didn't know I had $1 million loan from the Plowler conservatorship, at least as I sit here today. But, you know, I would have known I had a loan from somewhere, and if I took Arthur Badger's money and applied it to that, I mean, again, I stole money that didn't belong to me. I misled Arthur Badger to take that money, and I was wrong.
How many times have you practiced that answer before your testimony today? Because
I've
keep
never-
giving the same one over and over.
Objection,
I've never
argumentative.
practiced that answer, but you keep asking me these questions, and I keep using that answer.
Let me show you what's been entered into evidence as states 321. You recognize generally that document.
I do.
And what is that?
This is the disbursement sheet on the Dion Martin case.
What happened to Dion Martin?
He got in a wreck.
Do you know his family?
When he got in the wreck,
Prior to him getting in the wreck.
I knew who his family was but prior to getting in the wreck, but after he got in this wreck, I became very close with his family.
Became very close with his family. And Dion suffered some pretty severe injuries, correct?
Dion was hurt bad, yes.
Including an injury to his head.
You know, I heard you say that the other day. I don't specifically remember Dion having a head injury. I believe Dion had more orthopedic injuries, but he may have had some injury to his head.
You met with him on a number of occasions?
Yes, I met with him on a number of occasions.
Met with his parents on a number of occasions?
About Dion?
About the case, while the case was going on.
I don't know if I met with his parents about Dion's case, but I know I met with Dion, and I may have met with his parents if they say that. I mean, his dad's one of the most honorable fellows that I know. If he says I met with him, I certainly believe that.
But you said you became close with them, correct? Close with the parents?
I consider Dion's, yes, I think the world of his dad and his mom and Dion.
What was the recovery that was obtained in Dion's case? I'll show it to you.
Let's see, it looks like recovery, $2 million. Actually, this is, let's see, I know it was $2 million, but I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe the recovery was less than $2 million. I believe that I said it was $2 million. I can't remember exactly what the recovery is, but I know it was less than $2 million, and I know that I misstated it as $2 million.
So you falsified the paperwork, correct?
It appears that I put inaccurate information on the paperwork. Yes, sir.
You put inaccurate information. You falsified it, right?
If you like that word, yes, sir.
All right. And that's that right there where you put that $500,000 on there, correct? Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I have the envelope, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waters, what was the question?
Let's get the envelope up and I'll show you. Right there, that's the $500,000 that you falsified this document with, is that correct? Where it says structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
Yeah, that looks like one place that I... Yes.
Why did you do that?
Why did I...
Yeah, why'd you put that $500,000? What was your purpose in doing that?
It appears that I was stealing his money, $500,000.
Were you not inflating your fees with that one?
Yes, I was stealing his money by inflating my fees.
I mean,
Yes, correct.
You don't remember?
I know that I inflated the fees like I just talked about, but I believe what go back to that top
does
of that
this
thing,
have
I believe
to
what
do
I must have
with
done
murder?
with the structured annuity is I had that $500,000 check, and I must have had that made to forge, as you've heard, to steal that money from Dion Martin
His overall credibility is in tatters.
that I shouldn't have.
He is
Is that
a
your signature down
lying
there?
thief
It is.
who
Is that
manipulated
Dion
his
Martin's
clients
signature on the other side?
and partners
You dispute that?
out of millions of dollars
Nah, I don't
for
dispute that.
years, systematically.
So you would have sat down with Dion Martin and gone over this document with him and convinced him
Looked
that
people
there
in
was
the
nothing
eye,
amiss here?
told them a lie was the
Again,
truth.
I don't know if I went over the document with him or not, but I certainly misled Dion Martin. I certainly lied to Dion Martin. I certainly took money from Dion Martin that did not belong to me, and I shouldn't
He
have
is a
done it.
lying liar who lies.
Specifically remember talking to Dion.
Is he a
There was
murderer?
nothing in you that causes you to remember talking with Dion, sitting there with this document in front of him, as you looked him in the eye, knowing that you were lying to him the whole time. You don't even remember that? Nothing in you that causes you to remember that?
To specifically remember, I'm not sure that I did sit down with Dion Martin, but I certainly, Mr. Waters, I misled Dion Martin. I lied to Dion Martin. I took Dion
I find his
Martin's
answers
money
very credible, by
when
the
I
way.
shouldn't have.
I was high.
I find his answers incredible. I find his answers very credible.
I stole millions of
Do you
dollars.
have any independent recollection of the
I
time
don't
when you
remember
sat
whether
down
or not 12
and looked
years
that
ago
person
I
in
had a
the eye
specific
and you were
conversation where I
lying to
sat
them
down
and
and looked them in the
convincing
eye and
them
said
that
XYZ.
everything was
I don't
okay
remember if
while
I
you
did
stole their
specifically
money? Do you
that.
remember it?
However,
Yeah,
I did
even
steal
one
their
of them.
money. That seems like a very credible
I'm sure
answer.
I did.
Okay, well, tell us about one.
I mean, you have to show me. You
I
have
stole
to
like
give
$10
me.
million.
I'm asking
I
you
don't
if you
remember all
remember
of it.
one time where you're sitting there in your heart, looking somebody in the eye, knowing you're stealing from them, and you remember it.
I remember stealing from people. I remember lying to people, and I remember misleading people. For me to tell you that I sat down with each one of these people,
I'm asking you to tell me about just one conversation, one time where you recall looking somebody in the eye and convincing them with your lies that nothing was amiss. One conversation.
there were plenty of conversations where I looked people in the eye and I lied to them. There were plenty of times where I took money that I shouldn't have taken. There were plenty of times where I stole money. For me to sit and tell you a specific time that I sat down with a specific document and what exactly was said, if you ask me questions, but I can't remember sitting down with Dion on a...
They certainly remember it, don't they, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if they do or not, but I would assume so.
But you can't tell us one time where it just sticks out in your memory where you're like, I'm pulling a fast
Yeah, it's a
one
lot
right
more
now.
significant
Oh, no.
to
Or
them than it
anything,
is to
whatever
me.
reaction you had. You
Oh,
can't
no.
remember a single
I'm a lying
one?
liar
No,
who
sir,
lies to
that's
all
not
my
correct.
clients all
I
the
can
time.
remember
For
a
me,
lot of
lying to my
times
clients
where-
is it's another day.
I lied to my clients, I misled my
It's the
clients.
story of the family
And I stole
who was
money
told
from
by the
my
doctor
clients in
that
conversations.
their family member just died. For them, it's the most
But for
significant
me to
day
sit
in
and
their
tell
life.
you that I had
The
a
doctor is
conversation
Wednesday.
about this particular document, I don't dispute it.
I know you don't dispute it, Mr. Murdaugh.
You
said
know?
that 100 times.
Do you remember telling the family about their family member dying? No, I
You
don't.
can't recall for this jury
They
one
remember,
of these
yes.
people
It's a lot
looking
more
them in the
significant for
eye
them than for
while
me.
you lied to them. You can't recall a single one. I've asked you this 3 times now.
Oh, I promise
Ask
you.
and answer.
Your Honor, ask and answer 3 times.
Well, here. Here you go, Mr. Waters.
The point's made, isn't it, Mr. Murdaugh?
I don't know if your point's made or not, but here's
You don't know that either, do you?
here's what I would
No, he doesn't
say
know.
again.
He doesn't know if your point's
I
made, 'cause
remember
he's not the jury.
lying to clients of mine. I did it on more than one occasion.
Oh my
I
God.
took their money when I shouldn't have taken it. I'm sure that I looked them in the eye. I'm sure that I misled them. But I can't tell you exactly when those occurred 12 years ago, is the only point. I don't dispute that they occurred. I don't dispute that everything about what I did was wrong. But I can't sit and tell you the specific details that you're wanting me to give you.
We could just write that answer down on a sheet of paper and you could hold it up each time you want to say that, couldn't we, Mr. Murdaugh?
Objection is overruled.
If that's what you want to do, Mr. Waters, but I'm trying to answer your question.
All right. These were real people you were dealing with, right?
Absolutely. They were,
I
you know what?
know you want to give that answer, but these were real people, aren't they?
Nah, they're very real people. And, you know, one of the saddest parts of this whole thing is, you know, they're people that I still care about, and I did them this way. You know, that's what I was meaning in that text that you made an issue about to Annette Griswold, and it was a lot talking about my partners, but it was a lot talking about these people.
I have so
know
many thoughts.
the people that I did wrong and that I hurt and that I stole from. I mean, they're people that I think a lot of.
This is entirely.
And
Now, they didn't know.
hang on. I want to say one more thing. And there's no question that the actions that I did, the things that I did wrong, hurt a lot of the people that I care about the most. And I did a lot of damage. And I wreaked a lot of havoc. That
A lot of damage and wreaked a lot of havoc. I hear you.
there's no question about
Let
it.
me show you what's been marked as States 315. See if you recognize it.
Oh my God.
I do.
Alec is very sympathetic
Which
right now.
case is this?
This is Elise Mallory.
And what happened in this case?
I stole her money.
What happened, though, with the underlying case? Can you tell the jury that? Do you remember that?
I believe it was Miss Taylor, Miss Mallory's. I believe it was her daughter. It might have been her granddaughter, but I believe it was her daughter. Was in a wreck
Did she die?
and she got killed.
And Miss Mallory came to you for help?
She did.
You remember that one
I
at
do.
all?
I remember.
Okay, we remember one now.
Oh no, Mr. Waters, I remember all of these people.
Okay.
It's not that I don't remember them. You're just asking me details about conversations.
Okay, great.
I can promise you, I remember all of these people that I did wrong.
Right. And you stole all of the money, didn't you? In this case?
I stole all of the money, most of the money that I've been accused of stealing, I stole.
No, I mean, you stole every single dime of the recovery. She didn't get one dime. Isn't that right?
I have to look at the records, but if
You
that's
credited yourself with legal fees, and then you stole all the rest of the money, correct?
I don't dispute that. If,
All right.
if you
Tell
let
me
see
about, first of all, tell me about Miss Mallory. So she lost her daughter, correct? Is that correct?
that is correct.
And she came to you for
Was a
help,
daughter,
is that correct?
Granddaughter, but
All right.
one.
All right. And she came to you for help, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with you on that.
Very, very sweet lady, correct?
Very sweet lady.
All right. Tell me about your conversation when you looked her in the eye and lied to her while you were stealing every dime of the money.
This is a perfect example, Mr. Waters. I stole her money. I did her wrong, but I don't even believe that Elise Mallory was there when I stole that money. I don't. If you look at that disbursement sheet, I don't even believe I ever showed that to her.
Okay. But you don't remember having any conversations with her when you lied with her about this case while you were stealing all her money?
I don't think I did in this case. I don't think I had any meetings with her. I think I stole her money, and I don't believe that I had a meeting with her.
So, again, you can't tell us one conversation you had with any of these people when you looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right, that you were telling the truth.
That's not true, Mr. Waters. I remember a lot of those conversations. I remember a lot of them.
Okay. All right, you just testified you remember a lot of them. I've been asking you now for the past 10 minutes to tell me about one of them where it's stuck in your heart.
There are a lot of
stuck in your brain.
There are a lot of conversations I had where I misled my clients and I stole their money, where they trusted me, and I remember them.
Okay. So
But you keep-
can you tell me one? Tell me how it went down,
Dick
what you
Boone's just sitting there
said,
with his smirk
how
on
you
his
convinced
face.
them, how you looked them in the eye, how you made them believe, how you used your skills as a trial lawyer to convince them. Can you just tell me about one of those? What was going through your head when you did it?
Your Honor, objection under Rule 403. We've been going over and over and over this.
Objection is overruled.
All right. What's your question, Mr. Waters?
Can you tell me about one of the conversations you had with all of these people? Just one.
I can
where
tell you-
what was
excuse
going
me.
through your head and how it went down when you sat there and looked them in the eye and convinced them that you were doing them right while you were lying to them and stealing their money.
Yes, sir. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my clients
That's not the
that
question.
I cared about. And so I will tell you that I had conversations with them where I misled them and I lied to them and I took their money. And that was a number of times.
Okay.
But you're asking me,
Just one specific one, Mr. Murdaugh?
every single one of these clients I would have had conversations with at some
It's
point.
fine, it's
But
fine.
this particular, like Mr. Waters, that disbursement sheet, I didn't have, there was never a sit down with Miss Mallory about the dispersing the money.
You don't recall talking to her about the status of her case and telling her lies and convincing her that you were on her side. You don't remember that.
No, I definitely remember that, but that's not what you
Tell me
asked
about
me. I had numerous conversations with Miss Mallory, about this case. But the fact is you were asking me about me sitting down with this disbursement sheet, looking her in the eye and convincing her. And I'm telling you that didn't happen in this case. Now, I had a lot of conversations with her where I misled her, Mr. Waters, where I lied to her
Tell me about one. Tell me how it went down.
where
Just a moment. We're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone remain seated while the jury leaves.
I'm honestly not sure at this point of whether or not Alex Murdaugh is
We'll
being
see
evasive
you
on
all
this point or not.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
I don't. He's not. He's. I think he wants to say like I fucked over so many people and I've stolen so much money. Like lying to this guy and stealing his money, or lying to this guy and stealing the money, it all blends together. Oh, hey Kurt, I got a phone call. I got to take this. Sorry.
No, it's
I'll be right
fine.
back.
All right, that's cool. Guys. I don't know whether or not he can remember one specific conversation. He says he remembers the conversations, but I don't know whether or not he remembers any one of them in detail. And so I'm not 100% sure whether he's being evasive and they're just talking past each other or not. That's what I'm not quite sure about. Like he remembers talking to them, but does he specifically remember any one of the conversations? He may or may not. I don't know. And like the doctor example is the case in point, right? Like, you know, the doctor tells you that your wife just died. For you, it's the most significant conversation in your life. For that doctor, it's a Thursday. That doctor may or may not remember that conversation. He remembers the conversations in general. They probably haunt his dreams and his nightmares. It's one of the reasons that like drug use and abuse is so common in the medical field, in addition to the legal field, for very similar reasons. So the doctor remembers looking people in the eye and telling them that their wife died. But does he remember the conversation he had with you? Does he remember any one of the specific conversations? I don't know whether he does or not. He might. I'm not trying to speak for all doctors everywhere, obviously. So one of them might stick out in his mind. I don't know. But the significance of the conversation is a lot different between these two groups of people. A paramedic who gives CPR. Do they remember one specific instance? They might. Do they all blend together? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how people's minds work. So I don't know whether or not he's being evasive on this point is the only thing I'm not sure about at this into my mind about what's going on here. I'm at this point begging. I'm going to send a tweet to James at court, and I'm going to beg for him to come on because I need some. Please come on. I'll be on begging. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like, and so, you know, these conversations are a lot more significant to these people than they were to him because it was part of a long pattern of stuff. He probably didn't really think about it at any given time. The con man doesn't really remember each of his cons. It's just, you know, it was for him it's the difference is material. And all this is at best informative as to his overall credibility. I don't know how it's informative as to motive. And I certainly don't know how it's informative really as to the underlying issue of the murder. Right? This is being used for propensity at this point, in my opinion. Like these are judgment calls. These are judgment calls about when you are on the one side of the line versus the other side of the line. But I think at this point we are just so far on the side of the line of this being 403, unduly prejudicial, substantially more prejudicial than probative, deleterious, focusing on the wrong issues, and so much else. You know, it is just, I don't like him as a person. I think he's a fraudster. I think he's a liar. But the problem is the prosecution's asking me basically to do exactly what I'm not supposed to do. The prosecution's asking me to do, because he did those things, he did this thing. And that's exactly what I'm not supposed to do. What the prosecution seems to be wanting me to do is exactly what I'm not supposed to do, which is to use it for propensity. He's a lying liar who lies, who cheats, who steals, who lies to his clients, lies to his partner, looks them in the face, forges paperwork, steals money, steals them from the crippled, the widows and the orphans and the people who have lost their children and everyone else. He is a thieving, lying, son of a bitch bastard who steals as surely as he breathes, which is a little bit the problem in some sense about what the difference is between the questions and the answers. The fact he steals as surely as he breathes is kind of exactly the reason that, like, I'm not even sure 100% that his answers are evasive. I'm not sure. They might be, they might not be. But, you know, it's like, it's asking a fish, how's the water today? And the fish saying, what's water? You know? And the significance is very different from these two perspectives. So I think that the issues on appeal are becoming heightened because the state is absolutely hammering this financial stuff. And the idea that the jury is convicting for the wrong reasons, assuming they're going to convict, is becoming ever heightened. And, you know, I can't say that this jury is going to convict or not, and I can't say a court of appeals is going to reverse someday or not. But I can tell you it's making the lawyer in me very uncomfortable. Because the prejudice in our balancing scales and serve where we're trying to assess these things, our prejudice is becoming so prejudiced. The prejudice is becoming even more prejudicial. Prejudice isn't an on-off valve necessarily, right? And prejudice isn't necessarily enough to overturn a trial because everything's in balance about the weights, right? You can have the most prejudicial stuff that ever to prejudice, but unless it's a structural error, which is a whole nother realm of category, the Court of Appeals isn't going to really care if the evidence is so overwhelming, right? They'll care about structural errors. But, you know, you can have things that are completely lopsided if the overall balance is still where it should be. These are very much reasons for appeal, Mandy. These are very much reasons for appeal. I think Alex Murdaugh's appeal looks a lot more promising than your typical appeal. The only other appeal that I thought was potentially stronger, and I don't know whether or not they appealed or not, was Kim Potter, because I thought that there was a legal flaw that was also pretty manifest. So I thought Kim Potter had really good odds on appeal. I don't know whether or not she appealed or not. I don't remember. But other than that, this is the only other case in recent memory where I thought, okay, this is just so manifestly problematic that, you know, Kim Potter's arguably worse, though, because the issue there was a fundamental flaw in the prosecution's case. Here, it's an issue of balancing and whether we're on the wrong side of the balance or not and how we're weighing things. So the flaw was more fundamental, I suppose, in Kim Potter's case than here. This is a matter of degrees, right? This is a matter of degrees. It's like, have we gone too far versus what I consider to be a fundamental error. Some of what the prosecutor's doing is correct. Some of what the judge has done is correct. Or at least let me phrase that differently. As hypothetical Court of Appeals judge, some of what the judge has done, I can't do anything about. Some of what the prosecutor has done, I can't do anything about. The standard for Court of Appeals judges are things like clear error, abuse of discretion, right? The issue isn't, do I disagree with the judge or not? That is not the right issue. The issue isn't, would I, as trial judge, issue these orders or not? That's not the right issue. The issue, as hypothetical Court of Appeals judge, is, can I reverse based on structural error, abuse of discretion, clear error, those kinds of things, right? So if I'm the Court of Appeals judge, some of this I can't reverse on. And then it's just an issue of, well, how about the rest of it? Is it so much? Is it enough? Is it enough? And then, of course, on top of all that, I still have to do a harmless error analysis on top of all that. But I think I can get there. Which is why I think, that the defense has pretty good odds. But it's all in a weighing calculation that I have to do in my head. At least as I'm speaking to you, I have to do it in my head, because if I were doing it for real, it'd be based on briefing and a much fuller analysis of things, right? So what I would do in the real world if I was really faced with these issues, who knows? But because I'd be considering it in a lot more depth. But these are the things that we're playing with. So, that's all the rest of it. And I'd also have to consider whether or not the defendant taking the stand arguably moots those issues in some way. That maybe the defendant invited his own error because he was asked about the financial stuff on direct. And maybe that somehow moots the error. So there are all kinds of things I have to do as a hypothetical court of appeals judge, but I'm asking questions that are I'm asking questions where I'm the odds on appeal, as I'm sort of running all these things in sort of the back of the envelope, as I'm running all these things on the back of the envelope calculation in sort of my mind's eye, I'm a lot of these numbers aren't quite adding up. And I'm thinking, the odds on appeal are not looking too bad. But, all that stuff. So, but there are some serious problems. There are some serious questions. And, there's a lot to be concerned about. And whether he cheated, trying to, and the jury, their ability to keep these things separate, is exactly the reason we're supposed to have these rules in the first place. Because what jurors will do in the real world and what we're supposed to do is an academic exercise are not really the same thing. So the fact that he's a lying, thieving bastard who steals from everyone and steals from the crippled and the widows and the orphans and the destitute and the people who trusted him and lied to their face and forged paperwork and forged checks and lied to his partners and stole from his firm and his partners and betrayed everything that we as lawyers believe in. The fact that he did all those things is not supposed to be a basis for me to convict, because you're going to propensity. And it's not even part of a common pattern, right? If it were the financial crimes would be a good example, right? Where you're trying to prove a particular financial crime based on a pattern of crimes. At least then, you're okay, he did these crimes and these crimes are part of a common pattern. And this crime is also part of the pattern. Therefore, he did this crime because it's part of the pattern. At least then, you're using it as part of a pattern. He did these 9 financial crimes in exactly this way. Preferably with a unique signature. A unique modus operandus would be nice. And then this crime was also committed with this particular signature. And he did these 9 that meet this signature, and here's a 10th that's in this signature. So now at least you're basing it off a pattern where you're drawing the conclusion not based on propensity exactly, but based off the pattern, which is slightly different. But here, you're not even in a pattern of conduct because this crime is not like any of those crimes. You know? Oh, we committed these 100 different financial crimes with this unique pattern. But this is a murder case. So the 101st case is not like the 100 cases because it's a murder case, not a financial cases. So you can't even use the pattern-based idea to get to where you want to be. And it's very frustrating. Yeah, it's very frustrating. And the state is trying to effectively use propensity to fill in a fundamental gap in their own case. And I have problems with this. Right? If you want to disbelieve everything he says on the stand because he's a lying liar who lies, you can do that. That's fine. I don't have any problem with that. If you want to disbelieve every word he says on the stand, you as the jury can do that. You are an assessor of credibility. You can do that for any witness for that matter. It's not some special defendant rule. You as the jury are allowed to believe or disbelieve a witness in whole or part. And you can believe that they are lying about everything, or you can believe that they're lying about 99% of the things and telling the truth about this one thing, or 50% of the things and telling the truth about the 50% of things, or telling the truth 99% but lying about this one thing, or like any other combination, right? Because you get to assess whether a person is truthful or not, in whole or part, and believe their testimony in whole or part. So you as a juror, if you want to like disbelieve all of his testimony and believe he's a lying liar and disbelieve every word that comes out of his mouth, you can do that. I just don't think it gets you to where you want to be. I'm frustrated, Sean.
All right, what happened? Oh no, what happened?
I'm just frustrated because.
Where your chat to?
No, I'm not frustrated at the chat. I'm frustrated at the prosecution because we seem to have moved well deep into a propensity argument, to my mind.
I mean, it becomes an issue because he is such a. It is, and he's such a lot. You know, Alec is such a liar and so manipulative, though. It's hard not to focus on all this stuff, but they know their murder case is weak, so they're gonna plant their flag in he's a bad man. He steals money, and
yeah, that's kind of the problem, though. It is the problem.
Oh, 100%. I agree. Yeah, I don't.
So why are we convicting him? Why are we convicting him because he's a lying liar bastard who steals money from the widows and orphans?
Yes.
Or are we convicting him because he did the murders?
Well, I mean, they're going to take whatever they can get. I mean, just like yesterday when when the defense expert was up there, you know, the prosecution excuse is going to be like, look, we tried. You know, the police tried to get all the evidence to convict him. They just couldn't do it. So just we're trying real hard. That's basically their argument at this point. And right now they're just trying. That's all they got. You know,
so I'm not really a happy camper over here.
Oh no, this is absolute bullshit today. What happened?
Yeah.
And I will give Alec credit. He's like, I've stolen like $10 million. Do you expect me to remember every? That's
right.
like
I was saying this earlier.
Yeah.
You know, the doctor who tells you your wife dies.
Yeah.
Are you going to remember that conversation? Hell yes.
Yeah.
Is the doctor? I don't know, man. It's a lot more significant for you than for that doctor. Presumably, he does that every single day, or does the equivalent of that every single day.
Well, I think it's you ever seen Street Fighter, the movie?
The movie?
Yeah. Actually, you know, I'll use a better example. It's like asking Pablo Escobar, like, do you remember killing this guy? He's like, I've killed so many damn people, I don't remember. He's like, I killed somebody this morning, and I'm going to kill someone tomorrow. No, I don't remember them all. We're asking John Dillinger, you know, if he could sit here, like, do you remember every bank you robbed? It's like, how the hell is he going to, like, they're all the same after a while. They're banks.
Yeah. after a while, one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic.
Yeah.
Is true for the murderer as it is for anyone else. The first time you kill someone is really hard. After that, it gets kind of easy, and it's just part of the noise, right?
Yeah.
It's like, where do you want me to start? It's like I don't.
Yeah.
It was just another day of the week for me.
Yeah. So that's why. I don't see. No, I think maybe they're trying to get him to say that. And Alec is saying it, but he's saying it in a very, I think, sophisticated way that's garnering some sympathy. He's like, look, I don't remember all these conversations. Like, if you're saying I did it, I'm not doubting I did it. Yeah. And I think that's also a fair answer. Look, I don't remember, but I assume you're telling the truth. So
I don't even know whether or not he's being cagey or not, because he's like, well, I remember the conversations. Can you tell us one? And the answer apparently is no, I can't. Which might be true. So I don't know if he's being cagey or not.
Well, I'm sure he remembers conversing with a client, but he doesn't remember exactly what they talked about.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So I'm having some real issues here with as I'm trying to assess whether or not we've moved, as I'm putting on my hypothetical Court of Appeals hat and trying to assess whether we have moved from the proper to the improper in a way that manifests abuse of discretion. And I'm like, you know what? I think we might have, Sean. I'm having some real problems with this.
Remember, you got to forget that old reliable that's out there. Courts love, that harmless error.
No, we discussed that. We discussed that harmless error analysis. We discussed that too. And we also discussed the possibility that maybe the defendant somehow has invited his own error. Because, maybe he shouldn't have, but you asked him. You asked him about that financial stuff on direct, and so you invited the error. So
yeah,
there's definitely things to be done here for the prosecution on an eventual appeal. But
yes, or the other favorite one of court saying, "Well, this one's different," and just distinguish it.
Are we generous? That's always good. That's a nice cop out. It's different because it is. Okay, that's great.
It's distinguished. We're distinguishing it. It's the exact same fact pattern, but we think it's different.
Yeah, okay. So you want to sui generis this thing? It's different. It generates its own rationale because it does. Okay, that's good.
Hey,
yeah,
that's kind of the neat part about being an appellate judge.
Well, the thing is that's sometimes appropriate, but the fact that it's sometimes appropriate doesn't mean it's always appropriate. So
yeah, well, I was gonna say the only time you see more punting than a rugby game is in appellate courts. So.
This is not wholly untrue.
And
if you're looking for a reason as an appellate court to affirm what is done below, you short of a structural error, short of a Brady violation or something where it's a manifest structural error, you're gonna always be able to find a way around it.
And it also doesn't help politically. It's just better if this goes away at the end of the day.
That too.
So.
Although that's true many times.
Oh, yeah. But especially this one.
I don't know if especially this one. I mean, there was always Shepard with the doctor who killed his wife, and the U.S. Supreme Court reversed that. I mean, it did take him 10 years, but still.
Yeah, but this one, I don't know. This one just... this just reeks of a bunch of loose ends getting tied up. So,
yeah, he might have flashed his badge once to get out of a traffic ticket, Sean.
A lot of prosecutors do that.
I want to ask that question so bad at the prosecution table. I was like, seriously, I'm not supposed to ask you a question, but seriously, how many of you have flashed a badge?
Well, I remember that.
Seriously, none of you on the prosecution table, really? Come on.
I mean, well, yeah.
Let's be honest now, kids.
I think I don't know if you heard me when I said it earlier. When I was assistant prosecutor, I had badges, and the one office I was in, there were only a couple of us. He said, "I'd better never hear about this badge ever being used." And
I think most prosecutors keep the badge in the drawer and forget it exists.
Oh yeah, mine sat in my drawer. I never touched it, and it sat there. And I'm like, if it ever came to the point, and I get it. Cops might not know who I am, but the one county I worked in, it was 45,000 people. By 2 months in, I knew all the cops, and they recognized who I was. So I could get to where I needed to go. And if I really needed my badge, I could stop. Like I live 2 minutes from my office. I could go grab it, and then go do whatever I had to do. But yeah, he said like if you ever try to do anything like that, he said the moment I find out about it, I'm calling you and demanding your resignation or firing you. So that's. But in the South, I can imagine that happens all the time.
Yeah.
And also, he had blue lights on his car. So I'm like, I don't doubt he used those to go get to the golf course quicker or to get home faster. Like, of course he did.
Yeah.
But the people sitting there be like, yeah, I do that. I guarantee a lot of people on juries like, I do it too. So
How many members of the jury have blue lights on their car?
well, no, how many of you would do that if you could get away with it? I bet they'd all go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had blue lights on his car, therefore he must have committed the murders or something. I don't know.
Well, maybe they're trying to argue he was trying to be a cop so bad he just extrajudiciously murdered people without cause. I mean, is that the argument we're making there, Creighton? That he's just a bloodthirsty maniac?
What Dirty Harry movie was that? Magnum Force? Was that Magnum Force with the dirty cops that were killing everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so we're in Magnum Force.
Well, no, I'm just saying in general that cops just murder people and kill people. Like, is that the argument he's making?
Well, there was
cops.
the special FBI sled team that was killing the Black Panthers.
Yeah. Well.
So, apparently.
That's the Magnum Force is a good movie.
Yeah. It's
Also, people are saying why do they get badges? Because it's law enforcement. You're technically like law enforcement. It's so you can feel special and you can be like the cops, and that you really don't need the badges. Nobody's ever needed one. I mean, I can understand if you're in like a big city and you were sent to a crime scene, but pretty much everywhere else, the police know who you are.
If you're a prosecutor, why are you being sent to the crime scene?
Sometimes it happens. Like you're like, don't like advising like how to handle search, like especially in bigger cities, they'll respond like, "Are you guys following the investigation right? Like, how do we address do you think we need a warrant here? Like, how do you go through it?" I mean, like, especially if it's like a big crime scene or a serious crime, that'll happen. Like the county I was in, there was a school shooting, and my boss like ended up going out to it within like a couple hours of it. So it's not unheard of. Generally, though, you don't need to be there, and it's not as common as you see like on Law and Order, but it does happen.
Yeah. So I want blue lights. I don't know. Well, right about now, I want the badge just because it'd be cool.
Yeah. Well,
maybe I can get some county somewhere to appoint me to a position as assistant prosecutor or something.
Yeah. Well, the one county I was in, it had the it was like the U.S. Marshal star with the little ring around it, so it was kind of cool. It was a pretty neat badge.
I get the Texas Rangers to appoint me. That'd be good.
I was actually kind of like the Rangers one. It had my name on it and everything. It was kind of neat. So I did not get an idea.
I'm going to start going to Texas Job and apply for in-house counsel of Texas Ranger, so I can feel badass and fill out my Walker Texas Ranger fantasies.
You probably have to like learn how to ride a horse, though. Well,
I'm comfortable with that.
Well, I don't know, man. Riding a horse, all it takes for them to decide, like, I don't want you on me anymore, and you're gonna have a bad day. That's why horses, I think, are scary.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just waiting to see if James from court or anyone else is going to wind up joining me. So I'm just stalling here for time. Hopefully they will join me because this is it's been an interesting day for sure.
Oh, Jen saying she had county plates and a magistrates association plate holder. Like, that's a great ticket immunizer as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable with the scope of these questions. I'm uncomfortable with the implication of these questions. Apparently the wine moms everywhere though are eating it up. The wine moms and I are looking at this vastly differently, which not for the first time, I guess.
The true crime people are not concerned with true justice.
Maybe I need the wine moms to explain to me their thought process, and I'll try to understand it.
Wait, did that come through, Kurt? I'm sorry if that didn't. I said that people concerned with true crime are concerned about true justice.
Yeah.
So
I heard that.
Okay, I didn't know. because they're, you know, as much as I said, people want a narrative. They want they want it to read like a book. They just don't want a story. They want a complete. They want like a Netflix movie.
Yeah.
Or, you know, oh God, who do they read? Janet Ivanovich books. They want the crime where they can just tie it all up and be done with their glass of wine.
Yeah. Maybe I should reach out and write a Twitter post. Are you a wine mom?
Yeah.
Would you like to explain to me what's going on?
Hold on. So people are saying not using box. There's nothing wrong with you can get decent box wine out there. You just might have to put some ice cubes in it.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what the demographics of the jury are.
Well, hasn't James or Larry ever mentioned it yet?
I don't know.
Oh.
The demographics have changed a couple times because we keep changing who the jury is.
So. Oh yeah. Well, I still think the bomb thrower is one of the jurors trying to get out of it.
Maybe. Well, they missed out on something great. It only took 5 weeks.
Yeah, hoping they get caught, but they didn't. Sled sucks at their job so bad they couldn't catch him. So he's like, crap.
Sled be sledding. Sled be sledding. Nothing else new there.
Oh.
We need to reach out to Wine Mom Chat and figure out what's going on. It was 8 women, 8 4 men, but I don't know anymore. Yeah, fair enough. So are we working under the assumption that if it's a lot of women, it's a conviction, and if it's more men, then maybe not?
I don't know. Maybe. People are saying they can impersonate wine moms for you.
Oh, that's good news.
Yes. Yeah. So what time is it? Oh, it's 6 o'clock. Okay.
It's 6 o'clock. So I'm going to try, I think, to stream in the morning. I have a flight tomorrow in the afternoon, and I have to drive to it as well to get there and stuff like that. So I may try to stream a little in the morning, or maybe I'll stream with Joe a little bit in the morning or something like that. Then I got to get on a plane so I can go to Vegas and try to do something productive or something.
Yeah, I've got a couple of video hearings tomorrow morning. So if I don't see you, Kurt, safe travels and hope you have a lot of fun. Sounds like it'll be a good time.
Should be an interesting time, I think.
Who's all? I know you're going next there. Obviously, who else is going? Do you know?
Frank is going to be there.
Okay.
I'm trying to think who else. Gosney's going to be there. I'm trying to think who else is going to be there.
Is Mindset going or no?
I don't remember who else is going.
Okay.
I guess we'll find out.
So.
And hopefully I'll find something to do that's interesting on Saturday and Sunday.
Well, you're not too far from the dam and everything. That's pretty close by.
That's true.
And then there's I think it's called it's kind of the edge of Grand Canyon National Park. I forget. It's called what's it called? Something in Spanish. It's really sounds pretty cool, but it's actually really nice. What's that?
Red Rock Canyon?
No. I'm trying to remember what it's called. Hold on.
I don't think Viva and Barnes are going to be there. I think they're there a different week.
Yeah.
The attorney, I think, is going to be there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot he said he's going to be there. That'll be fun.
I have never been to the dam. Maybe I'll go. Maybe we'll see if I can get a tour out there on Saturday or something. And go there and do something with my day.
Yeah, there's oh crap, what's it called? Yeah, you're not too far from it, so that should be a lot of fun.
Can I get an Uber out to the dam? That'd be good from Vegas.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
No, I don't have a car, and I'm not going to rent one. So how would I get out there?
Well, I mean, you'd find something for the day. Go to U-Haul and rent a truck for a day, or be cheaper. That's what people were doing for a while.
Fair enough.
Oh crap! I can't remember the name of the place, but yeah,
get a tour. Okay, I'll get a tour. Get a bus tour. Fine.
Yeah.
I'll get a best tour and go on Saturday. That'd be good.
Yeah. Oh, what is it called?
Barnes is already there. If Barnes is there, I'll try to meet up with Barnes.
I think
'cause I've
Barnes
never
lives
met him in
there.
person. He
I thought he-
might be right.
I thought he lived out there. Yeah.
He
Well,
may be right.
I thought because earlier this year, my girlfriend and I were going to go to Vegas, and I thought like, oh, go to the Grand Canyon or go to the the parts people normally go, the tourist parts of it. That is a really long way from Las Vegas. It's a really long way away.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can't do
All right,
that.
James is doing a separate stream, I guess. So I guess no one is joining us. So I guess we.
Oh yeah, you can go out to Area 51 if you want. Go see
No,
all
that's
that stuff.
okay. I'm good. Let's just get Janet Airlines to fly me out there.
Yeah.
The red stripe on it.
Yep.
I'm sure no one will object.
No.
Yeah, so James from Court is on his own channel, so I guess we'll just end the stream now. All right, well, thank you all for being here and for joining me, I suppose. Thank you, potentially criminal. Sean, make sure to check out his stream. You're doing a stream tonight at some point, aren't you?
Yep, 9:30. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
is that
Couple of
9:30
people.
Eastern?
Yes. Yes.
All right, so that'll be 3 hours from now, so make sure to check that tonight. And we'll go there. So can we raid James? Sure. If he's enabled me to enable that, but sure. Let me see if he's enabled raiding. And that way we can give him some love. Let's see.
Well, with that being said, guys, all have a nice night. Kurt, like I said, if I don't see you again, safe travels, and I'll see you in the I'll see you in pictures and streams of the mayhem from Vegas. So
All right, I'll see you soon.
hey guys. Bye.
James from Court. Ooh, James from Court. No, I don't have redirect privileges for James in Court. So I can't redirect you guys over there because he hasn't enabled me to redirect. I can redirect you to Nally the Lawyer Check, Good Logic, or Lawyer You Know. Or the upcoming stream for Rob, which is for an hour. Seems like there's a nice little split in the chat of which one you guys like. Let's see. I will send you to Good Logic because he can use the love the most. So I'll send you over that way, and we'll go from there. All right, I'll send you over to Good Logic. Until later, my friends, I hope all's well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.